what to say and what to do here at Sandipod in terms of commentary. And the one thing I never learnt in all that time was the different makes of American cars. Nothing ever stopped with.
You say that, I'm still learning them as well, because you look at things and the binoculars are fantastic, just trying to pick out names on back of cars.
Yeah.
Look at number plates and you work out, well, that was registered in that year, gives you a clue of what year the car was made.
Sure.
And like, I'm one of these that does the same thing. You get your States plates and you put down like 1969 Camaro, whatever, and that's how generally you find out what things are. We're telling our secrets here, John.
I know. But I think everybody knows that I bluff my way through half the time.
I'm still doing it.
I do remember at one NSRA meet. Oh, it is the NSRA here today, ladies and gentlemen. Let's not forget that.
Yeah.
Sandipod, in conjunction with the National Street Rod Association. But one of the chairmen of the NSRA is quite a famous drag racing crew chief called Mick Hull. You know Mick. And Mick, at the end of one NSRA meeting, put his hand around my shoulder and said, well, you bluffed your way through it again. So, story of my life, I think. That looks like an early Vauxhall, 40s Vauxhall, and a Topolino. That's a mix, isn't it? That's what it looks like to me. I expect I'm wrong, but that's what it looks like. A white
Original shape Topolino as well. Right, the Ain't No Saint Volvo. It was Ellie behind the wheel yesterday, having a great time. Lee Johnson is back behind the wheel today. Going alongside Paul Smale, one of our Nostalgia Superstock racers. Used to run the El Camino and ran that, and like things like Dragstalgia and things.
Oh, okay.
But he's changed the car this year into this fantastic Chevelle. Going mid-10s. And Lee, if you can get low 10s, that would be fantastic.
Well, a quick side-by-side run what your brunch session here for these two. Look at that. How close can you get? Wow. 10.47 to a 10.44. My goodness me.
Well, considering Paul was running 10.60s yesterday, 10.44, nice. Good air this morning. A little bit of a tailwind. Not much, but every little helps.
Yeah.
Now, I know absolutely nothing about that car in the right-hand lane, apart from the fact that it was one of the quick cars on the, I think it was Pendine Sands this year, actually, 130 mile an hour.
Really? Wow. It doesn't seem to be, they seem to have tried to save weight on it everywhere, don't they?
Yeah.
So...
1276, 109, way quicker than when it came out of the factory. I would imagine 109 mile an hour, I think it would have struggled to hit 50 when it first came out all those years ago.
Yeah. Model Y Fords are one of my favourites because they were the first cars I had when I was a kid. And the blurb on them when they first came out was 50. And that's it, in 1933 I think they first came out, Model Ys. So, but down the M2 with a tailwind behind me, I managed to get 70 out of it. But then the engine went pop. That's strange, isn't it? So,
John, you law break. Oh no, there weren't laws back then, were they?
There weren't
speed limits back then, were they?
This is a motor car, not a horse and cart I'm talking about.
No, didn't they introduce speed limits on the motorways in the 60s or something? I can't remember.
Yeah, but it was 70 speed limit on the M2 in those days.
Right.
This was in about 1964, 65.
Okay, that wasn't far.
No, earlier than that, 63. Okay, so a couple of the Willis Wars guys out here together. Colin, you'll more likely recognise them from the back because you're here all the time.
Now you got Phil Moores in the Kestrel beer lane.
Yep.
Now they're doing a little bit of a dial-in now, so they're going to try and run some numbers.
Okay.
Now Phil yesterday was trying to put a throttle stop in it for when his daughter drives the car, and then he runs it himself. Surprised himself and went very low 10s. He's gone 10.49 this morning, 132. Problems.
Well, I'm trying to assess what's happening there. I could see smoke coming out of the pipes. every now and again. So I don't really understand what was going on, but ended up with a 1587 on that run. So here we go with our next pair. We've got Darlings on the back of these two, 1199 and 1450, out there in the right-hand lane, in the Slick Tricks lane. Again, if you know who's who, away you go.
Not yet. We will do later on. So I was chatting to Phil this morning. They're all putting Darlings on their back windows to try and give an indication of what they're trying to run.
Okay.
And then after this session, I think they'll come up and set the tree, so to speak, so they can put a bit of a stagger in. And
How many have you
some
got
fun.
here in the Wild Bunch this
No,
week?
they're not an official class.
Oh, they're not?
It's just a group of them that have got together.
In the
And
Willis
the Willis
Wars,
Wars,
I
yeah.
mean, not the
I
Wild
mean, as
Bunch,
you know, at
Willis
Drag
Wars.
Nostalgia, we get like 30 of them.
Yeah.
Seeing these ridiculous numbers.
Quite a difference in size between these two. And I'm trying to work out whether the Willis on the right is younger than the Willis on the left. That 41 on the left, of course. But I do remember Ian Dawes, the great hot rodder, had a bright yellow one of those many years ago. So Dahl, let's have a look, see what they ran. 13.1 at 100 and 14.64 at 91 miles per hour. Right. So we carry on with this unique bit of qualifying here for the Willis drivers. We won't call it Willis Wars. So this is the 33 Willis.
Yeah. X Street Eliminator car, now doing rather well, actually. It's obviously not running as quick as it used to. That used to be when Davey Murdoch ran that. That was an 8-7 second car.
I
But,
did like the chap who was taken for a ride last week in the two-seater, and he got out and he said it was for his 80th birthday.
That's right, yeah.
And he'd been at the pod or Blackbush, whatever, when
Yeah.
Ohio, whatever his name, Montgomery,
Yeah.
drove a 33 Willis there, and all the names came flooding back
Yeah.
to that guy. That was absolutely wonderful. So what a weekend that was last weekend, eh?
10.70, 2 tenths quicker than he thought he'd go. Chris Coburn goes 2 tenths the other way, actually 12.35 on a 12.14.
This has been chopped and
Oh,
channeled
yeah.
a bit, hasn't it, this one?
Yeah,
My
Dan
goodness.
Bates, this is.
Don't think I've ever seen this
No,
one before.
first time I ever saw it was yesterday, so
If you were a Mercedes owner, good number plate to have.
right, looking for a 10.57.
Well, that looks more than capable of doing that. I wouldn't mind betting it go under that, would it? Let's see. No, just on
Tell
it.
you what, only
Hey,
14 hundredths off.
pretty good guess, eh?
Pretty good. 10.71 there.
Right, so Sport Tree, please. A lot of these are saying that. And the Tri-Chevy out here dials in 16.99.
So aiming for a 16.99 for the 55.
Very sedate.
Wasn't that far off, 17.73.
Yeah, should be pleased with
Yeah.
that.
Well, especially the first trip down the Claude Mile of the weekend. Obviously, we run what you run yesterday, but different cars today. Obviously, there will be some the same as
Yeah, sure.
yesterday,
Yeah,
but a lot of
indeed.
people couldn't get down here for Friday. One thing I'm looking forward to this weekend, John, and it started to fill up a bit. Oh my goodness me! Look at the car show over there
Yeah.
with the NSRA members. Wow.
I would go out there and look round the car show, but I've spilt tomato ketchup all down the front of my shirt, and
No, transmission fluid, John.
Oh,
It's transmission fluid, you know?
yeah, even my daughter is smiling at that. It's incredible today. My daughter is in charge of me. She's brought me up here. She's feeding and watering me and things like that. My wife fell over yesterday before she'd had a drink while she was at work and is currently in hospital. So my poor daughter has had to drive me up here and now is in sort of looking after the old man mode. So she makes a damn good cup of tea though. This class is getting quite big now, isn't it? The 100E class. Oh, two of them together. And Anglias or Pops, one of the two. Pops, I would think, with the light arrangement on the back. Yes, they are both Pops. So the Anglia morphed into the Popular later in its life, the 100E. I think they first started 100Es in about 1953. I know we had a brand new one because the old man worked at Ford's. We had a brand new one in 1954, but he had to sell it, of course, when the Suez crisis happened, before your time, my boy. So there's a wide range of engine plants, transmissions, and with the 100E class, isn't there?
Well, Stuart Flitton just goes 10.28. That's one of his quickest this year.
Really?
Yeah, excellent run. Mark Wade, 15.64, just 86 miles an hour. But expect to see them plenty more times today. But no, I mean, Stuart has been into the nines. Nice off the trailer run, 10.28. Right, this is not in session, so this is James Auld with the Little Faust dragster from the Wild Bunch.
Oh,
and the belly tank, yeah, that's cool.
Beautiful, isn't it? Do you know what's in it?
It's a flathead V8, but apart from that, I know very little about it. It's one of those cars that when you finish racing and finish commentating for the day and you go around the pits and have a look, it's covered up.
Yes.
So I couldn't find the owner last night, but then I was quite late.
That's beautiful. I love that. I love that.
And you know what it is? You get talking to one person and then you're there too long. And it's good fun. It really is good fun.
Oh, does it run as good as it looks?
Oh, yeah. And that's right. Do you know what, John? It's one of those cars, it doesn't matter what it runs because it's got, bucket full of cool points.
It's wonderful.
Yeah.
We've had them over the years. Belly tanks come and go. But that one I'm not certain if I've seen before, but a 13 in a belly tank at 106 miles an hour. It's got my vote. I like that. That's wonderful.
Right, James Auld just gone 12.43. That's his quickest of the weekend. Now, he's in a championship fight for the Wild Bunch, so he wants to try and dial the car in as soon as possible. So that's why he's into Run What You Brung.
This Super Bee was at a car show that I was at a couple of weeks ago, I think up at Stonham Barns.
Yeah.
And it's a tribute to a Super Bee. That's what the guy told me.
Gary Cork, that is. Going alongside Kevin Baker. Wedding anniversary this weekend.
Oh, congratulations.
Congratulations, Kev.
And you've still got your dragster. That's wonderful. The little A40 Farina, wasn't it? Farina designed the A40.
Believe it or not, he drives that to and from the track, and he tows a caravan as well with that car. It's only a little one, but it's a proper way to go racing. Yeah. I do love that.
One of my mates had one of those in the 60s, and we used to drive up to London every day in it.
Yeah.
He had a straight-through pipe on it. We used to think we were the coolest thing. So,
right, Beavis Allen, he used to run a supercharger on this and took it off so he could race in Nostalgia Superstock, and then proceeded to qualify right at the sharp end at the Mopar. Did really, really well, going alongside a beautiful 39 Ford. I kept calling it a Willys and was promptly told, no, it's not a Willys, it's a Ford.
Yeah. I remember that. I've fallen into the same trap, as I expect I will do later on today.
Beavis goes 12.11 and 11.74. See that Ford, it's one of those cars you need to go have a look at. It's just beautiful through and through. Right, Chevy pickup was running some numbers yesterday. A best of 11.07.
Wow.
Really, really tidy machine, that.
And the Dodge?
Ty Stravitt, 11.3s, there or thereabouts.
Do you know what it is? That was a flock of birds.
Yeah,
just
it was.
went
I
behind
thought
us.
it was. Whoa, 1093, 128 miles an hour. That is flying. Cracking run. Ty goes through with a 12:27 at 105.
Well, the familiar figure of young Winston Sewell down there on the
That's Winston. Oh, right, okay.
on the start
It's
line.
one of those. I've seen the guy around plenty of times.
Yeah,
I know the name Winston Sewell. I've never put two and two together and
He's the
realised that's
man,
Winston.
the
Right.
red and white
Yeah.
P5 coupe.
Right, yes.
So, and this must be one of his buddies with
That's Michael
the
D'Souza.
Mark II. I don't think Zephyr console. Can't remember what it is from the back. Recognise them from the front, but not from the back. So. Colour looks good on that Mark II, doesn't
That
it?
suits it.
So I don't know what's going on here, Cole. Any ideas?
No, I think they're just sorting out the slick tricks lane.
Okay. We might get a glimpse of the front of the car. I'm trying to see on the screen, if you look above your head, it's a Zephyr.
Right.
There you go. There's young Barry down there. Been around drag racing a long time, crewing for various people. I think he used to crew for Gordon Appleton at one time, and certainly with Rob Smallworth. And great to see him still out there doing a little bit of work. So,
Well, I don't know about a little bit of work yesterday. They were thrashing yesterday, trying to get the heavy Chevy. I had an issue yesterday, so
well, it's equipped with nitrous. One
Well, they gun
one
it
could
that-
see the bottle in
yeah.
the back.
it's already run low nines. I think their PB is a 906. The mission is to get an 8. It'd be really, really good if they could do that.
That's a bit of heavy metal, isn't it?
Oh, I mean, it's insanely heavy.
Sounds good.
Yeah, a little bit of wheel spin off the line. But this is its first run for quite a while, so A to B.
It's cleared its throat, isn't it, on the way up there?
Yeah. 1080, 130 mile an hour.
Well,
Work
more
in pro, guys, it will come round, just give it a chance, yeah.
well, we fired up the Zephyr again. So in the 1950s, these were quite a magnificent machine to come out, very American looking. And of course you could see 6 people in there in consummate comfort. 12 was a bit of a squash, but we did it a few times. But let's see how we go.
Well, went a best of 11:13 yesterday.
Bit slower today.
This is the magic trick, trying to get it to stop on that screen. Yeah, it sounded not perfect off the line.
There was one of the guys from the 100E drag racing division took a trophy at the NSRA Supernat. If I
Yeah.
see it, I point it out to you.
Kenzie Taylor, I think it was this. When
No,
no, not that
I,
one.
I don't think it was that. It's one with orange stripes on the front.
Ah, okay.
Could be
sure.
anything.
Could be
couldn't it?
anything.
Sorry. We'll wait and see when it comes through.
Right, Jason Dodd used to have the black Trans Am running in Nostalgia Superstock. Sold the car, and this is his new ride. He put the number on the back so I would recognise who it was. It didn't tell me at all, but there was a little Surrey muscle sticker on there, and that made me realise who it was. So I bumped into Jace this morning. Going to be running nitrous today. 967, 138 mile an hour. That will do very nicely indeed.
That the quickest.
That's his quick. Well, it's the first time he's run the
Well
car,
done.
so
Yeah, excellent
but he'll
stuff.
take that. He'll be grinning like a Cheshire cat when he gets. But he's one of the guys that's always smiling anyway. But that will just make his grin even
Well,
bigger. Nice one, Jace.
Talking of Surrey street rodders, I think this is Whiffy Smith.
It is, yeah.
And with some of the Surrey street rodders. Yeah, I'll introduce you to Winston. He's right behind you there.
Hello.
There
How are you
you are.
doing? Good to see you.
Hello, Johnny.
Okay, so Whiffy Smith then with the blue Mustang, getting quite a few laps in yesterday.
Good to see you. And you too.
Going alongside the Rat Rod from 1930, so good mix of vehicles here, as you would expect. Runway run until 10:30 this morning. Then we do go into our race classes, their first qualifying sessions. Going to be starting off with Gasser Circus, into Outlaw Anglia, the Wild Bunch, and the eagerly anticipated Supercharged Outlaws. And going to try and trust me on this, folks. We have got a huge entry in all of our race classes this weekend. So it's going to be very, very entertaining indeed. Got some real cool stuff here today. So Ian just legging it backwards to, I think, just jump into the tractors. Cars are lined up underneath us. I thought Ian was running back for the tractor. Yes, he has. Yeah, so we're just going to do a little bit of sledding. Yes, he is. Okay, just was wondering what was going on there. So he'll be coming out into the Slick Tricks lane. In the meantime, the Biscayne back down for another run. Talk about hot lapping. We've only seen this car once, and within 15 minutes, he's back out on track again today. So it's his second run of the day.
It's nice seeing Winston. Known Winston for 50 odd years.
Wow.
Rob Ashard from Nitro FM.
Yeah.
He's just moved away from Dartford to get away from all the traffic which used to consume his house,
Yeah.
because he lived near the M25, the entrance to the Dartford Tunnel. And what I don't think he knows, or I don't know if I've told him, is that when I went down to see Rob a couple of weeks ago, I thought, I recognise this area. And of course, just around the corner from where Rob lives is where Winston lives. I said, you're bound to hear one another, because Rob, of course, has got a C3 vet. So they'll both be chugging around at some point in time. But it's great when you have people moving away to get away from it all, and they're slap bang back in the system again, which is good. But I think the weather we've got for today is absolutely fab, isn't it?
Oh, this is just... But it's the third year in a row we've had this type of weather.
Yeah.
It just makes the event just so much more enjoyable. A very good morning to everybody on the banking. How are you all today? Beware of Podface. I will say that again, because we know it's a wonderful affliction to get. But yeah, just hope you've got a little bit of sunscreen with you. Due to be quite a warm day today, 23, 24, possibly 25 degrees today.
Well, for those of you who drove up like we did up the M1 this morning, we were driving through quite heavy mist oblique fog on the way up here.
Didn't take long to burn off though, does it?
No, well, it certainly hasn't, but it really was. We were wondering what we were driving into. But anyway, here we go, another Tri Chevy. What's it, an 11-second dial-in on the back.
Yep, has run within Nostalgia Superstock.
Oh, there you are.
That'll do.
That'll do, won't it? 11.52.
Yeah, you notice that's manually shifted as well.
Yes, indeed.
Normally,
And they
yeah.
were quite quick shifts too as well, weren't they? Nice bit of driving there. Well done.
Don't forget, we haven't forgot about all you lovely people on the grandstands as well. It's just we were just trying to let people on the banking know about the pod face. You'll get it this afternoon when the sun moves around.
Hello on the back. Hello in the grandstands. Good morning.
Yeah, thank you.
It's lovely for me to see you because I come here so infrequently these days. But a young lady told us where to park round the back, and she said, "Oh, it's nice to see you. We don't often see you up here." Do you know, I can remember when I was a tiny girl listening to you, and I said, "Thank you for that." It's terrible
Thing
being
is, though, I'm
old.
starting to get that now with the juniors as they progress.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah, same thing.
Oh dear. Well,
So-
Lee Johnston and Dave Mott.
Yeah, both in the Gasser Circus. Or
They
not?
just run what you brung. Dave Mott's 100 E's with the van there. 13-12, nice one, Dave. And, whoa, Lee, 10-19, getting it done with the Ain't No Saint Gasser. Now then, the Ain't No Saint, as we know, was the Hot Wheels car
Yes.
from 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Dave Mott made the final 10 last year.
Really?
Yeah, so we've got all these Hot Wheels cars that...
Wow.
Or was it
Very,
this year,
very
actually?
good.
No, Dave was
Yeah,
this
it's
year.
Nice. And we've got lots of Hot Wheels at home, haven't we, dear? Yes. And here's the... what's the guy's name who owns this place?
Oh,
I can't remember now.
Some old bloke.
Built Up.
Yeah.
Fred Built Up. Yeah, he'll be coming round in a minute. In his Roaring Rat. So, 69 Mustang? Fastback? Something like
Chris
that?
Thorburn, 10-second car. Oh, I don't see what he ran yesterday. Yeah, 10:27.
Very nice. I don't know if I've told you this before. When Deborah and I first got together, Doug Ripley from CC Racing found us a Mustang like that. It'd been sitting in a garage for ages. Backs his 10.5 up with a 10.3. And we were going to have this. This was going to be our first car together, this Fastback 69. And the floors were not joined to the sides at all with this thing. It was just paper with plot on the top of it.
Oh my word!
So as quickly as we bought it, we sold it. This is a long time. This is 40 odd years ago, 30 years ago. So but I've always had a great love of that shape of car. Absolutely fabulous. So nice to see one back out on the track. And
God, I can't imagine seeing a car like that. You think papier-mâché holding it together.
it was,
Oh, dear.
but it was all done like a 70s
Yeah.
hot rod with all fur, inside it, long fur.
Yeah.
And it was manky.
Oh.
But we thought, wow, it's a car, it's a start for us, because I'd had a Mustang in the 80s. But it wasn't to be. So as quickly as we bought it, we sold it. And I think the engine was good in it, and it
Yeah.
ended up.
Oh, dear.
Winston when Winston was up here, he would have told us who it was, because when he was all part of that, Northeast Kent motoring division, hot rod division, and there were lots of people from the North Kent Roadsters are still around today, which is quite extraordinary.
Wow.
So, going to be interested to see how Keith runs with the car. What has he been running with it?
He's very low tens.
Is he?
I mean, when I matched raced him a couple of years ago, he was like 10.8.
Yeah.
And put it this way, if he calls me out, I'm going to walk away, because there's no way I could beat him now. He's the car's going quicker and quicker.
Yeah,
the
but
engines.
you've not progressed your car much.
No, I
have you?
don't need to. It's
Is that where you're going to stay in the 11s?
10-second street car. That'll do me. Happy days.
Right.
Don't need to do any more. I can't afford it, John. I want to retire. I don't want to keep spending the money that I'm saving up to retire on a car.
I'm afraid you can't.
No.
Okay, if you just remember that, feet fixed to the floor in the control tower.
Oh, well, I'm not going from here, obviously. They'll have to carry me out of here. Enjoy it too much, John. You know that. But no, I mean, no, in all seriousness, the engine's had a refresh over
Yes,
to
I
Williams
remember.
Brothers Racing.
But then you came back, and when I was working up here,
Yeah, did Dragstalgia.
Dragstalgia.
Yeah.
And didn't you red light?
I did. No, I was nervous as anything, because I hadn't driven the car for 2 years on track. Funny enough, the last time I drove it before Dragstalgia was when I matched raced Keith.
Oh, okay.
And in the shutdown area, the transmission casing split, took the prop shaft out, and did a fair bit of damage.
So what sort of time does your car run?
10.8s.
10.8?
Yeah.
And Keith is running quicker than that
10.2s.
now. Crikey.
Yeah.
Oh, you'd have him on the tree, though.
Well, I did.
He's so much older than you.
I did whole shot him for the win at that drag Stoughton, but no, Keith's getting it because he's now getting a lot more runs under his belt.
Yeah.
He's becoming quite a good racer. I can't believe I'm saying that, but no, he is. And what's going to be interesting this weekend, he's got match races with Andy Bond.
Oh, doing that again?
Yeah.
Oh,
so
right.
there's 3 races.
Yeah.
And 500 quid. Best of 3 today. Same thing again tomorrow.
Are they evenly matched now?
Pretty even, yeah.
Are they?
Pretty even. Both cars round about 10-2.
But there's Mr. Bond's alternative car.
Yes, it's not the ugly
his
sister. It's
street
the pretty
eliminator
one. It's the
car.
pretty one.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, here we
dear.
go.
Jim Smith. Oh, it's supposed to be fun, but we'll see if there's daggers at dawn.
Well, we're back with one of our super stocks cars. It's Dodge. Can't tell. It's got Dodge. I'm sure it's got Dodge written on the back of it. It's a Mopar.
Yeah,
We had this
Jim
discussion
Smith,
at Drag Stoughton,
Yeah.
with Mopars and Chevys.
one of the regulars for Nostalgia Superstock. Nice checkout run there. 10.51, 128 there for Jim. So the governor then, Keith Bartlett, his first run today in Roaring Rat.
Well, it's an interesting history with this. We have inducted Roaring Rat into the National Street Rod Association Hall of Fame, and there's so many famous hot rodding names have been involved in the life of this particular car. Keith was involved in it in the early days because, of course, he owned Slick Tricks Racing that built it. And now, of course, he uses the name Slick Tricks. You can see it on the lane, Slick Tricks Lane. And his wife, Suzanne Killeen, carries it on the Top Fuel Dragster. So that's done a whole lifetime's work, Slick Tricks Racing. But this is the man who owns the track, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Keith Bartlett. And let's see, you've given him a big up of a 10-2. Sounding good.
Sounds very good.
I think you might be spot
That
on
is
again.
a good looking run. Oh, 10.04!
Whoa.
Yes! Oh boy, that hooked and went. Now then, the ugly team.
Think on, boys. Think on.
But
We sound like the Penguins, don't we? Think
brilliant.
on, boys. Think on.
right, now this is the car that Keith is match racing today. This is Andy Bond.
And you must refresh them who Andy Bond is in Street Eliminator.
Yeah,
He's a very quick man.
he's the quickest.
Yeah.
He's the fastest. He's multiple champion. He won Street Weekend this year as well.
But that's another Tri Chevy, isn't
Yeah,
it? That one
yeah,
he's
yeah.
got. He runs in that. It's not this one.
Yeah.
And these two, Keith Bartlett and Andy Bond, have had match races before at these events. I don't know what the tally is at the moment.
It's fairly even.
Is
to be
it?
fair? Yeah.
So we just seen a 10-0. Andy, what have you got?
Tiny bit of wheel spin off the line, but nothing to really worry about.
That looks a good run to me, boys. I reckon
Oh,
10-1.
10.07.
No, 10-07. Oh, fantastic. Well done.
But yeah. But commentator's eye, he lifted at the stripe.
Yes, I
he
saw it.
lifted.
I did hear
I
that.
saw it.
Yeah. So it's capable of running ninth then. We've just been
Paul's
sworn
going-
to secrecy.
Paul's
Yeah. Oh, wonderful
Oh,
stuff.
that was great.
I don't know. Anyway, next pair coming up.
Tell you what, that is brilliant. Keith just flew 10.04 and Andy 10.07. That set it up really, really nicely between them.
Yeah, Keith's going to need to cut a good line.
He
you know.
is, yeah.
Indeed. You may see a few reds coming from Mr.
Yeah.
Bartlett's tree. Okay, so the pickup truck is obviously Kev
Oh,
Bowman.
that's so good.
And is that another Mopar?
Do you know,
Help me.
I've never seen this car before. That is,
It's a bit of a stealth bomber,
yeah, a
isn't
bit
it?
of a
The
resto
right-hand
mod,
lane?
that one. That looks really, really tasty. I mean, as you say, yeah, Mopar, but changed so much on the back, it's quite difficult to differentiate what it is.
And it's lower than the normal Mopar. So we got a 13, and for the unknown Mopar, a 1653. Hope you're happy with that. Possibly first time out. Who knows? 81 miles per hour. I didn't see the front of this car again.
No,
missed
I
it.
don't know what it is.
It does. What do you think on the grandstand? Is this a Vauxhall in the Slick Tricks lane? Yes. Thank you. Yes, it is. Thank you very much. See,
the
sometimes
little
I can get something right.
Look at the little Topolino.
Yeah. And so you could pick that up and put it in your pocket, and when you got home, you could put it straight on the mantelpiece, couldn't you? It's so sweet and cute. Absolutely love it. But it doesn't run like an original Topolino, does it?
Not at 1487
no.
at 91 mile an hour, no.
But the Vauxhall runs through 13.3, so well done to him.
This is good. 27 Ford. Right lane.
Couple of roadsters out there
Yep.
together. Nice bit of pinstriping on the rear of both of them. Look really, really sweet. Right-hand lane, love the Piddle Pot helmet. Who remembers Piddle Pot crash helmets? Hands up. Yeah, good man. I used to have to wear one of those when I was a child on the back of the old man's bike. So here we go. Moon discs on the front in the left-hand lane in the Kestrel Beers lane. That's a photographer's dream, those two going up there together, isn't it? Absolutely superb. This is what the Hot Rod Drags are all about. NSRA cars, of course, on display, as Colin was saying, outside. And a lot of action here on the track. If you are watching on the... I don't know whether this is going out on live stream,
Yes,
is it?
it is, yeah.
Oh, it is. If you're watching on the live stream, I'm sure there's tons of room for you here. I remember this time last week, those grandstands and the banking was packed.
Oh, it was.
Seriously, wasn't it?
Amazing.
Such a huge meeting, the Euro finals. But there's room for you. If you're sitting at home thinking, should I go to Santapod? The weather's lovely, racing's good. Come and join us. So there you go, 10:45.
Yeah, Phil Moore's got another one. 1684 for... I think this car's called Scooby's Revenge now. I'm going to have to go back to... right, let me get this.
Well, here's our next pair, Morris Minor. Passed my test in one of these, ladies and gentlemen, in 1963. I'm that old. And fabulous car. Quite a few people in my family had them. I know my cousin in New Zealand is looking for one because his mother owned one, my auntie as she was at the time. So he's looking for one out there. But running alongside the Tri-Chevy, the flamed machine looks really, really nice. Bit of an even match at the moment between these two, Cole. The Morris Minor staying alongside the Tri-Chevy. But the Chevrolet gets there first. 15.89 to the Moggies. Very respectable, 17.36. Very nice. So another one of the American super stops coming through into the Kestrel Beers lane. And I hope a Willis.
Yep, Ian Ratton in the Willis.
It's amazing how these hugely bulbous cars make such fantastic looking race cars, don't they? Absolutely superb. You know, I've booked Ian Marshall from the start line to come and do some of that mopping in my home. He charges pretty good for a kitchen.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How did you get the tractor in to sled it afterwards? That's
Well,
the thing I was worried about.
that's the thing, yeah. We're a bit worried about, but we've got a big house.
Yeah, that's right.
So we're okay. Believe any of that, ladies and gentlemen. You'll believe anything.
Well, that's right. It's not so much the it's the jet dryer. It could be quite entertaining.
Oh, I love it.
Right, Paul Singer. Oh dear. In the Nostalgia Superstocker. And say Ian Ratton in the Willis.
Well, now they've settled into the run. They seem fairly equally matched. But a 1240 plays a 13-0? 13.08. There you go. So not much to choose between them at all. This is, I've just got a message. You know, we were saying about Whiffy Smith out there in the Blue Mustang. Morning, John. Kieran, Whiff's son here. Make sure to rib him today as he's in our Mustang called the Smurf Tang because it's painted Smurf blue. Hence the Papa Smurf logo. He's still trying to catch my times. Have a good day. Will do, Kieran. I've never been known to take the mickey out of your father in all the time I've known him. No, that's not strictly true. That's not strictly true. You have to be careful taking the rise out of Whiff because he's so small, you know, that immediately he throws that card at you. But as I always say to him, at least he's only got a little way to drop to the ground.
That's true.
You know.
That's
so,
true.
But there you go. So we'll wait and see when he comes out again in the Smurf Tang.
Right, Alan Rimmel with the Willis.
Have you found out what year it is yet?
Oh yeah, let's have a quick look. 37.
37. Okay. So it is the predecessor of the bigger ones, the 41s. And this, I think, is it a Model A or is it a Model T? I don't know. I'll ask my people in the grandstand. Is it a Model A in the Kestrel Beers Like You? Thank you. Good. Thank you very much. So I've got a whole wealth of experience in the grandstand there. All I have to do is ask a question.
If in doubt, ask friends.
Yeah.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah.
I think as I'm so used to seeing like hot rodded versions of that, it's sometimes the original. Weird to see an original, you know, how it used to be instead of how they.
Yeah. Well,
how they
that
do it
original
now.
ran a 14.84 to a 14.52 for the Willis. So not a bad run at all in my book.
Oh, right, Simon Foster down there. And I think that's Clive Charles. It is. 12.26 is target for this. Clive is one of the most interesting characters I think I've met for a long, long time at the racetrack. He's going, I think he's going to Nostalgia Superstock next year. Bought a car to do that. But he just likes to go fast. He literally selling his life to go racing. He just enjoys it so much. Really interesting character.
That looks a handful in the left-hand lane, doesn't it? My goodness me, a hell of a driving job going on there to achieve that 1073. Very well done, very well controlled.
Yeah, it went 10.45 yesterday at 129. So really flying.
Must admit, I'm in awe of you finding these people just by their registration numbers. Quite extraordinary.
I try and keep a book. Sometimes it doesn't always work out.
So 68 Firebird, 69.
Yeah, Gary, the Tin Indian, Gary Semper, street legal,
and a Bakaruda in the right-hand lane.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Bar bar roo car dada, something like that. 1045 to an 1180, darling. That's what they're looking for. If any of you wonder what the first numbers are that come up on top of the scoreboards, that's their reaction times. 99% of you know that. There may be 1% who don't.
Yeah, so Billy goes through with the 1046 and the Tin Indian 1193.
So the little Farina comes round again, the Austin A40, alongside the belly tank. I tell you what a great picture these two make. Eh? What other genre of motorsport could you go along and watch this type of vehicle run against this type of vehicle? It's got to be drag racing, isn't it? Absolutely superb. Oh, I'm going to have to leave you for a little while and go and have a look at that.
You will, yeah.
I think I've mentioned to you before, one of the NSRA guys had taken a Jaguar belly tank,
Okay.
or additional fuel tank, and had changed it with Jaguar power. Right.
12:05 there for Kev Baker. Kev Bingham is the owner and driver of the
Yeah.
belly tank. Goes 13:22.
I haven't seen that other belly tank for a while. It was at the National Hot Rod Best of Britain
Yeah.
thing a couple of years ago, and haven't seen it since. But Willis of different ages, here we go. 41, 33. Ohio George Montgomery was the name I was
Yeah.
trying to think of.
I believe that's Graham Harrison. Apologies if I've got that wrong, but I think it's Graham Harrison in the Slick Tricks lane. Chris Coburn definitely in the Kestrel Beer lane.
Very nice. 1082, 1233. Very nice. Oh. I hope I'm right here. Mopar and Mopar. And the car in the right with that rear wing on. Absolutely superb. Richard Petty look-alike, different colour. I have got one of my 1/43rd scale models is of that colour. Yeah. So beautiful. Left-hand lane.
Yeah, Carl Kenyon.
Satellite?
Regular in Nostalgia Superstock. Oh, well, so is actually Bob.
Absolutely beautiful.
Whoa, 12:20. Nice one, Bob. Carl goes 14:71.
But those cars look as though they're doing 140 miles an hour when they're parked, don't they? They're so good.
Thing is, they feel like they're doing 140 mile an hour as well. Because if you get in a modern car, they just waft along. There's no drama.
Yeah.
When you do it right, when I drive the Camaro and I'm doing like 70 mile an hour out on the road, it feels like, oh my God, it's just like thunderous noises. But then you got suspension and steering that is 55 years old, and it. Ooh.
Well,
You have to give it advance notice that you want to go around a corner. It's,
Fords of a similar vintage, the 100E, the Zephyr 6, the Mark 1s. Aren't they beautiful? Absolutely beautiful. Who'd like a Mark 1 Zephyr 6? Yeah, me too. I love them to bits. Really fabbo. Whoa, that's superb. There's a bit of power in that 100E.
come on, Scott, come on.
What does he run normally?
8:47 yesterday, 8:55 today.
Very nice. Absolutely superb run. Well done. Great.
Jason
Love
going
that.
through with a 980. That's the first run of the weekend, 138. Nice one, Jace.
Yeah, I'll take that though.
Yeah, he will. But no, Scott Collin, he came into this weekend, his first run yesterday, 8:75 personal best. And he just went 8:55, but he's knocked it out of the ballpark this weekend. Having a brilliant weekend.
Right. Here we go then, Camaro.
The first.
So,
Sally Walner. Brilliant. They were pleading for a pass to get in today, to get into Run What You Brung. They were desperate to run and managed it. So well done. This is an 8-second car and a low 8-second car as well. Sally drives the wheels off this thing.
okay. And the altered?
That is Bobby Wright with the old turd, as he calls it. Exactly, you got it. Well done.
Is it just suddenly sunk in?
That's quite a soft run for
Very
Sally.
equal run, isn't
Yeah.
it? Side by side. Well, there you are. 10.01 and a 9.77. Great pair of runs. I have to just tell you out there in spectator land that I'm sitting up here just talking about what I see.
That's all you can do, John. But it's just like the best car show ever.
But Colin, however, usually has a computer here stocked with facts. All these names and everything that he's coming out with and makes the cars, it's in his memory. I haven't got one of those anymore. That's the difference between us. and he is remembering all of this. He's got nothing on the screen to tell him who they are or what they are.
Well,
So-
the unforgettable Arnie Pimento running in the H yesterday.
It's going to be one now.
Oh, yes.
That's beautiful. 155 miles an
That's
hour.
his quickest so far of the weekend, 155.8. It's totally street legal as well. Did street weekend, you know, when you
Yeah,
Santa
yeah.
Pod up to York, back to Santa
Oh,
Pod.
right, yeah,
did
yeah.
that.
Is that-
Did very well, actually.
Is that going to be a regular thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ian Black has
Oh.
just messaged me. Yeah, that's one of the first
is
things we spotted
the
today.
Smurf Tang out here in the Slick Tricks lane with the. I'll be really non-horrible to him. Whiffy Smith, the guy who drives it, is about the same age as me, which is 112. But he is the man who puts on Wheels Day at Rushmore Arena on Good Friday every year. And if you've never been to that meeting, you should go. We get thousands in there. That's a 0.47 reaction time for him, as you can see on the scoreboard, which for a 112-year-old man is not bad. So,
Oh, you're so kind, aren't you?
and what did he do? 11:57.
11:57.
I don't know what he's chasing. I don't know what Kieran has run in that. So, but they are the squad, Surrey Street Rodders, that put on Wheels Day. There we go.
Right, my neighbours in the pits with the I think it's Duster. I think it's. I don't want to say the wrong thing, but I think I know the history on that car. But I need to double check with them. I think that's the car that James Forster used to run.
Oh, right, okay. James is still here,
Yes,
isn't he?
of course, yeah.
But not racing anymore.
No, that is right for Pro ET, that car. But yeah, just having some fun this weekend. Going alongside the rod from the 1930s.
Well, here we go, the 100E panel van, correctly known as the 300E panel van, alongside the Super B, the Super B Tribute, as I was told.
Yep.
So,
Someone will always correct you. Thanks, Callum. Of course it is. Yeah, it's not the same car. I was saying about that Duster. The car that James Forster used to run is the Hailing Island garage car, Ziva, the Duster.
right.
That was here last weekend. Yeah.
Okay.
I knew that, Callum. I just couldn't remember it. Right.
Isn't that the same thing?
Yeah. Right. Gary Cork and Dave Mott, your next pair here. Gary's going to get to the strike first, as we would expect, with 11.65. Dave goes through 12.88. That's his quickest of the weekend so far. Well done, Dave. Right, professional cheating going on here, staging with the back wheels.
Yeah. Yeah, I think might have to have a word.
Yeah.
Mr.
It'll go.
M will walk up and just go,
Where are you going, son?
what's happening here then?
Is he going to let him go? No, he's not. I gapped him.
He wouldn't be that cruel. He wouldn't be that cruel.
Love it. And that lovely Biscayne down there. That's about his third or fourth run this morning.
Do you know, they're lovely cars. What you don't ever want to do with these things now is to break the windshields, back or front.
Oh, no.
That's the problem with it, is trying to find the spare parts. But terrific looking car.
It's like the Holy Grail is the rear window for a Barracuda as well, isn't it? That great
Yes.
big curve.
Yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah.
If you saw a Barracuda going cheap, you buy it just to sell the glass, wouldn't you? if it was complete.
Sure. Well, do you remember at, I think it was Dragstalgia, I said I knew one of the guys, a guy called Bob Gallagher, who was in a black Ford
Oh,
Fairlane.
yes. Have you met up?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, brilliant.
Geez, we didn't stop talking. He came round to Price Towers, and we were sitting there talking for ages. It was wonderful. We know everybody,
Yeah.
in inverted commas.
Oh,
you know.
brilliant.
It was really good. So he's not here, he's rebuilding this weekend, but he'll be coming back out with the super stock next year. So, right, back with the 100E again.
Yeah, that's Mike Haswell, I think. Just double check my notes if I have.
This has
Yeah.
been a long time in the making, this 100E racing challenge. because there's been 100Es over the years.
Exactly
but
that,
they've
yeah.
never really caught on until now.
Yep.
A, they're collectible, and B, yeah, you can stick most motors in there and have fun going racing. So our friend in the right-hand lane is sort of angled onto the track a little bit, pointing towards the tree, but corrects it up.
Now, Mark Haswell already been in the 9s this weekend. That's another good, strong-looking run.
is.
9:35. Wow. You've got all the ingredients to go quick today, John. Fantastic air. We know the track is killer, but look at the tailwind. Oh, it's perfect. All right, the Boston Straggler. That is a phenomenal Jag V12, I think, in there. Just awesome. Beavis Allen down there with the 59 Impala. The clues are in the race numbers, as you know, John. I think you
Thanks,
taught me
mate.
that.
A V12 Jag.
Yes, yeah.
Wow.
It looks like
There's been a few of those over the
Yeah.
years, but
they're torpedo tubes on the top.
Yeah.
It's just awesome. I love the look of
I
that
would
car.
imagine there's such a difficult thing to try and tune. Sounded strong though when
Oh,
it came
yeah.
out for the burnout.
Well, yesterday it went 869. So
crikey.
absolutely hauling.
Sir William Lyons would be spitting in his grave. He was the man who first
No, he would be
produced,
going,
designed,
good job, lads. That's what he'll be doing.
first designed the Jaguar, of course. Sir William Lyons founded the company, the Swallows sidecars, and then had to change the SS after the Second World War because it had bad meanings and
yeah.
became Jaguar.
890 on that particular pass. That'd have been number one qualifier in Supercomp last weekend if he ran that. And Beavis goes 14:38.
If you look just below the number plate,
It says Velox.
Velox.
Yeah.
Velox, yeah. It's a Velox. It's not a Wyvern, which I said. There were Velox, Wyvern and Cresta were the three
Yeah.
Vauxhalls in the day. And they were all, I think, different trims. That was the idea
Yeah.
of it. Much like Consul, Zephyr and Zodiac, that sort of thing. But this comes from the 40s. This would have been one of the cars that the British government would have got Vauxhall to sell
right,
to
yeah,
the Americans to lower our Lend-Lease account.
Yeah.
So, but Gasser Circus, man? No?
Yeah, he's not legal to run in Gasser Circus. I don't quite know why. Simon Devos with the Frankenstein Chevy. 1084. And Dominic goes 1328. Right, we're getting very close to first round of qualifying for all of our race classes.
Oh, another Morris Minor 1000, but radically changed this one. That is, that's a bit of super. Oh, got a super leak by the looks of it. I was going to say a super bit of kit, but stopped on by our ever vigilant start line crew,
So
of course.
that's the first time I've seen Ian have a problem. Oh, yeah, that's spat out a fair bit of fluid.
Yeah.
But luckily, it doesn't look like oil. That's either fuel or water.
Well, as we always used to say, what is a trickle on the start line becomes a torrent on the run when everything's under pressure. So that's the reason the start line stop you. They're always there to look after you. That's the wonderful thing. So 11:53, 120 miles an hour for the Tri-Chevy. And just a wee bit of a clean-up going on in the left-hand lane. And I have to tell you, coming back to last weekend, Cole, how you and the rest of the guys...
That looks so
I'm just
cool.
looking at the belly tank from the front. That looks absolutely superb, doesn't it? Doesn't look as though there's a lot of room in there. You and I would be hard put
Yeah.
to get in there.
But even the driver is totally period correct. The goggles, the helmet, it just looks oh so good. Love it.
We love it. Can Colin borrow it and go for a
I
ride
won't
in
fit
it?
in here.
No, he's
So
not. He's
I'm
not
due
nodded
not-
his head.
I would not stand a chance getting in that.
No, I was just talking about the crew out here. The amount of work they did last week, unbelievable. Just kept on working and working and working. So evident, just looking at the live feed as I was, the live stream. Superb.
It was a bizarre one last weekend because during Friday we had 11 oil downs throughout the course of the day, and then we had the big one at the end of the day, which was a real challenge for the track crew, but they got it all done, and it is absolutely no fault of the teams themselves. They are pushing their equipment to the limits, and sometimes the equipment goes, I can't handle this anymore, and it breaks, and it's racing. It's what happens. Nobody's at fault.
Yeah.
Nobody is to blame. It's racing, and that's what happens. But the bizarre twist to the oil downs last weekend was that every one that we had delayed proceedings a little bit,
Yeah.
which made the night show phenomenal because everything was pushed into the dark. And to have that evening session was just...
Did most of the crowd stay for that?
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Did they? Oh, boy, they had the best time ever.
Wow.
Yeah, the frustration of the old hours during the day turned into what a day, and it was the evening was just unbelievably good. I'll never forget that. I'll never ever forget that.
Well, yeah, certainly you, Darryl, Tom, up here in the commentary box, you worked so hard right the way through the weekend, and it was mirrored by the start line crew as well. You know what not the start line crew, our track crew, who just kept on working and working. Absolutely fantastic.
But also,
would have won you a lot more fans, I would think.
Yeah, but also our pit runners. They're sort of like, they go around telling everybody, right, okay, 5 minutes, get into the lanes. No, then they have to run back and tell everybody, no, hang on, we got it down. Can we put you on hold?
Sure.
And then so they're constantly shuffling the pack, and it was a big. I mean, there's a headache for them. These are people that we don't see. You see the track crew all the time, but you don't see our pit runners and our pit marshals trying to keep everybody informed and updated. So respect to them as well. But basically, everybody involved in running this facility was on their A game last weekend.
Very much so.
The proof was proven. The amount of people that were here, the amount of people tuned into the live stream as well.
Was it big?
It was huge,
Yeah,
absolutely huge. So it was one of the best weekends ever, and so good to see a lot of our European teams come back and see us as well.
That's what I was going to say. It was just watching it, and Pro Mod came round. Fast Freddy came out, and Deb and I were just sitting there rolling up with laughter as he went, 3/4 of the way down the
pretty
track.
much, yeah.
Deborah said he might well carried on. No, it's not the idea of the game, dear. But no, just so funny to have him back with us again, and watching the antics of this man from Sweden.
But then we had the Viking invasion. I don't know if you ever.
No, I saw it. I saw it on the screen.
They were all running around the pits with Viking horns and stuff.
It's the Santa Pod massage from the boss. You don't get paid up here, ladies and gentlemen. All that happens is the boss comes up behind you and gives you a massage, and it's the best. How you doing, bud?
Oh, can you put some cans on just for a second, Keith?
Yes, let's have a. Let's just talk for a minute because I'm a bit in awe of you, to be honest with you.
Why's that?
10-0.
Yeah, but he's got nitrous. Next, when we start match racing, what chance have I got?
Oh,
His boys put the bottle on.
really?
Yeah, I think he probably lifted there.
He did.
Yes, he did.
Yeah,
That's what we.
So
we
he's
heard.
in for a shock
And
now, 'cause
all
I'm
the
gonna
crew
switch-
went like that.
I'm going to switch the arrangements now. Tomorrow will be on a bracket on a Darling.
Oh, okay. Yeah, all right.
And I've given in. I'm already racing on a Pro Tree.
It's my ball. I think it's the.
So let me, my ball. Let me tell you, we may be changing the arrangements. The first one in about half an hour's time is probably going to have to be. I reckon it's going to have to be on a sportsman tree now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you going to tell him or not?
No, no, I'm not.
Oh,
He hasn't
brilliant.
told me he's got a bottle on.
Yeah. But no, I mean, both cars, to be fair, looked awesome. That's the
Yeah,
best I've
random.
seen. Was that a PB? I can't remember. No, you have been in the 90s.
98 and the 99.
Right, okay, I wasn't quite
see,
sure.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
The car hooked and went. It was
Yeah,
like, wow.
I've played around. That's why I've not been bothering. I've been trying to get the launch right rather
Yeah.
than the lights, and I now know exactly where to launch it. We put a little bit more in it,
Yeah,
so it's launching well.
looked great. Look absolutely
Yeah.
brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh, and
You
I'm
could
going
tell
to
it
look
was a good
forward.
one.
Is it £500?
£500 a day.
Okay. You're going to come and speak to everybody before you go out?
Before I get thrashed in the first
Before you
race,
get
yes. I can tell you, if that boy needs to come off the throttle if he wants
I
me
wonder
to
what
play.
you were going to say then from
No,
there.
I was going to say a few things, but I decided not to.
Oh, dear.
Oh, okay.
No, I would like to run in the Gasser Circus, but I come from grassroots of street racing with that car. So for me, it's just back to your roots, really.
Yeah.
Best
brilliant.
of 3 each day.
I think you're going to be you're going to be having to cut a few good red lights, I think.
Yeah, I'm going to have to make him cut a red light.
Yeah. Well, yeah. To get round
Well,
him. But
Keith, you know people in the timing crew, you know.
Listen, if he's put the bottle on, anything goes from now on.
Yeah.
yeah, but aren't you at the limit, though, with Roaring Rat? What,
Yeah, I am. I can't make it go. No, we'd have to make some changes. I think to do it now would need. I'd have to put a bit more ignition in it, play around with it a bit. Yeah, I think, and even then, with the weight of the car, you're not going to see that car faster than 97s,
Yeah.
98s.
What did Ken used to
High
run on
90, mid 90. At once he'd ran about 60 or 61, I
Oh,
think.
right, okay.
But again, it's a big, heavy car. There's a slight tailwind. It helps. When there's not a tailwind, wow, then
Yeah.
I really get slowed down.
Yeah.
Wow.
But to beat him, that's why I need a test run. I need every change has got to be spot on to beat him. I can't afford to make any mistakes.
Yeah.
Well, when I saw you run a 10-0, I thought I would just witnessed your best ever.
No.
Yeah, I
It's
must say, I
very
couldn't remember.
Let me just say, it's very close to it. I'm usually averaging in the 20s or the teens, and I had a 10.05, and now a 10.02, a 98, and a 99. So it's the third best run with it.
Yeah. That's brilliant.
Coming off the end of what must have been one of the
Oh,
best
yeah.
ever.
Best
We've just
European-
been talking about it.
Best
here.
European fun.
Best ever.
It was huge work. I mean, I've not been around. I've been to their houses, been with their wives, telling them you've got to let your man race. I went everywhere to see I know them all really well, but I literally went to their workshops. I met with them all at races in Europe and said, guys, we need to find a deal to get you all over for the finals.
Yeah.
And we did. And we marketed it, and the results. Friday night, I've never seen so many people for
Absolutely.
Friday night.
Yeah. We were watching it on the live stream.
I'm surprised it didn't come up, actually. Well, whatever. But anyway,
Speechless.
yeah.
Being past secret messages. So
Not ready. Tell Dan I'm not ready.
right. Yeah. So I mean, fabulous event. Absolutely
Brilliant
fabulous
event.
event.
I mean, Sunday, to see that many people here on Sunday was... And,
Yeah.
and the atmosphere in the pit. I didn't go to bed one night before, 2:30, 3 o'clock.
But the interesting thing for me was Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday, you're
The
right.
number of
I
people
know.
on the banking and in the
I know.
grandstands on Thursday,
I
and I'm
know.
saying to Deborah,
Yeah.
there's something going
Yeah,
on
yeah,
here.
yeah. 4-day
You know,
tickets,
it's,
yeah. No,
what,
it's
a, what,
really
a,
good.
what a meeting.
No.
Well, I'm very pleased for you because obviously,
good.
good meeting,
Yeah.
carrying on, getting bigger.
Yeah, and they're all
No.
coming back next year to Dorsland.
Yeah, well, wonderful.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Best of luck, Keith. Hope it all goes well with match racing with Andy Bond.
Yes, good luck.
Right, here we go. The official stuff now. Qualifying,
Okay.
Gasser Circus, round number 1. Now then, a championship to sort out for Gasser Circus this weekend. Chris Layram, he's number 1 in the points at the moment. Ray Turner with Green Onions, number 2. Jason Pickett, Cherry Bomb is number 3. And Simon Press, the Rocket, number 4. Steve Matthews, Honky Tonkin, number 5.
Okay, well, in the Slick Tricks racing lane, this is Nick Brook Langham in the Anglia and Martin Hallam in the 33 Willis in the Kestrel Beers lane.
Oh, nice one, Nick. Goes 300ths off his dial in to take
Yeah.
the number 1. Martin Hallam, a little bit too quick there. 300ths the wrong side. But a 988, that's a quick run.
Yeah, well done. Because it's a new car to Nick Brook Langham. Nick Brook Langham in the Anglia is the editor of Street Gasser, for those of you who don't know, which is the NSRA bi-monthly journal that's issued to all of us, and you get that, don't you?
Yes, I do,
NSRA members.
Brilliant publication. That.
And he's recently swapped from an A40 to the Anglia, so well done him. Here's our next pair. And that's Ray Irish getting to the top first with a 10.08. Ray, of course, is now in the Willis Wars, I think, isn't he?
He can run in the
Can
Willis
run in
Wars,
there
yeah.
because it is a Willis, but he used to run an A40 pickup.
Jason Darling with the Sinister Coupe goes 12:40.109. Next up, Graham Barton with the High Anxiety Devon, and Simon Glenn behind the wheel of the Straight Shooter. Little Austin, Darling in 10:41.
Both Austins of England.
Yes. Oh, problems there for Simon, not getting off the line at all.
It amazes me how quick they manage to get these very high sit up and beg Dorsets and Devons running. There's a pair of them out there on the track together. And first one, of course, 10.57, and then a 10.72. Very evenly matched, aren't they, for Graham Barton and Simon Glenn?
Bizarrely, Simon, with that run, is higher qualified because Graham Barton broke out. Right, next up then, Adam Krasinski with the not so mellow yellow Chevy going alongside Dean Maudsley. The Defiant one with the coupe. Darlings 11.45 for Adam, 11.70 for Dean.
Well, action is fast and furious here now at the moment. We've brought another commentator into the commentary box with us just to add a few insults. He did. That was a bit sideways there.
Lee Pike getting a bit carried away with the burnout there.
Well, Dave Gibbons is up here with us. For those of you who've been around, drag racing a long time, you will know the name Dave Gibbons. Rough Diamond was his ride for years and years and years, and he's now part of an organisation supplying computers, Tony Morris Computers.
Computers, yes.
Carburettors. Sorry,
Nice one,
computers.
nice one.
Yeah.
I like that.
Close.
Very close
But
indeed.
no cigar.
Absolutely
So,
not.
but it's nice to have you with us. You okay?
Yeah, I'm very well, John. Thank you very much.
Good. If you see anything that you know that Colin and I have missed,
Fill in the gaps.
You don't
fill
miss
in the
much.
gaps. Absolutely. So here we go. Honky Tonk, it is a Nova. Wow. That was close.
Andy Cobb just broke out by nearly 2/10, but yeah, Lee Pike, 100th off his dial, right
That
side.
is superb.
Yeah, goes to number one with that. But then we had a meeting earlier on this year. 9 of them in 3 rounds of qualifying went perfect on their ETs. They were
9?
00. 9 of the 16 were 00. It was mad.
It's
Hadn't seen
difficult running
qualifying like that
close
ever.
to an index, isn't it?
They're getting good at this these days, aren't they?
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely. So we got a Fordson panel van in the Kestrel Beers lane, and it looks like I don't know what it is. A Morris? No, it can't be a Morris. Here comes the long C glasses from Mr. Colin here.
There's a Plymouth.
A Plymouth.
It does look like a Plymouth, I've got to be honest. I
Well
didn't
done.
want to say that.
To me, it looks like a Morris Minor, but exploding Morris Minor.
Once upon a time, I would have said it looks ugly enough to be a Chrysler.
Right,
Nick Hughes at 977 gets a 987. And the 1324 for the Plymouth. So Nick goes 4, and we don't know who the driver is, but we will next time round goes 5. All right, Billy Jones with Willis. Going alongside Neve Francis with the new engine inside Not Bad the Bad.
Well, and that, of course, is the ex-Nick Brook
That's
Langham
right, yeah, Nervous
car
Nick's
that-
ride.
Nervous Nick, as he's known, yeah. And it's good to see Nick back in fine fettle and working order having had quite a nasty op a little while ago. But here we go. That's isn't that quicker than when Mick Brook-Langen used to drive?
Probably will be.
Certainly looks it to me.
Well done, Neve. Quickest she's been, 11.75, 112 on 11.95, darling. Billy goes 57 on that 49 to go number 4.
See, Dave, I can't believe you're not doing this sort of thing.
I can believe that I'm not doing it anymore. I've got to be honest. I'm not missing it terribly much. I've got to be honest. It's the getting ready and getting everything here and the expense kind of.
You sound as though you're getting old.
No, age is just a
number.
figment.
Age is just a number.
But yeah, I'd love to drive again, but I don't want the grief of owning.
Yeah. Well, start line reactions on those two. Both of a 0.9, absolutely cracking with such big cars.
Ray Turner breaks that by 200. But Harvey Turner gets one on the right side, 84 on that 77. He goes 4. Ray Turner 10, but Ray's number 2 in the points chase. So he's in that battle royal for Gasser Circus Championship this year.
Did you read that David's whole family were racing at the Brighton Speed Trials?
No, I didn't. No.
Dave was racing there. His wife Ali was racing there.
Wow.
His
And
son Scott was racing there. All at the Brighton
I haven't
Speed
seen Scott
Trials.
since he ran in the juniors.
He's
He's up here now.
He's up here
oh
now,
my
yeah.
word!
And-
Yeah, but everybody's up there to you.
That's true,
to
yeah.
me, yes.
Come on, be fair.
Me and Daryl, yeah. Everyone's taller than us.
Yeah.
Right, Patrick Hobson Falcon and your points leader in Gasser Circus, Chris Layram. Let's see what Chris can do. 10.16. Look at that. He's into number 2. Patrick number 11.
I have to be honest, it did sound to me as though he lifted. So there may be a revision on the dialed-in time coming for him. So it's another one of these little panel vans, the little Fordson panel vans. These are getting really, really popular now.
That's an Austin though, isn't it?
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, a Morris C van, maybe, or is it an Austin?
Yeah,
I don't know. Okay,
Morris 8. It's a Morris 8.
it's a Morris C.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm only looking at the
You're
van.
not old enough to remember those, John. You're not old enough to remember those.
Yes, I am. Wow, pretty quick.
An 04 there for Sean Milson on that 9. And 10.70. Right, Jason Pickett taking on Tony Pearson. Last weekend, Goodwood Revival. A lot of the Gasser Circus went down there. Simon Press with the Rocket, Jason Pickett went down. And also, like Wayne Allman with Mental Breakdown. Brilliant reception they had down there. And yeah, they were having too good a time, I think. I think it's the best way to sum that one up. 10.68 and 10.35 the Darlings for the two Chevys.
Side by side by Chevrolet. What I didn't say to you, Dave, was well done on getting a trophy at the Brighton Speed Trials. So that must have meant a lot to you, getting a trophy there.
It did mean a lot to me. It wasn't a huge competition, let's be honest, but
He was in a very old single-seater racing car.
1929
Wow.
Model A based single-seater racing car.
Nice.
Ran the quarter in 15 and a half seconds at 85
Yeah.
on Brighton Seafront.
Brighton Seafront.
Yeah.
Well, here's Simon Prest out there in the Slick Tricks lane. I remember him as a crew chief on Darryl Bradford's Stop Fuel car. Great sound.
I'm obliged to mention that Steve Matthews with Honky Tonkin is one of my best customers, runs one of my carburetors on that car.
One of your computers.
Yeah, one of my computers.
Otherwise known as carburetors.
Yep.
Okay, thank you for that.
He's flying as well at the moment. Really going well. The chassis is so well sorted. It lifts the front wheels every launch, and 99 times out of 100 is arrow straight as well, and he can stick with it all the way through. and run some fantastic numbers. I mean, a dial-in of 9:56.
It's a quick car.
Yeah.
For a big car, it's a quick car.
Well, here's another Dorset here. Paul Dominy out there dialing in 1097 in the Slick Tricks lane. Dorset's are 2 doors, Devon's are 4 doors.
And no, I did not know that, John.
I hope I'm right. I bet I'll have to ask my panel of judges over there.
The adjudicators, yeah. Oh, look at that for Steve Matthews.
Wow. My judges in the grandstand, is a Dorset the 2-door?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And Devon's a 4. There
Yeah.
you go.
Right,
That's where all the brains are.
Yeah.
Over there. We're going to have to start bringing the people in on the banking. We'll have to ask some other questions.
Need a
over
bigger
there.
tower. Quick parish notice, John. I know you used to do these ones.
Yep.
We need a vehicle moving, please. And this one is a quite important one to move because it's blocking the access to the toilets for the vehicle that comes to empty them.
Oh,
It's a black F100 pickup. Registration number is LXS134. So if that's your vehicle, please, a black F100 pickup, LXS134. Can you move it, please, so we can move, the stalls.
People's leavings.
Yes, yeah. People's deposits. That's the best way.
just a quickie,
polite
Dave,
way to put that.
whilst you're here.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to go back to drag racing again, what of all the classes that we've got here, and we've got some real popular classes now, what would you love to race in? If money was no object, what would you love to do with all your knowledge that you've accrued? You've been drag racing, what, 50 years? And the rest?
1974 I started.
So it's 50 years.
Nearly 50 years, yeah.
So what would you love?
I've got to be honest, I still love Altereds.
Do you?
Yeah, I still love Altereds. I'd probably, I'd drive another one. If money were no object, I would build a replica of the original Ratcatcher, the one with the Topolino body on
Pat
it,
Cuss.
and the injected Hemi engine in it. If money were no object, I'd build.
You wouldn't want a
identical
fuel
one.
altered?
No, not really. No.
No, okay.
No.
I mean, they're animals, aren't they? Complete
Well,
animals.
yeah, I mean, I'll drive anything, but there is a limit.
Yeah. Okay. Well, look, it's lovely for you to come up and say hello to us. Thank you very much indeed to Ron Bartlett for taking your ex-crew chief.
My crew chief,
for
Dick,
a ride
it was
on his
70th birthday
Yeah.
a few weeks ago, and Tony and myself thought it would be nice for him to experience drag racing from within. I mean, he's driven down the track in tow trucks many times,
Sure.
but yes, he thoroughly enjoyed the experience. Yes, it was good to see him having a good time yesterday.
Have you ever been a passenger with somebody else driving?
Never.
No.
Never.
Would you want to?
I wouldn't mind. If someone wanted to offer, I'd jump in one. But I'd like to be. I've got to be honest. I like to be in control.
Yeah.
Really, I like to be.
That's
the
what I
driver.
thought you were going to say to me.
Yeah, I like to be in control. And I'm waiting to see it's the Outlaw Anglers next, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I wish them all good luck because I think we sponsor 2 awards at the end of the season for them. I'm fairly deeply involved with Outlaw Anglia, and I'm grateful for their support because many of them use our products. Tony and myself would like to thank all the Outlaw Anglia racers for giving us their support.
Did you tell Dave how much it costs him to come up here and blurb about his own products?
Well, I haven't seen him get his money out of his pocket yet, so he obviously hasn't brought enough.
I've got very
There's no room
short
for
arms,
money.
deep pockets.
Oh dear. But anyway, just a quick clean-up going on out there on the track at the moment. We'll be straight back with you. Dave, thank you very much indeed.
It's a
Lovely
pleasure.
to see you.
Yeah, I'm going to go and watch the Outlaws from the stands.
Okay, mate. All right. Have fun. Enjoy.
Yep. See you soon. Take care.
Right, folks, just a little bit of an update for you. Obviously, day 2 of 3 here for the Hot Rod Drags. Don't forget, you need to go and visit the NSRA. They got the event T-shirts available. I know a couple of the sizes are almost sold out. A lot of people get them in early, so make sure you visit their stand. They're either side of the pairing lanes where the pedestrian crossing is, like head of the lane. So that's where you'll find them. So make sure you pop in and see them. They've also got like mugs, other T-shirts, key rings, stickers, all sorts of things for the NSRA. And basically,
Dash
it's not
plaques.
what I would call a profit-making organisation. Every piece of like funding they get literally goes back straight into staging events and running a phenomenal organisation. And I take my hat off to everybody that puts in all their time for. The reward is pride for doing it more than anything else, isn't it, John? Putting on big events all over the country.
Well, the Super Nationals that we had a short while ago, memory is a terrible thing, a month ago,
Yeah.
at Old Warden in Biggleswade, Bedfordshire. In my head, it was bigger than the 50th anniversary we'd
Really?
had
Wow.
the year before. It was colossal. The Show and Shine field filled up so quickly early in the morning. And there were so many new cars there. The judging was the hardest
Yeah.
ever thing. It really. I'm not that I'm a judge. I'm just an announcer. That's all. But it was a great weekend. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Going back next year. It's always one of those events in the year that I so look forward to. You know, it's such a great event. So. But anyway, there you go. So it is the Outlaw Angliers coming through. Folks, here we go. It's sit up and beg time. No, I didn't mean you all had to sit up and beg. The cars coming through are sit up and beg. This is what we call them. So
I'm really looking forward to this. There's some quick cars here.
well, we had the quickest Anglia over here from Australia,
We
didn't we?
did, and you timed that to perfection because he's probably tuned in, which means he'll send me a message in a minute. John Willard, a very, very good morning from Santa Pod Raceway to our family member down under, also our ET record holder, our speed record holder, and the guy that rightfully was awarded the Spirit of Dragstalgia this year as well. So John and the whole team, the family, we, as I say, we just want you to come back. I want you to, John, just move to England. You know you want to. But then I don't blame you. Summer's coming up in Australia. As,
Australia is the place to be at the moment, I tell you. So here's
My
our
grandmother was Australian.
really.
Yeah. So I have a little bit of Australian blood in me.
Wow. Okay. Well, here's our next pair. Now, this looks like Scuttleton. No, it's not. It's Luke Hoskins. So I got that wrong.
And Mr. Payne with the Great Barbarian. That is an awesome bit of kit. Martin Payne, of course, and Luke Hoskins. Now then, no darlings, this is just heads up. Quickest will be number one qualifier.
This is phenomenal, isn't it? I absolutely love this. Sit up and beg Anglia, running at 9 seconds, 8 seconds. Terminal speeds of between 140 and 155 miles an hour. Absolutely cracking. I mean, you're going to see quite a bit of this. Here we go. It's a testimony to Fords, I think, and these were all derived from the original Model Ys that were designed in Dearborn in America. And this is the car that people should be driving in Great Britain, which was a small Model A in actual fact, a Model Y. And, or a model small, no, small, it was a small Model A. And this is where all the pops come from there. So here's our next pair.
Spencer said it was like it was two-stage throttle there almost, but 960, 141 there for Spencer. And Alex goes 1240 at 114.
That's Jean, isn't it? Just walking away. Spencer's mum?
Yeah. She had to go in the car earlier on this year as
Did
well.
she?
Yeah.
Well, she was a fabulous racer.
Oh, Jean's tea and
Yeah, absolutely, in her day. So, God, sounded so old, aren't I? Dear me. Right, more sit up and beg Anglias. Here we go.
Right, Right, Ben Montgomery with the Lexus-powered Ford Pop. Cracking young lad. Drives it like he stole it. Sorry, not Ben. Yeah, Ben Kennedy. There's so many Bens actually in this class, it gets a little bit confusing. Going alongside Aaron Bird, we've got 3 members of the Bird family racing this weekend as well. This is young Aaron.
You're saying it's a Lexus engine. What does that make it? A 6-cylinder, 4-cylinder? I've no
That's
idea.
a good question. I think it's a 6-pot, 3-litre turbo.
Wow. Well, it's certainly set up well, isn't it? Look at this. I like the look of that.
He's got
I
a lot
like the
more in
cut
that.
of your jib.
Yeah, 1022. He should be low 9s, high 8s. Aaron goes through 1431. The day that John Webster stitches the perfect run together, this car will fly. It's the quickest car in the class to 60 foot, and I think he's even quicker than John, actually. John Willard.
Well, I think the
phenomenal car.
first run he ever did when he first brought the car out was a 7.0.
Yeah,
wasn't
it was.
or
Yeah,
something?
he went. He's been ridiculously low 7s, but it's the 60 foots of this. It's like 104, 102, 101. Incredible.
Well, here's another one of the Bird family. Shane Bird
Yeah.
here in the Kestrel Beers lane with the blue Anglia, Pop, whatever you want to call them. But John Webster is a renowned builder of race cars, renowned driver of race cars as well, as I think we're just about to find out.
103.
Going
60
right out
foot.
towards the wall, then towards the centre. My goodness me. He's going a quarter mile from side to side as well as along the straight. An 8.0. That was a bit tricky, wasn't it?
Yeah. Oh, right, okay, thanks, Callum. Ben's Lexus, a V8 turbo. Okay.
A V8?
It is V8,
Ah.
thanks. I wasn't sure if it was a 6 or an 8, but yeah, V8 turbo. Right, next up, just having a look below us to see who is going to be appearing underneath the tower. Just having a look. Aha, right, this is Dalton Scarlett. Let's just say he's done rather well on the last 2 outings with this car. He came to Dragstalgia, the first time pro car set up. First time he got a proper handle on it. Won the meeting. Absolutely phenomenal. Then the next round of Outlaw Anglia, he proceeded to march all the way to the final and took the win there as well. He's up there in the points. He just could take a championship this weekend, despite missing a round of the series at the start. Going alongside Bryn Nixon. It should be an epic pairing, but oh no, is that a problem for Dalton? No, thank goodness for that. He's managed to get it in reverse. So Dalton just backing up in his burnout tracks. Just got to try and line him up straight because he's certainly not straight at the moment. And Bryn just coming up to the line. So need to arm the chutes, which they're doing. Now Dalton, anything sub 7.5 for his opener would be really, really good. I know they want some epic numbers out of this vehicle. But the other thing, of course, is their last event of the year. Winter is long, and it will be sort of like March, April, April next year before they will get a chance to run again. So let's see what these two have got then. Dalton Scarlett, Bryn Nixon. Great looking launch there. Oh, the belt comes off it. Oh, what a shame. Dalton Scarlett just coasting up the stripe there, 903 at 104. Bryn goes through with a 12.36. Right, I don't actually know what came off Dalton's car then. But They'll get that back in the pits, get it sorted out. Come back out for round number 2.
I'll come back up later and do a bit of PR with you, yeah?
Right. Doug McClure back behind the wheel of his car. This is Ben Montgomery. I was getting all my pops. All my Bens muddled up. But yeah, this is Ben Montgomery in the Kestrel beer lane. And Doug McClure with the slug.
Trampus. That's Doug McClure was Trampus, I think, in the Cowboy series on the TV. Don't think it's the same one, though. I think we have said that before. So, anyway, let's just see how we go. And as Colin said earlier on, this is all heads-up racing, of course. Nobody's running on their own index, not striving to reach a number. They're just striving to put a number on a piece of paper. So let's see how we go there. For Doug McClure, that goes through with 10.33 to a 12.39 for Ben Montgomery.
Well done yesterday to Matthew McClure. Got to give that a shout out, actually. He ran Doug's car yesterday, ran it on the nitrous and got into the 10s. So well done, Matt. But now Dad's got the car back. All right, Wayne Power and Rob Brindle, your next pair. And as Dave Gibbons watches the racing from the stands, big TMC sticker on the back of Rob Brindle's Outlaw Anglia. Obviously running one of the Tony Morris carbs on there. There's a few of them are actually. Wayne Power. Let's see how he gets on. Should be good. Actually, should be a really good pairing, these two.
Oh, you're absolutely right, aren't they? Side by side.
Could be side by side 8s. That'd be good. Oh, well, 9. How close to an 8 can you get? 9.00 for Rob. Goes into number 3 spot. Wayne at 9.47.
I think I'm going to get you one of those frocks. I think you're going to look quite becoming in one of those.
Polka dots really work for these guys. Polka dots are the in thing. Right, Gary Bird, the last of the Bird family, the Lucky Penny. Now Gary, if he can get this all hooked up, that should be straight into the 8s today. Going alongside Andy Cunningham with Agent Orange.
Beautiful sound emanating from these two.
Yeah.
So
You can hear Gary's engine. It's like,
yeah.
It just
What's the methanol engine? isn't
yeah,
it?
it's great, isn't it? That's got to be an 8. It's surely an 8. It is an 8.62 at 162 mile an hour for Gary. He's into number 2 spot there. Andy Cunningham, 10.89. Slots in at 11.
So there's a wide spread of times here, aren't there?
Oh, yeah.
So Mark Bracking. Mark has been around for as long as I can remember. Street-driven car, if my memory serves me correct.
Another one that did Street Weekend.
Right, okay, yeah, indeed.
Proves the point.
Yeah.
He did one run at the pod, went 10-2, thought, right, that's it, I'm off. Drove up to York. And he got awarded Best Appearing Car as well up at York, so well done to him.
And now here's another name from my past. Psycho Phil Druid, out there in the Slick Tricks lane. Just trying to think, was it an Escort he used to drive?
Oh,
the
goodness,
Psycho
I've only ever
Phil
known him
car?
drive this.
We're going right the way back into the 90s with Psycho Phil, when Supergas first started. He was part of that.
He's even give me
outfit.
some notes, look.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
540 cubic inch big block Chevy in there, running the fuel tech. 957, 141.
Very good.
And Mark straight back in with a 10-2. No messing.
Road car.
Yeah.
Okay, now talking of quick cars, the man himself,
Well, he's been going slowly all week.
because
He's been on a barge on the canal for 3 days. Narrowboat, I mean. Not barge,
Right.
narrowboat. He obviously came down for the European finals last week, left all of his kit here, said, right, want to go somewhere for 3 days, and all of us locals had given him suggestions. They ended up getting a narrowboat on the canal for 3 days and had a brilliant time out there.
well, that fan of nitrous oxide being purged in the Flying Fifer, does this mean he's going to be going a little bit quicker this time?
Yeah.
It's I've seen quite a few runs on the TV where that hasn't happened. But that wonderful fan spray usually means, whoa, he's really going for it. And another one, really straining to keep the straight line going, but turns up with an 8.65. That has run a best of,
He's been in the sixes.
yeah.
He's been in the 6.9s. He was in the fastest ever side-by-side outdoor angling race when him and John Willard both went sixes back at was it Dragstelja they did that, or was it some of that? But they went side-by-side sixes. It was just
Everything merges
It
into
does,
one, doesn't
yeah.
it, after a while? So,
But God, John, Mr. Mopar is in the lanes as well.
yep, that's somebody else from years and years ago making a cut. Mr. Sullivan, isn't it?
Yeah,
John Sullivan?
John Sullivan.
Yeah. So, so many people coming back into the sport. It's like at Dragstalgia. I always say Dragstalgia is a place where old men like me should be knowing better what they're doing than racing dragsters at our age. But they still do it. And it's great to see this car back out again. It was a firm fan's favourite many, many moons ago. So, Kermit Green, Mr. Mopar.
Mental. Love it. Outrageous.
Now, what is this Mopar power in here?
Hang
I'm
on.
trying to think from memory.
I
Was
think
it-
they've got, he's too far over to the left there, so just want to get him in the middle of the lane.
See how wonderful our start line crew are? They're tremendous, aren't they?
So John O'Sullivan then. Mr. Mopar. Any which way but straight.
My goodness me.
1178, 90 miles an hour, and what a bizarre run that was. He's just all over the place, trying to pedal it, I think, and trying to get it hook. But what a car! It's just incredible machine. I love that. There's so much history with it, which I'll be totally honest with you, I know very little about that car, but it was before my time.
Yes. Don't look at me, mate. I naturally, it was in the time of Andy Carter.
Yeah.
Rob Stone's still involved in it, isn't
Yeah.
he now? I'm just trying to think of some of the other
The governor
names.
as well, Paul Wright, back in the day as well.
Yeah, a lot of history, but it's for me, it's just great seeing the car back out on the track again. So next up, I think, is the Wild Bunch. Is that right?
Yeah, good mix of vehicles down there.
So the Wild Bunch started originally by a guy called Roy Wilding, who I'm sure is here today with us.
Yeah, he's due to be running in Supercharged Outlaws this
Is he?
weekend. Yeah,
Okay. And it was to keep the cars on the track that maybe there wasn't a place for in drag racing anymore. So you get lots of old slingshots, altereds, that sort of thing in this, and they've turned it into a whole club of their own. And there, how many here this weekend? There's quite a few, isn't there?
In the Wild Bunch, 20.
I'm not talking to anybody
no,
else.
No, I'm just trying to think how many entries there are. 28 in the Wild Bunch this
28.
weekend. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're going to be quite some while here. So if you're here in search of a front engine dragster, a slingshot dragster, a bit of action from things like that, I'm just looking out into the pairing lanes and I can see 4 slingshots from where I'm in my lofty position here. So you'll be seeing quite a bit of that. It looks like Crazy Chris Hartnell's going to be one of the first with a Union Jack bedecked Claire who'll be in charge of him. So, hello, good morning, everybody. I've already said good morning to Claire about 10 times this morning. Everywhere I walked, Claire was there. She's got a bicycle, you know, she rides. So, and she nips around the track quite quickly. The show and shine out to
That is immense.
our left as we look out of the tower, it is exactly what Colin just said. It is immense. If you get a chance, you are, of course, at an NSRA event with Santa Pod Raceway and at Santa Pod Raceway. And there are some cracking looking cars there, aren't there?
And we can only see what? Half of it? There's still loads more around there.
Maybe even a third of it. I don't know. But from here, so many cars that have been in magazines and things like this. So make sure you take in a look around the show and shine. We might be able to do that at lunchtime, I think. We're going to have a quick look.
Oh, Sam Marston says hi, by the way. She's tuned in and says, please say hi to John Price from all of us. Great to hear him back at the pod. So thanks ever so much indeed, Sam.
Well, there you go. High-fiving the start line marshal on the way through, our chief starter. That's Claire with her governor in the car. I don't think she'd mind me saying that. Chris Hartnell, Crazy Chris Hartnell. Give us a little bit of a history with this. It was a very well-known car.
A little bit of history. This goes back donkey's years.
Yeah, well into the 70s,
Yeah,
wasn't it,
yeah.
this? Malibu Express.
That's right.
There you go. Okay. The brain works sometimes. But as you can see, very nicely set up. Enclosed, of course, he is. Chris Hartnell in there. And Frankie Taylor.
Well, actually, it's not Frankie, it's Mick. Frankie's
Is that
down
Frankie
there.
down there?
Frankie's
Yes.
down there.
Hi, Frankie.
This is her car.
Yeah.
And she'll be running this next year, which hopefully she'll be running it tomorrow, actually. But this is the first time the car's been on track in the UK ever. Mick I think they had a fuel pump issue yesterday. Oh, no, sorry, no. The revs were limited to about 4,200. So they cured that. So Mick Taylor is just doing the first runs in the car, and then when he's happy, be given the keys to Frankie.
Okay. And we've got a message up here from Barney. Happy birthday to Jock Martin James Watley. Love from Mum and Dad. There you go.
Yeah, nice one. Barney's raided the messaging system, but he did help us with it. So, cheers, Barney. Thanks for that. Martin James Wathy, happy birthday.
Well, here's another man who's been around. Certainly, Keith Crampton was around before I left Santa Pod back in 2008. He's out there in the Kestrel Beers Lane in his slingshot called Saltown Shaker. Saltown Shaker, man.
He's in the groove.
Absolutely, yeah. And one of the Browns, that's Peter Brown out there with Rathchild. Are they brothers or twins?
Twins.
Twins. So there is another one to be seen yet.
Yeah, Rob, he'll be around the corner. That's right, he's next up, I think.
Okay. So we've got.
Sorry, no, this is Rob. That's not Pete. That's Rob.
Okay. So our machine is.
Yeah, it's
wrong
got the
here.
wrong way around.
Sorry, and I don't know enough to be able to spot them.
So see how these guys get on.
Well, they look very evenly matched to me, young Colin.
9.97 there for Keith. Rob goes 11.32.
Well, somebody else that I recognise immediately, of course, Gonzo the Great, this famous Topolino here. Alan Lloyd is the man in the hot seat. I can see Dad Ian off to the side down there, and Ian handed the driving position to Alan a good few years ago. So it's lovely that I've commentated on the dad, I'm now commentating on the son. And Ratcatcher Resurrect, the car in the Slick Tricks lane. Terry Clifford in the hot seat there. We were talking about Pat Cuss and Ratcatcher with Dave Gibbons, weren't we? But look at that. Reaction time 0.32 for young Alan, and hangs on to the reins and runs through 7.74. He ain't half good, isn't he, the old boy? Oh, super stuff. Well done. That was lovely. Terry Clifford, 11.46, 120 miles an hour. Nearly 170 miles an hour for Gonzo the Great. Absolutely super.
Well, bizarrely, Gonzo's best ever speed is 171. So he's knocking on the door of that.
Yeah. Absolutely wonderful.
So this is Pete Brown in Rebel. This is the other dragster of theirs. And, you know, John, when you're away from drag racing, you go and do hot rod shows with the NSRA and various other functions. Well, we had the Silverstone Festival.
Yes, I know.
And,
I saw you were there.
Rob and Pete Brown were there with these two slingshots, and they were absolute superstars at that event.
They do quite a bit of promo
They
for
do.
drag racing,
Fantastic.
don't they? Yeah. In the Kestrel Beers lane, we've got Robert White with his very nicely painted Happy Days, Monday, Wednesday, Happy Days.
Love that car.
So there you are, Pratt and McLean were the people who made that song, Happy Days. And he's in the Kestrel Beers lane. And which Brown is it?
Pete.
Pete
The
Brown.
way to tell them apart, you see Pete's got the blue crash helmet, Rob's got the red one.
You know
That's
how
how I-
quickly I will remember that.
Blue Peter, just remember Blue Peter and you'll be alright. Well, be an 8 of some flavour. 8.56, 157. And Rob goes very slowly across the stripe actually, 15.39 at 91 mile an hour.
Well, we've seen this one out here before today, haven't
it's
we? In the
Bobby Wright with the altered.
yeah.
And that's Skip Ford. Remember the tot rod that used to run here? The little black tot rod come onto NSRA events. The young lad Skip used
They're
to
all
drive it. I would
top
say,
rods,
yeah.
all young
Yeah.
lads,
Well,
young lasses.
Ford has now moved his way into the dragster.
Oh, okay.
When I say altered, you obviously picked it up on what I was saying earlier.
Yeah.
I don't think Skippy's ever going to get back in the car actually, because Ford's doing a great job with that. 9.22. Oh, that's fantastic.
well done, guys.
That is a
Well
new
done.
PB.
That's
Well done
great.
there, Skip. Ford is flying. 9.22. And that's a PB on the speed as well, 141.23. Oh, Bobby Wright not far off a PB as well there, actually. All right, Ian Wild with the Wildcat, taking on Dan Wilson with the antique toy.
So altered against Slingshot, and certainly when I came along here, is that? I'm trying to see from here, Cole. Is that a Jaguar power plant in there?
Jag straight 6 4.2.
Straight six. That was what people were using for the altereds mainly when I first came here, was straight 6 Jag engines, and then that gradually morphed into Rover V8s
Yeah.
and then small block Chevys. And it's sort of a real timeline on how these things changed over the years and how people got more and more used to dealing with American.
So Ian goes 12.46. Dedan goes 10.16.
Well, here's our next pair coming up here. Certainly the Slick Tricks Lane mounted car, the red car of Alan Schofield, sounding very, very strong indeed. Now, I don't know whether you're aware of what he's done in the past, but it's
Alan.
obviously an alcohol motor.
He's a bit of a nutter, actually, is our Alan. He used to race motorbike sidecar outfits.
Oh, right. Okay.
Did that, and he actually bought Dave Gibbons' Rough Diamond, ran that for a while.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Also had the X.
He had a slingshot, didn't
Yeah,
he,
that's
as
right.
well?
No, we had the dragster that used to be, oh dear, well, the original Hemi Hunter chassis.
Right,
that
okay.
car. And now has bought the Red Mist altered and has already been in the set.
Well, it's James Griffin in the Kestrel Beers lane, but he's left in chase mode as Alan Schofield cracks off a 769, just under 170 miles an hour. Phenomenal. It ran as good as it sounded.
Yeah.
That was absolutely superb.
Well, James Griffin has just gone 952 at 140 miles an hour. Oh, that is fantastic, James. Congratulations, mate.
Is that his PB?
Yeah, oh, yeah. Which
By
is
a
first
long
weekend.
way.
Yeah, he was. That was unbelievable. It's a debut for James this weekend, so obviously it is going to be a PB, but 952 at 140. That'll do nicely. That sounds like Bob Hawkins. He's got to be.
Yeah, it is.
It is, Bob. Time Traveller 2.
Now that is a very tasty piece of kit, isn't it? That looks beautiful.
Proper burnout there. See if you can guess who sent this message in, right?
Yep.
Tuned in from Blackpool.
Right.
Say hi to the old fella from an old fella. Old Topolino is still in bits. Upgrades for our Silver Jubilee next season. Who do you reckon would have sent you that?
Boy. From
Who lives in Blackpool?
Go on.
Barry Bohannon.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
He sends his best regards, basically.
Yeah, thank you,
So,
Barry.
cheers, Barry.
Barry, a great commentator, and he and I worked together at Shakespeare County
That's right,
Raceway.
yeah.
And he really was a good guy, a good support guy. And, we had some fun. So, Beasting.
That's it. You
Beasting.
got it, yeah. Bob
Yeah,
Walker.
yeah, indeed. I still have my badge at home, Barry. I have to tell you, Beasting boys. So, anyway, Paul Terry is the man in the Kestrel Beers Lane with his altar called Trigger's Broom. That's always a great explanation, isn't it, for
It is. There's a
broom
few of them.
handle and broom head, and they've all been changed around, but it's still the same broom. Right, here we go. Now, Bob Hawkins, I imagine, is going to be giving us a low 8 or a 7 with this?
I would like to see him in the 6s, to be honest.
Really? Okay.
Let's see.
Certainly sounds as though it has the power there. It's a very long slingshot. So weight transference is good. This looks a great run. You could well be right, Cole. You could have called this 7-0. 6. Oh, wow. Well done, mate. 6. That is cracking. Well done.
That's the quickest of the day. That's the quickest of the weekend, actually. First 6-second pass we've seen. 6.79 at 188. Paul Tarry, 12.19, 115 mile. I had a front row seat for that one. But Bob was moving around the lane. I thought he was getting very close to the centre line, but Bob knows what he's doing behind the wheel.
Sure.
And cracking job.
Yep, that is wonderful. And there's still more coming.
Oh, yeah.
Like you said, there are so many of our friends from the Wild Bunch here this weekend. So, hope you're having a great time, everybody. Certainly it's fab for me. unfortunately, I'm only here today. Have to go off to Pastures New to work tomorrow. But it's always good for me to come and being amongst the NSRA guys as well here, guys and girls. They usually treat these events as a big meet-up place. If you don't belong to the NSRA, Colin does. Colin's an NSRA member. If you don't belong to the NSRA, then go and have a word with them at their merchandising stall. And I'm sure that Richard Black will be there, the members chap, and he'll be able to sign you up. If you're enjoying what you're watching and the ambience around you, then go and sign up and become an NSRA member. We've got our annual AGM coming soon. So our chairman has stood down, so they'll be voting for a new chair. So we'll wait and see with bated breath who comes into the chairman's position.
Right, Jim Tanner and John Sharrod, this pairing of the slingshot and the altered. Jim goes through with a 961 at 126. John just coasting across the line there with a 1205 at 83. Yeah, not only is the NSRA AGM coming up, obviously we got the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame Gala Dinner coming up, which the NSRA very proud supporter of. So many thanks indeed to the NSRA for their continued support of the Hall of Fame. And of course the NSRA themselves inducted into the Hall of Fame as well. So, and rightfully so. All right, Dave Schumark and James Auld.
I'm just looking. It must be a Rover V8 engine in the car on the Slick Tricks lane, 3.5 litre.
Yeah, normally would lean to that, yeah.
And a 350 Chevy small block in the Kestrel Beers lane for Dave Schumark. Interesting thing I saw, I can't remember where I saw it now, may have been on YouTube or something. They actually put Prudhomme in, they've put Prudhomme's old Hot Wheels body on or the paint scheme
Ron Caps's car, yeah.
Ron Caps's car, that was it. And they stuck Prudhomme in, not to drive
for a warm-up, yeah.
Yeah, for a warm-up.
But that was just a fairy tale all the way through, you know, with the Hot Wheels design. One of the best looking funny cars ever. He went and won the US Nationals with that body on it. They won the event.
Really?
Yeah. It was phenomenal. And the diecast world, all the collectors, obviously I'm a diecast collector, they're screaming for that model to be made. That will sell like hotcakes.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. James Auld, whoa, 12.33. Where did that come from? He was running 12.5s this morning. But very, very nice pass indeed there for James Auld. That's almost a PB. And actually, it's a PB on speed there for James. 110. First time he's been over 110 mile an hour. Nicely done. All right, next up then, Rich Butcher with the Fourth Dimension and Steve Garland with Sonic Attack. Vinny's been sending me the odd message. And good to hear from you, Vinny. Hope you're keeping well, mate. Oh, he's at home. Oh, Vinny. Oh, he's going to a good friend's wedding today. Oh, that's fair enough. Be watching the live stream all day. He's probably going to have it in his pocket when the vows have been taking place. I just hope that Steve doesn't set a PB when the vows have been read and Vinny shouts out, yes! And if anybody has any objection to this couple getting married. That would be bad timing. But have a good day, Vinny, and we'll catch up with you soon. Now then, Steve, I thought he lost reverse then, but no, managed to find it. So the Sonic Attack number 2, Steve Garland.
These are nicely put together, aren't they? A lot of these cars that are built in the way of the original Slingshot dragsters. And certainly I'm looking at the Rich Butcher car down there. Very nicely put together. Fourth Dimension, it's called. And I see the name Ken Cooper alongside it. Is that Flathead Ken Cooper? Is that?
Yeah, must be, yeah.
Yeah. So it doesn't Ken Cooper's son Bradley race?
Bradley's racing this weekend.
He is.
I saw him just in signing on this morning. Extremely happy. Mind you, if you're not happy at the drags, then just you're in the wrong place.
Well, 351, Ford engine presumably, in the Steve Garland car, and a 283, presumably small block
Small
Chevy.
block, yeah.
So let's see what we get in terms of times. 11.65 in the Kestrel Beer Lane, and a 12.45 for the fourth dimension dragster out there in the Slick Tricks Lane.
And talking to Bradley Cooper, there he is.
Ah,
The blast from the past, little slingshot. Just 296 cubes to play with there. And then you got Gavin Pete with the Charles Bang Special.
where does that name derive from, do you know?
There is a history on that car. And when I say a history, it goes back way, way, way back.
Well, it's running nice and straight and true. Goes through 12.28, terminal speed 112, 11.12 at 118 in the Kestrel Beers Lane.
Steve Garland set a new PB on the speed there. Well done, Steve. And Vinny just spotted that as well. So, cheers, Vinny. Shows he's tuned in from getting ready to put his best suit on. Well, Safe's taking it out. That's a parachute pin. Oh, this team have absolutely been working flat out. Elliot and Danny Jones with the Raging Cajun put in a test pass yesterday, and fair to say didn't work out. So they had to go back up to, I think they broke, I have to check me messaging now, but they broke apart. Had to go back to Manchester to get the spare to come back. And thrashed, got it all done. And here they go. Hope it all holds together. Works well. Yep, already gone further than they went yesterday.
And there you are. Gives us a 10.26, 133 miles an hour. Well done. Smiles on faces, it works.
Yeah, yeah, they shared a pinion gear yesterday. That's what it was.
Oh, dear.
That's right. Vinny's just corrected. It wasn't. It was just a little bit off. Okay. Cheers, Vinny.
Here comes the governor again. So we had a chat with Keith Bartlett a little while ago. Realises that he's got it all stacked against him now with his runs. Oh, this is going to be the first of our side-by-side grudge match.
Right.
Here we go.
We've got to watch the tree and we've got to watch the numbers. So pick your Chevy. Do you want one with a supercharger or one with a bottle?
I'll tell you what, everybody on the banking, you can cheer for Keith Bartlett in the red car, and everybody on the grandstand, you can cheer for Andy in the yellow and white car. So that's your car in your lane, and the red car is in your lane for the banking. So Keith Bartlett, who owns Santapod, is in the red car, Roaring Rat, famous car. And in the other lane is Andy Bond.
Yeah.
And Andy, of course, is one of the quickest man in the street eliminator class. This is for 500 quid. So you're cheering for the yellow and white car in the grandstand. You on the banking are cheering for the old man in the red car. Here we go. Now then.
A little bit of the staging, Joel. Keith. Oh, no, Andy's gone
Andy's
in
gone
first.
straight in. Now then, Keith needs to cut a good light. That's what he was saying to us. Here we come.
Oh, he has.
Sportsman Tree.
Oh, KB with one of his best ever reaction times. Andy Bond's really going to have to try and reel him in at the stripe.
Well, he is
I don't think
reeling
he's
him
going to
in.
do it.
Yes, look at this.
10.05.
Big cheer from
Whole
the
shot
banking.
win.
Way.
Hey, Keith Bartlett pulled an 0.3 light there.
My goodness. Absolutely superb.
10.05 at the stripe to a lose out 10.02, 1-0
Yeah.
to Keith.
Yeah, so £500 is now changing hands.
No, it's best of three. Best of three.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was
Best of
500
three.
quid to
No.
go. Oh, okay.
But no, that was really, really good, actually. Andy a bit late off the line. But KB, 10.05 to a lose out. 10.02. Right, we've got ourselves set. Supercharged Outlaws filling the lanes at the moment. First up will be Robin Reid, though, with the dragster.
Lovely, thank you.
It's going to be really, really good indeed. Right, just... no pause whatsoever. Just seeing Rory Hart heading back to the pits. Shame he couldn't make the run. But fingers crossed that he'll be back down a little bit later on. But fired up is Robin Reid with the dragster. Just wait for him to appear. Here he comes. Daimler power, of course, for Robin Reid.
Yeah.
Running on nitro. The history that you must know with the Reid family and everything.
But this is... Oh, sorry. This is going to be loud, everybody. I think I may have missed saying that. Is this the number 2 Robin Reid V8 Daimler or the number 1?
This is
Robin?
this is the original. Number 2. They destroyed an engine. I haven't seen the car back for quite a while.
Okay.
So yeah, this is the original.
All right, so for those of you who don't know, Robin, his dad was a renowned top methanol driver, pro comp driver in his day in Le Patron. This is a tribute to Le Patron, or is it the number 2 car?
The number 2 car is
right,
the,
okay.
so tribute, if you like.
Yeah, so Robin and his 3 brothers were all involved in drag racing. For those of you who've been around for years, you remember Steve Reed, who used to drive in Top Alcohol, who really took over the driving of the bigger cars from his father. And the other 2 brothers still involved both in this country and in Sweden. So this is Robin. Now, this is a 6-second car, isn't it?
Yes, but it hasn't hit... no, hang on a minute, I'm trying to work out. It's hit the 6 second, but not the 200
But not
mile
200
an hour
mile,
yet.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's the
what he's
200.
always searching for is a 200 mile an hour run. So much experience in that young man. And there you are, a 7.57, 188 miles an hour, which I think... So one or 2 of us know one another from a few
John
years
breathing
back.
in the nitro fumes out. I like that. Right, let's have a look in the lanes to see who's coming around the corner next. It is, really is that ultimate, what I call box of chocolates pairing lanes. You don't know what you're going to get, but you open the lid and you see all these lovely little treats in there for you.
And you want to take them all home
you
with you.
You want them all.
Yeah, and put them on your mantelpiece. So here we go. Next one firing up.
So many here.
Well, you can tell from that hunting sound, it's another alcohol engine, methanol engine. Not allowed to say alcohol anymore. We used to call them alcohol dragsters, didn't we, years ago? But powered by methanol. And this is another one of these very large, like the Time Traveller slingshots. Sounding very, very strong. And Norm Wilden obviously involved with this one. Well, that's Norm out the front, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, renowned drag racer in his own right. Norm was a great one. Was it Double Trouble or something? The name
That's
of his
right,
car?
yeah.
Where I never understand how you do that, how you join two V8 engines together to take and feed one transmission. That's sort of beyond me. I remember years ago there was some American brothers who I met who came over here with their golden something or other. I've got a picture of it in my man cave, and that had four engines on each, one engine on each corner, as I recall.
Was that a Tommy Ivo one?
No, oh no, that I may be getting
Yeah.
confused with that. But you know, to get two engines to run to drive one machine is incredible, and that's what our man here was well known for, Norm Wilden. But it's not Norm in the car, so I assume it's the other name on the side of the car that's in there. Have you any info?
I haven't got any info on this one yet.
Okay. Just before I came to the sport, Norm was very heavily involved in Pro Comp, and Wilden and Claxton,
That's
and
it.
Rifle Jean's
Tim
car.
Claxton, yeah. Tim's
Yeah.
still active on social media. I get the odd message from him, the odd post he does. Loving life in, I think it's Spain he's in, actually.
Well, a getting used to start, I think, should be good. And the driver now knows what he's got under his right foot. So thanks to Norm and crew. What's coming up next?
It could be the Fadster. Andy Hadfield with the new Heartbeat. Going alongside Des Taylor, I think, with Thunder God.
Dino Des Taylor.
Well, the Twister has a new heart now. As the engine in Twister now came out of Rod Harrison's altered that he built with Carl and the gang. So yeah, Andy just trying to rotate the planet on his
Has Freddie Fagerstrom come back?
yeah, stonky burnout from the Fadster there.
My goodness,
He's gone past the
Love
8th mile with that one.
And he really was laying down
He
two tire
was.
tracks, wasn't he? Look at that. We can see it. I don't know whether you can see it from the banking or the grandstands. You can really see two black stripes right the way. Well, at least what to the what's that first
Well,
block?
yeah, the
out there?
330 at least, but
330,
he was
yeah.
still hazing the tyres past the 8th.
Yeah, great.
He's a proper showman though, he's the Fadster. Another one that came along to the Silverstone Festival and was on display all weekend long. Had a good time. Daughter Purdy doing the backup duties there. And nice new team shirts as well. Little twist on the old ones. Des Taylor with the Thunder God.
Well, Des, of course, been around the sport, God, since before York Raceway was conceived,
Yeah.
I think, when it used to be at Crossley Moor up in the north. And has had a whole plethora of racing motor vehicles, pops. In fact, the guy
Dark
who drives a
Revenger.
Dark Revenger,
That's it, yeah.
was called Overnight Sensation in the hands of Des Taylor, who built it. I remember its first ever run up at York Raceway.
Yeah.
But here he is in this Thunder
Yeah.
God.
They put the kangaroo petrol in it this weekend.
Yeah.
Just bouncing off the line. The Fadster, obviously, there's a tiny little leak. It's appeared. They'll get that sussed out.
Thanks for the burnout, though.
Oh,
Andy, great
epic
burnout. We
burnout.
loved it. Everybody else did as well. So that really was fabulous.
Yeah, probably too much of a burnout, but Andy is an out-and-out showman.
You were saying just now about somebody living in Spain.
Yeah, that's Tim Claxton.
Right, okay. The Hall of Fame this year, one of the reasons, good reasons, is that coming back to be inducted into the Hall of Fame
Yeah.
is Rod and Ann Pallant. Now, despite the fact that we correspond each Christmas, I haven't seen Rod and Ann since they disappeared to live in Spain.
Wow.
And that's got to be 20, 25 years?
Wow.
At minimum, I would think, since they lived out there. And he stopped racing completely. Rod used to ride the LA Hooker.
That's right. Did he have a motorcycle shop somewhere in
I
Middlesex?
don't know that.
I think
You could well be right. Yeah. But it will be a truly great reason to go along to the Drag Racing Hall of Fame. If you're a motorcyclist and you remember those days of Rod Pallant crewed by John Morton,
Oh, wow, back in the day.
the late John Morton,
Yeah.
who we're just past his anniversary of his loss. So, but to see Rod and Ann again will be something special.
Right, talk about something special. This could be something special. Let these two do their burnouts and we'll explain more. Okay, Wayne Allman and Simon Barlow. Wayne Allman has run a 6-second pass in Mental Breakdown in the VW recovery truck, but he hasn't hit the 200 mile an hour yet. He's hit 199.8, but he hasn't hit the 200 yet. He wants it. He's desperate for it. Simon Barlow with the beast. He has been over 190 miles an hour in this Fordson. He wants 200 mile an hour. What they would love to do is side-by-side 200 mile an hour passes. If they both get it, fantastic. If one of them gets it, great. It doesn't matter. They will celebrate. They're pitting together in the pits. They were chatting about this. Again, both of these two came down to the Silverstone Festival, did phenomenal engine fire-ups to wow the crowds. Last weekend, Wayne Allman was down at the Goodwood Revival doing fire-ups down there. Absolutely blew the crowd away. But it's one thing doing fire-ups, it's another thing going down the quarter mile and showing what these things are capable of. They're egging each other on here.
Yeah, look at this. Are they going to get 200 or not?
Yeah, Wayne Allman's got one! Yes! Oh, goodness me. 7:15, 201 miles an hour. Simon Barlow, 192. Oh,
Well
yes.
done, gang. Absolutely. Wow.
Oh, that is so good. What a race as well. 0-1 between them at the stripe. That was fantastic. Wayne Allman, now the proud owner of a 200 mile an hour VW breakdown truck. I just love that. Oh, party time for Wayne Allman. Simon Barlow, that was epic from him, 192. I suppose we better give you the ETs. 715 for Wayne Allman, 722 for Simon Barlow.
Close.
But
So
both
close.
teams deserve the biggest cheer when you go down. There you can see they're all climbing in the pickup truck there for Simon Barlow. Wayne Allman's team behind in the estate car. Give them a big cheer. That is a huge amount of work. Fantastic. Carl and the gang in the back of the pickup truck. Well done, guys and girls. Brilliant. Michelle, the whole team. And there's Wayne Allman's team. He's now 200 mile an hour. So chuffed for them, for both teams. Brilliant. Somebody please take a photograph of that scoreboard, because Wayne will treasure that forever. Right. Calm down now. Right.
One
Roy
of these
Wilding.
two is Yeah, Roy Wilding. So, is that Hemi Hunter or
Yeah, Jim Usher with Hemi Hunter. Yeah.
right? Okay, and
Oh, sorry about that. The doorbell.
so who is it?
Wretched thing. It never goes off. So, yeah, that's what happens sometimes. Apologies for that. Yeah, my doorbell goes off at home, and it just comes always when it's a quiet moment in
Oh,
commentary.
you have people come to your home.
Yeah.
Oh, no one comes to our
it's-
house.
It's normally Claire when she's been on Amazon.
There's no
Deliveries.
one comes to our house. They peer through the creepy cobwebs and things like that, and the overgrown gardens, and not even the postman comes to us. My daughter's looked at me going, "What are you on?"
Okay. Oh, another parish notice. We got some vehicles I think need moving. We have a green Dodge VUK 993H, a silver Chevy 684 VXE, and a red Chrysler FNV 873C. I'm not sure where they're parked, but those three vehicles need moving, please, and I'll read them out again after this pairing.
Okay, so we got Roy Wilding, Chariots of Fire, his green machine in the Kestrel Lane. Jim Usher. Jim used to drive the mob car,
That's right,
didn't he,
yeah.
Jim?
Yeah.
And now that was an altered, now in a slingshot. And this is Hemi Hunter. There was years ago a Hemi Hunter piloted by Jerry Andrews from the Stones team, but this is their tribute to that original Hemi Hunter. So I don't know what they're capable of.
Roy would love to get low sevens. Jim, I'm not sure. Sevens again?
So here we go, just coming into stage, and
Cracking. 760, 182 for Roy Wilding, 732
Wow.
and 185 for Jim.
give him my
Oh,
regards, won't you?
yes.
Give him
That
my
was
regards.
superb.
Absolutely superb.
Is that
Well
a PB
done.
for Jim? Can we just find that it is? Yeah, I thought it was. 732, 185 for Jim.
And our regards, of course, going to Roy as well for an absolutely spectacular side-by-side pair of runs. 0.43 of a second between them on the finish line. Absolutely tremendous. Well done.
Yeah.
So, we've seen some entertainment here today.
Oh, dear, oh dear.
We're only
We've
at
had-
12 o'clock.
Yeah. Still got more supercharged outlaws down there. And you've got the nutter himself, Aaron Windridge. He's not far, far off coming round. Just seeing who's... the car is so well hidden, all I can see is the bug catcher, the front wheels and the top of the roll hoop. I can't see the rest of the car. But it's fired up. It is a slingshot, of course. And when the car comes around the corner, we'll be able to see who it is. Aha, Mike with the... just making sure you can swing around the corner. Okay, going alongside Andy Park. It's the little Hemi Hustler, Mike Couch, going alongside Andy Park with the twin screw U. Lovely little Ford. The Model Y, of course, for Andy Park, the regular 9-second runner.
Well, race number 33, it's when they first started producing these in Great Britain, the Model Y. It became the popular. It was originally just called the Model Y, as in America, Model A, Model B. This was Model Y, but it sold. It was originally a £100 Ford in its day, and opened up really motoring to the masses, this particular car. Not, I hasten to add, with this sort of power plant in it, but Andy Parks is a person, I love watching him race this. Small block power in there. And Mike Couch with the little Hemi, you can see how shorter this is to some of these big, long slingshots we've been seeing. But these two make a perfect pair coming out there. What sort of times do we get out of these, Cole?
Andy's already been in the 9s this weekend. He's been 9.9. He's PB'd in the mid-9s. Mike, mid to low 8. Would love to see a 7, but let's have a look.
I think you're absolutely right there. There's
Yeah.
low 8. Well done.
8:32, 9:74. Andy's quickest run of the weekend, and obviously Mike's first run of the weekend. So, mid to low 8 is exactly what we thought. 8:32, 162. And, as you say, 9:74, 138. Andy Park's car, still street legal, of course. Just takes the wheelie bars off and could drive it around the neighbourhood. So
Really?
he does trailer it here because he's got a long drive.
Yeah.
As you know, comes down from Scotland.
Bonnie Scotland.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's a cracking looking motor car, though, isn't
Yeah.
it? It really, really is. So we are in the supercharged.
Yeah, still
Outlaws
there's
now?
plenty of them. Aaron Windridge. Oh, what a star of Dragstalgia he was. He did the craziest burnout ever. You remember we gave him the award, moment of the weekend at Dragstalgia. He did a burnout literally to 1,000 foot.
Really?
And then he came back, then he did about a half-mile pass because it was all over the shop. And it was just unbelievable. Such an entertainer. Such a young lad as well, to be honest. Oh, that's a short burnout for Aaron. That's unusual. Going alongside Mick Hanna with the Haggis Hunter, which it's just a drop-dead gorgeous car, beautifully prepared. But Aaron with the Grin Reaper, fair to say they've been up against it with mechanical issues. Hopefully they've managed to get it all sorted. I love the way that the boot lid just closed then.
I think it's great seeing the crew all dressed in white.
Yeah.
But if you were a mechanic, would you wear white?
If I wanted to show I'd been working throughout the day and I would
Yeah.
just rub my hands
Yeah,
over
yeah.
myself to make it look like I've done some work, then yes, I would. Mick Hanna with the Haggis Hunter Slingshot Dragster and Aaron Windridge with the Grin Reaper. All being good, side by side 7-second passes coming up. And Aaron will take the long way round. Oh, wheels up.
Yeah, cracking pair of runs.
8:30, 161. Oh, Megan sort of goes, oh, not so sure about that one.
But
A to B, that'll do.
we didn't get a time and speed.
Yeah, Mick rolled the beams, unfortunately. Did
Did
get
he?
a cherry on the tree, so he rolled out of stage. But then hit the loud pedal to see what it would do, and it absolutely flew up the quarter mile. It's such a shame that you didn't get a time.
This is, I love it.
Oh, dear. God, I love it.
This is Eat Your Heart Out American Graffiti here, isn't it? Over in the left there. Keith Freeman, long-time drag racer.
Birthday boy. It's his
Is he?
birthday. Yeah, many happy returns, Keith.
23 again.
Yeah, and that's Johnny McClure with the Willis. We saw Doug McClure in the Outlaw Anglia.
Yeah, and
this
there was
is
another
Johnny.
one as well.
Yeah,
wasn't there?
Matthew.
Yeah.
Was running as well, and then Susie runs the Eye Candy Pink Dragster in Pro ET. So there's 4 race cars in the family
Was
now.
this Mick Payne's
Oh,
old car?
yes, it is. Yeah,
Yeah?
the ex-retirement package Willis.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. So, side by side, beautiful picture with these two. Always reminds me of American Graffiti, you know,
Yeah.
with Milner hanging his arm over the door, and can't do that in a drag racing car, of course. Well, this is synchronised drag racing. Here, look at this door handle, our door handle. And it was Keith Freeman, I think, who got there first.
5:36, that'll
Yeah.
do nicely. Johnny goes 994.
How many runs has he had in the car? Do you know?
Johnny, well, it's only his second time out in it.
Is
so,
it? Oh, he's
I
doing
think he's
really
done
well
one
to run
meeting.
that, hasn't he?
And then, 994 straight away. Well, the hits just keep on coming, and this is Freddie's Revenge, but with the Austin body on. Made a couple of adjustments. Yesterday went 7.6. I'd like to welcome Russ and Chris's mum, Karen, and husband, Reese, back to the track. Probably 35 plus years since Karen was last year. That's from Dave Grabham.
Wow.
Car does have a little bit of a bounce when it goes up the racetrack, so Robbie really does have to drive it. Going alongside Joel Kerr, the stiff shifter. Car has been in the sixes and would love another 6-second pass here. Loving the crew shirts. That's the first time I've seen those. They look awesome.
Trying to read it. What does it
Yeah,
say?
stiff shifter.
Stiff. Right. Well, there you go.
I'm sure you know about Joel, his day job.
No.
He's an undertaker.
I'm okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, hence
Okay.
the
All right.
stiff
Yeah,
shifter.
yeah, indeed. Okay.
Oh dear.
And of course, the Freddie's Revenge out here, looking very Dorset Hornish, of course, with the little A30, A35 body on there. So really, really does look the part. But Mike, thank you for telling me that. I should remember that forever now, I think. That is something else. But you don't get too many large Pontiacs from 50s era, I imagine. This is, you know, when the Tri-Chevys were being brought out. This was the sort of era of this shape Pontiac. And it sounds mega powerful. Mega powerful. Well, a little flick of each of their tails as they head towards the top end, and
Oh, Joel Kerr's in the sixes again. Oh, fantastic. 698, 194 mile an hour pass. Robbie, 728, 191. Got a full pull in with the Austin body. Job done.
Well
Excellent
done, guys.
stuff. That's what they wanted. They just wanted to get a full pull in. A to B, decent number, job done. But Joel Kerr, great pass with the stiff shifter. 698, 194 mile an hour pass. Supercharged Outlaws been absolutely phenomenal today. And we are not done yet. There are still more. You got Ian Merriweather, Mark Flavel, you got the Watts family down. Everybody's here. I mean, you got 27 cars in Supercharged Outlaws this weekend. Biggest ever showing that I can remember.
well, here comes the Banzai car. Ian Merriweather lives on the Isle of Man, this man, and for years drove a Banzai named car, but it was in the shape of a Cobra, which is now driven by, is it Mr. Rudd?
Dave Rudd,
Dave
yeah.
Rudd. And this is quite a mean.
Is that Paul Watts? I think it is.
I'll tell you, there's
No,
some
it
super
could be Luke
cars.
Watts, actually. Apologies.
Give them a big round of applause as they go down the far up road, folks.
It just shot out from the burnout box, very little tyre smoke, and it just like, not very often you see a car come through that quick.
Right, just making sure that both of them are going to do the. Yes, they are. They're in reverse now. So get these two back behind the start line. Now, what are we expecting here?
Entertainment, I think, John, is the word. Ian Merriweather, if it all hooks up and goes well, 7, 8-ish. Luke Watts, good question. I would just love to see this car do flat out A to B and the team to be happy. And because it doesn't always go 100%, but when it does, it just works absolutely superbly. I would love to see a 7, but I tell you what, first run for a while.
Well, again, Ian Merriweather was
The
at the
eighth would be
start,
right, yeah.
at the start of the super gases and things like that. That's when I first, met Ian, and that is back into the 90s. You know, when super gas and super comp first started. Well, once again, it's door handle to door handle, and both coming back and restarted again for Ian Merriweather, and gives us an 8:32,
Yeah.
171. But I think Luke came out of that one, so a 9:47 coming out of it, running 111 across the finish line.
Yeah, it was. It just got a little bit tail happy there, but good driving there from Luke. There's no question he knows how to drive that car whatsoever. But 8:32 there for Ian. More to come from them, definitely, especially with the 60-foot or 140. That's not where that should be. That should be going quicker. It gives you an indication there. A 363. Luke was a 347. So Luke would be capable of running a 7.
Yeah. Right, now this is a car that you've seen and I haven't.
Well, we've got two great cars coming around the corner here now. The Slingshot of the Bond Hannon and Osborne team. That, of course, is young Joe Bond. Going alongside quickest car yesterday, Mark Flavel with the funny car. What a great pairing this is.
Sounds nice. Well, the Mustang funny car body on there, very reminiscent of Raymond Beadle's Blue Max car, which this is going to be me searching through the memory files, was campaigned then by the Stones after Ray Beadle left it here. The Mustang. Maybe not. Just in my head it was. Joe Bond, of course, the last time I was here, put in quite a phenomenal run. Everybody was holding their breath. What was he chasing after at that time?
Basically, really, really low sixes. Really low sixes. But big news from Joe this weekend. Joe messaged me to let me know that they've got basically Nostalgia top fuel wheels and tyres on the car this time. So it's a different diameter, different setup on the back end.
Okay.
So it's a venture into the unknown with this particular setup. And he just basically said, let's see how the car reacts with them. Mark Flavel yesterday, as we know, went into the 7.1s. Well, love to see a 6. That would just be outstanding.
Well, you may get your wish.
Let's have a look.
Let's sit back and relax as you watch these two folks. In we go. Joe Bond away first. Getting a little bit sideways on, but keeps the foot planted. Mark Flavel exactly the same, just pulls the chute before the finish line. And look at that.
Whoa. Oh, it was good driving from both of them. As you say, Joe, 7:18, 1:35. But the 8th mile, Joe was at 175 mile an hour, 4.22. That would have equated to around about a 6.4. Mark Flavel, 153 miles an hour at the 8th and 4.54. Yeah, that would have been a very low 7. That was knocking on the door of a 6-second pass.
This is what the Hot Rod Drags is all about, isn't it?
It's just
Everybody's getting towards the end of the year with their nostalgia cars, and they're really trying for it, trying out new bits and pieces as well. But also lots of people that you and I have known for years and years and years all coming along here.
And we're still not done.
And we're
Because there's
still not
still
done.
more to come.
My goodness.
We've got let's have a look. Elaine Hancock is in the lanes. And I think that's Kirsten that's just fired up, actually, with Susie Q. Yeah, it looks like she's going to be the
It's
next
the
one
lady
to
from
come.
Holland?
It is indeed, yes.
So, we
Yeah,
go
it is
international.
Kirsten coming round. Tried to put a run in yesterday, but was shut off. There was a slight issue. But basically, this is a brand new car. Literally everything has been redone. New engine, new chassis, a whole shooting match. It'd be so good if they can get a cracking run in here.
Okay, well, not really hazing the tyres, just give them a little bit of a warm-up, but maybe if she's just going for a warm-up search, investigate type of run, that's all she will need to get the grip on the start line. This is Plymouth Roadrunner,
Barracuda. It's bearing in mind it's the first time we've seen Kirsten back here for quite a while. Obviously the COVID year she couldn't come over, and then you got the car all set, but there was an issue and couldn't get the car over in the end. But she's here. It's so good to see her and the team back with us.
Splendid looking motor car, isn't it, this one? Well, fingers crossed. Okay.
Just stood right up on the tower. She's got a huge amount of power there, that's for sure. But would have benefited
from a burnout to have driven through that. But at least it works, and you're on your way, which is the good thing. So well done. Now I can see Ron Bartlett down there, ready to come through and run.
Ron yesterday was an absolute legend. It's Paul Dale with the cute angle. It's his daughter Summer's birthday today. Many happy returns indeed to Summer Dale. Hopefully we'll see her around about somewhere. But part of her birthday present was that Ron Bartlett took her for a passenger ride yesterday in the Sweet FA.
Right.
And
Sweet FA stands for Sweet Ford Anglia.
Ford Anglia,
everybody.
yeah.
Before you start
So
writing
had a cracking run. Now, the wish list today, and I don't know if it's going to work out that way, is Ron and Paul Dale will aim to go side by side and try and do side by side sevens. That's what they would love to do.
Okay.
This young man here, what a start in the making. This young man went over to America to do his licensing runs and to get used to driving the car. He went to the, I'm going to guess it's the Frank Hawley School.
I guess.
In the Steve Johnson Motor Mouse dragster. He launched yesterday, went 1-0 to the 60 foot straight away.
Really?
Like, whoa! Unbelievable. Oh, now the computer system's shut down. The young man is Dougie Hill. I believe he's 19 years old.
Oh, that's the same age as you.
I stand corrected. Apologies if I have got that wrong. But this is a star in the making, this young man.
The previous owner, Steve Johnson, down there, keeping a watchful eye on what happens. It's another John Webster built chassis, this one. And I do remember that fabled wheel stand when John first put it out on the track. But Steve has been campaigning this car in Super Pro. Am I right?
Yep.
And has been making a really good job of it. But now we're in the hands of, as you say, young man Dougie Hill, to have this car, which has, I presume, 6-second potential, does it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it has been in the 6s.
But he's on a learning curve at the moment with this. So back we come. Didn't John build 2 of these
Yes, he did.
slingshots?
Yeah, the other one went to the Bishop family, became the Grey Vegas slingshot.
Yeah. Is that around still?
Yes, it is. Oh, no, now you're testing. I can't remember where. Gone blank. Somebody messaged me on that one. Probably the Bishop family tuned in, actually. So, let's see. But this is Dougie Hill, then. Let's see what he's got for us today.
So for you 19-year-olds out there who want to know what to do with your pocket money, Have a look at this. Whoa! That was a great start. Just 1.06 to the 60 foot and 2.88 to the 330 foot. Eighth, he was doing 108 miles an hour, so he'd come out of it by the eighth. That was a brave drive, I think. Great start. You can see a lot of potential with man and machine there. So cracking.
Huge. It's,
Well done.
it's his second 1060 foot. Oh dear. Fearless. That's what we like.
What do you think, Steve? Good? Yeah. Wish you were still in it?
Right, okay.
Do you wish? No.
God, look at those pairing lanes. It's just epic. Is this going to be Ron Bartlett and Paul Dale? I think it could be.
Looks like it, doesn't it? Yeah, here's Ron, and they're just firing up Paul Dale's 105E Anglia. Here we come then.
Oh, the high spirits. Whitfield and Tubb Altered is in the lanes as well. Oh, it just gets better. Apologies for Run With Your Brain, a little bit behind schedule at the moment. But I hope you're enjoying the entertainment of all of these incredible supercharged outlaws. We've been trying to get this together for quite a long time, having these two line up and do some passes together. Now then, we know Ron Bartlett isn't supercharged, but he's here under special invitation because we've always just wanted to get Paul Dale and Ron Bartlett side by side.
Okay, so 105E Anglias. These were a real change from the way that Ford's produced, designed motor cars in the late 1950s. 1959 is when the world received this slope-back window, very much like the Ford Classic. And the 105Es, as they were known, became very, very popular, not just with the normal person in the street, but with racing drivers and things like that, because it was so easy to slip a big engine under the hood and go circuit racing and things like this. I still think these are a damn good looking car. I really, really do. They're very, in a masculine way, they're very, very pretty. So having two of these side by side out there on the line is absolutely superb. Yeah. I love it to bits. So it's Paul Dale in the Kestrel Beers lane, Ron Bartlett with his sweet FA, sweet Ford Anglia out there in the Slick Tricks lane. So what do you think then, Cole? Where's your money?
The mission is side-by-side sevens. I don't care who wins.
Okay.
I just want to see side-by-side seven. That's what these guys want.
Here we go then, folks.
What a pairing.
Look at
what
this,
a great
side
looking
by
race.
side. Whoa!
Yes! Side-by-side sevens.
Oh, absolutely
Whoa.
Brilliant.
790, 174 for Ron Bartlett. Paul Dale, 782 at 173 miles
Well
an hour.
done, boys and
oh,
girls.
that was fantastic. Ron got there first, but Paul was quicker. Oh, that was worth the price of admission alone. Oh, well done, guys. And we've still got more of that to come.
I'll tell you what,
that was epic.
Last week was one of the biggest crowds that were
Yeah.
ever in here for the Euro finals, where the racing was superb. The entertainment for you guys here at the Hot Rod Drags is beyond belief.
Yeah.
Everyone has been an entertainer today. I can't believe
Oh, there's
this.
still more to come. You got Elaine Hancock with the Lethal Z. You know this car.
Oh, I do. So very, very well. So Mark 1 Zephyr coming round. Used to be Raging Ray White used to drive this in Supergas. It used to be just yellow. The colour it is at the nose cone is what it used to be all over.
Yeah, Ray's here this weekend. I've seen him around.
Oh, if you're here,
Yeah.
Ray, come and say hello at some point in time, mate. Unless I spot you first. So here's your car. I'm sure you'll be looking at this somewhere, quite covetously, I would think. So, did Ray take this to Pro Mod, or was it
Yes,
a
he did.
completely
Yeah,
different
it went
car?
Pro Mod, went to
It
the
went
sixes,
Pro Mod. Yeah. So I don't think I've seen this actually run under full power when I've been up here. So this will be quite a thing for me as well. So here we go. Elaine Hancock, the X-Ray White car. Cool, that sounds heavy, doesn't it?
Yeah, very lumpy.
Wow. What does she run normally with this?
It's been in the mid-8s when she ran it in Super Pro, but now switching over to Supercharged Outlaws. Mission, again, it's got to be into the 7s. I don't actually know what Elaine's PB is for this car, but it has, the combination has changed. It's a different supercharger on the car now. The other one was it was too big. It was overpowering it. Yeah, got a different supercharger on there now.
Well, we're just about to find out, I think. It sounded so loaded with power underneath the tower here. It really made the whole tower shake. So let's just see if she can commit that power down onto the track. Here we go.
That's a good looking launch, 118 to 60 foot. Drifted a little bit to the centre line. I think Lane was just thinking, oh, I'm not going to try and be a hero straight away. A lot of help from Nick Davis and Rob Loring as well on the team. I'm going to give a shout out actually, because the wonderful world of social media, you ask a question, you get the answer straight away. Team Grey Vegas are here on the banking.
Oh,
where are they? Give us a wave, Team Grey Vegas.
Yeah, there they are.
Yeah, we can see them
Hi,
halfway up
guys
the
and
banking.
girls.
Very good morning
Lovely
to you.
to see you.
So thanks ever so much indeed, so that they've been in touch. And Mark Bishop messaged as well. Basically, they've sold the Slingshot on,
Right.
but the new owner hasn't identified themselves yet. The engine.
It's not Joe Biden, is it?
No.
Donald Trump?
No.
Just
That's the last thing we want one of them two over here. But the engine out of the front wheel, out of the dragster, has made its way into the Willis.
Oh, okay.
So that will go insanely quick.
Right. Thanks for the info, ladies and gentlemen. Right now then, this is a car that I have seen at shows, etc. I have not seen this under power. I don't think you've seen it under power yet.
No,
have you?
it's the first time I've seen the video of the engine running, but I've never seen it. This is the first time I've seen it move under its own power.
So you've seen the Havoc altered. This is Brian Whitfield's full-bodied version, if you like, of the Havoc altered. I've seen Nick Davis filming down there.
I think everybody's going to be filming this one. Best appearing car at Dragstalgia without turning a wheel, but it's that good.
So Brian, I don't want to be rude, he's nearly my age. And here he is.
The
Out
Whitfield
there
and Cub.
Whoa! Yeah. Come on, Holden. Let's go for this.
Oh, fantastic.
As long as you're safe, Brian. Brian's a guy that I've known in the hot rodding world for years and years, and he builds the most wonderful hot rods. Classic American, all this sort of thing. And we always have a man hug when we see one another.
I do as well.
Things like that.
He's that type of guy, isn't he?
But I'd never in a million years imagined that he would get into something like this.
Yeah.
Seriously. So this is going to be the first outing, right, under power for this?
Yep.
So do you think it's just going to be
Launch.
a launch? Okay. I think we've already seen the power potential of this machine just in that burnout. It sounded so strong. Whiffs of nitro up here in the tower. Even my daughter's enjoyed that, taking her back to when she was a lot younger and used to sit up here. Well, there you are. What do you think?
All he
Look
needed
nice
to
and
do.
strong. And
That burnout, I'll tell you what, the photographers, Callum is just nodding already. Andy Wilshire, they're all out there. They've all got that one. Keith Lee, I can just see down there, because I recognise his shirt from earlier on. Ian Blackett's down there, Julia. They're all there. And that was fantastic. If that isn't a headline picture on Eurodragster and Santa Pod's pages in the next 5 minutes, something wrong. But no, that's great. It's so good to see that car finally more than exceed expectations. That burnout was exceptionally high revving, but that's the
Yes.
little nitro for you, and makes you wonder if they actually put a throttle stop on it. But what a session that was! Jaw-dropping.
Yeah.
Absolutely jaw-dropping. Side-by-side sevens from Paul Dale and Ron Bartlett. 200 mile an hour for Wayne Allman with Mental Breakdown. He's been gunning for that for donkey's years. One of the best supercharged outlaw sessions I've ever witnessed. Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
So are we going back to Run What You Brung
Yeah,
now?
Run What You Brung. I'll tell you what, the entertainment isn't over yet. We've got Clive down there. Yep. Clive Charles going alongside. Just let him come forward a bit. Yeah. So another Williams Brothers creation. Beautiful looking car.
Well, I'm just
Built as
sitting-
a street car.
Yeah.
And then eventually they said, no, we need to put a 10-second cage in it. We need to put the race seats in it. We need to do this. We need to do that. Turned it into in effect, a nostalgia super stocker.
Well, these two should be fairly close, looking at the numbers on the back of both of them. 13 and I think it was 11 in the Slick Tricks lane. Completely different types of motor cars, but we get a 1227 Slick Tricks and a 1255.
Yeah.
Fairly evenly matched. Well, here's Whiffy Smith again in the what's it called?
Smurf tank.
The Smurf tank. And Adrian out there in the Opus, one of the first kit-built cars you could buy as a hot rod. Adrian out there, I forget Adrian's surname now.
Sidwell.
Sidwell, thank you, mate. And turns up at all the hot rod events and likes to drag race it as well. But this was one original piece of kit. So it ties them both together. Adrian always comes along to Wheels Day, which of course is where Whiffy Smith in the blue Mustang is the boss. And Whiffy is trying to run as quick as Kieran. So let's just see. I'm not certain that that's going to be a beat Kieran run from Whiffy. Be back to the old folks' home for some gruel and some soup, and then he'll come back again for another run on the quarter mile later on. So Run What You Brung we are at the moment now, so no classes, just people trying their best to get the most power out of their machines.
Yeah,
And-
Kev Bowman with that beautiful pickup.
This is the Chevy, not that's the Chevy.
Ford.
Is Ford.
Ford, that's
Ford.
it, yeah.
It's not a Willis. I just couldn't remember which one it was. I knew what it wasn't.
All right, Kev Bowman with a pickup. Gary Carr with the Boiling Point. Recently imported from the States, arrived here the day after the main event. Great car for Nostalgia Superstock. And Gary will be out racing next year in that car. Putting some passes in today though. 11:08, 117 and 13:04. That's Gary's quickest run of the weekend so far. Nicely done. Yep, 39 Ford. Saw it in the pits this morning, but
It's a beautiful piece of kit,
couldn't
isn't
find
it?
Nick where he was.
Yeah. I know one of the previous meetings it's been at, I had a real good look at that, and it's a show winner.
Oh,
as
it's
well,
beautiful.
well as a go winner, it's a show winner. Beautiful machine. Sounds super strong too, doesn't it?
Well, gets to the stripe with a 12:51 to 113.
Well, we were talking about Des Taylor. We were talking about the Dark Revenger. And here comes
Here he is, yeah.
young Dave Cherrett with the Dark Revenger. This Model A panel van coming through in the Run What You Run session. So Dave obviously trying out something. Dave's little boy going out to guide Dad into the start line.
Yeah,
What does he run now?
The shirt is back, as we always say with
Yeah.
Steve.
What class does Dave run in now?
He's in Pro ET. That's where he
Pro
runs.
ET. Okay.
But did rather well at Door Slammers this year. He entered into the big bracket
Did he?
and won it. So
Did he?
he pocketed $5,000 for his efforts back in May.
I'll go. Do you want a fiver? I'll go and ask him for a fiver.
I think he spent it already.
So this is. He knows the track, knows the car, just to see what it will do. Here we go.
Yeah, 9 of some description. 978, 134 has been into the
Wonderful.
9.5s. So
Nice to see
that's
you.
what happens when you uncork him. You know, he goes 9.7s and stuff like that. He used to run in Super Street back
Which
in
was
the
a
day.
1090.
1090
And he was
class,
always breaking out.
Yeah. Well, no matter, it doesn't matter how you race him. If he runs in super gas, he'll fly off the line and then he'll lift off and coast at the finish line. No throttle stops. This is Bob Main. Well, just to let everybody know, the lunch break scheduled for 1 o'clock, going to be delayed a little bit to 1:30, just so we can get all of our Run What You Brungers to get their runs in, and then that'll be a half an hour break, and then when we come back at 2 o'clock, it will be our second full qualifying session for, in effect, our racers instead of Run What You Brung.
Yeah. So
Right.
this beautiful little Hillman Husky here. This was the Hillman Minx in the 1950s, and put a sport brake body on it.
Well, that was
but it
five wheelies there for Colin Wood.
certainly didn't run like that when the Roots Group first built it. I tell you, that is extraordinary. After all that hop, stepping, and jumping, he still manages to run 11.05 at 136 miles an hour. Beautiful.
Bearing
It's
in mind
such a
that they,
cracking looking car
yeah,
too.
bearing in mind how quick he was going yesterday, I think they loaded that. What do they say? What's the phrase? Loaded
For
for
bear.
bear. That's
Loaded-
it.
loaded
I
for
think he
bear.
loaded it for bear to try and uncork one there, but just a little bit too much upward motion instead of forward motion.
Well, he'll always be young Julian Davidson to me. And here he is in Plastic Fantastic, which is what I'm sure I used to call it back in the day. But another one of these Suba 100Es that we now have around that runs so quickly on the quarter mile. And you can see they're derived their shape from the Mark 1 Zephyrs, Consuls and Zodiacs. So just a smaller potted version of it.
That was a nice pass, actually, 10.13.
Yeah.
Way quicker than he went earlier today.
So here we go. What looks to be the full-bodied Model A. You know what? It's so high. It looks as though it's on transverse springs, doesn't it? Leaf springs. But running alongside. This was the car that won a trophy at the NSRA Supernats,
Oh, right.
and had a little bit of a natter with the guy. Orange lines on it.
Ah, right. Matt Stanley, yeah.
That's it, Matt Stanley. Well done. He did quite a bit of promoting the class in Sandapol.
12.46 or 109.
Very nice.
And 20.85, 47 at the stripe.
So here we go. Another one of these really quick 100Es. Scott Collin is the man in charge of this. And Colin Wood is with the Pop. Is that right? Yep. So, well, Scott Collin is long gone as Colin Wood puts pedal to the metal in the Kestrel Beers lane and gives us an 889 in that right-hand lane. That's a good run for that, isn't it? Or you expect more?
Yeah, unbelievably, 889, 149, a little bit off pace to what they've been
Really?
running already this weekend.
Okay.
Well, they'd be partying like 1999 if they run at 8, but now, because the car's gone like 8.4 at 160, so yeah, just a little bit softer that time.
Okay. It's a foggy day in London town all of a sudden.
Simon Devos with the Frankenstein Chevy going alongside. I've got the name of Dan Collis down there.
Well, that's a Cresta, isn't it?
Yeah. Just let everybody know
may not be, may
Bill
not be.
Sharratt is changing to 130 now for the fire up.
Okay.
Right, we do have the Yesterday's Dream Slingshot Dragster parked up in the show area, and Bill Sharratt will be doing his fire up at 1:30, basically when we go into the lunch break instead of 1 o'clock. All right, Ian Ratton with a Willis and Al Williamson with a Howlin' Hauler. Now then, when we hope we're going to have both of the Williamson pickup trucks. Yeah, fingers crossed. We'll get to that later on when it happens, yeah? But we want Al to get a run on the board first.
Is the pickup truck street legal?
Yes, it is. Runs in Street
Street
Eliminator.
Eliminator,
Has
yeah,
been
okay.
very, very low 8s as well.
Okay.
Knocking on the door of a 7-second pass. It will come eventually. And we're looking forward to the little match race later on, or the match pairing. We hope we can get that one done. Ian Ratton goes through with the 1393. That's Mark Wallington with the Ford, straight out of the 1930s. Again, another street legal rod.
Yeah.
Drives it all over the place, gets some good road miles each year. Going alongside Chris Thorburn with the Mustang, low 10-second car.
I do like that. It's got a super shape to it, the Mustang.
You're a bit partial to those, aren't you?
I am. Well, yeah. Yeah.
Obvious reasons.
Well, we had, like I said, we had a couple. One was one like that, and the other, when I was with Radio Luxembourg, was a notchback, you know, the normal coupe. But I don't know. They were the first real sort of muscle cars, weren't they, in America, the Mustangs?
Oh, Mark Wallington goes 14.5, quickest of the weekend for him. Nicely done, Mark. Happy days for the team. Good stuff. And 10.40 there for Chris. Right, Ken Amos got a name now for the Tri-Chevy driver.
Don't forget, this is Run What You Brung at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. So we're getting all shapes and sizes out there. And then, as my learning colleague said, we'll be having lunch break at 1:30. Time maybe for you to go and have a look around the show and shine. I don't know whether we get time to eat anything, but we may go and have a look around the show and shine. And just a little bit of a clean-up going on out there.
Yeah. To be fair, the track has hardly been out at all today.
No, just a thought. Should we let Nitro FM have a couple of seconds?
No.
No?
Because we've got an engine running down there, so that means this will be very,
Oh,
very
right,
quick.
very-
The thing is, though, if you hand it
okay.
over, it'd be like the game of ping pong you used to play.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
No, it's just whilst it got a quick moment to just remind everybody, don't forget to get hold of your NSRA merchandise. You've got the event T-shirt, which I know is selling out rapidly, and I didn't even manage to get that all out before they did the burnout. But they are literally just by the crossroads, you know, where the pedestrian crossing is in the pairing lanes. The NSRA are there. Get the event shirts and also lots of other merchandise they've got, and sort out your memberships as well. Pop down and see them. Right, I believe this is Duncan Watts down there. It is indeed, with one of the many cars in the Watts shop gang.
So this is another hot rod shop, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and where are they based?
Well, basically, their home is the Mopar Euronats. They are known for their Mopar parts more than anything else. And fair to say, Duncan has got a fair old back catalogue of bits and pieces. Do you know what? He
Nice.
put 950 on the back window to give an indication of a time, and he just went 9:49 with a 1. It's absolutely spot on, that. Nice one, Dunk. Duncan was one of the people, because obviously when you do comedy, you see so many people run and you don't get to meet everybody. And I think it was only last year or the year before, so like 13 years into the gig, that was the first time I ever met Duncan and the whole team, like Ray Colclough and the whole gang, Shelby Watts, Glyn Boardman. Can't remember them all, but there's quite a few of them. And what a nice bunch of guys and girls they really are. So passionate about running the cars, all put together. They don't have an individual marquee. They just build a great big one, and all the cars go underneath it. Real good operation they got over there.
Okay. It is one of those things when you're up here, you don't recognise people without their
Exactly, yeah.
being on top of their motorbike or
Yeah.
being in their motor car.
Yeah.
So it is very, very strange.
That's why I try and spend a lot of the evenings walking around the pits, going and chatting to people. But then sometimes you get chatting to
You
one,
have been
and
reported
then
though.
you get
Walking around the pits.
you get delayed going to the next pit. And you get like three bays into the pit walk, and an hour's gone, and I didn't catch up with the people that I wanted to see. So it's good fun. All right, Stuart Flitton coming round with his 100E.
So that's a V8 powered machine. And
Yeah,
then
you can cheat. You can actually see the engine because he's left the bonnet
absolutely.
off.
Well, that's why I said it.
Oh dear.
And
the Willis.
The 37 Willis. It's a very nice shape, isn't it, that? Really, really is. Just got to give a call out to my mate John Golding, who is here today from Homegrown Hot Rods, another man who builds hot rods for home consumption. He's up somewhere near the CAF, I think. He told me he was going to be there. So, John, I don't know whether Laura and I are going to be able to get down and say hello. Unfortunately, Deborah's had an accident at home, so we've got to only be here a short while, and then we've got to head off home. So, I hope you do well today, mate. Right, here we go then. Willis against 100E.
Yeah, Stuart Flitton and Alan Rimmel. Well, it looks like a 10-second pass there for Stuart. 10:31, 130 mile an hour. And Alan goes through with a 14:55 at 93. It is. Do you know what I thought? Is it AJ? And it is. So AJ Denning with the 57 Chevy, and that's Phil Hobson with old Scatterbolts, the old school Dodge. Well, they reckon 11. Oh, the car disappeared then. 12-2 target number for Phil.
Oh, the Chevy is
Moving around.
moving around a bit mid-track. Certainly steadied it up though. It runs through 12.41 at 87 and a 12.15 at 111. But that was looked to be a little bit of a scary run halfway through.
Right, Dave Mott with the Brickyard Shaker. And Glyn Boardman with the Oldsmobile. I reckon Glyn can run a 9 here. I know he's dialed 10 flat, but I've got a sneaky suspicion a 9.9 is going to appear on the scoreboards.
Well, Mystic Meg, let's wait and see. Could be wrong. Here we go. 9.9. Oh. Can't get much closer though.
10.00. Well, he got his number right on the back window, that's for sure. I could have sworn he staged deep. That's the excuse. But yeah, I know. Just the tailwind is still there. Mind you, it's getting a bit warmer, so the air not quite as good as it was this morning, but nevertheless, that was a cracking pass there for Glyn. Nicely done. Right, this is Vince Naylor. Got a name for the rat rod now. Whoa. The Cuda getting very close to the blue there. Just lost a little bit of traction off the line. Still goes through with 12.07 and a 12.96 there for Vince.
There's such a mix of vehicles, isn't there, out behind us?
That's why it's the best run what you've run of the year. Beavis Allen wasting a set of tyres, and why not? Doesn't need them much after this weekend. They're going alongside Dan Bates with the. That's awesome. Just matte black, best colour for a race car, according to Darrell. And do you know what? I sort of agree with him. Reckons around about 10.5 for the quarter. Beavis, well, he can go quicker than a 12, that's for sure.
See what we get.
10.7. Won't be a low 12, it's a mid 12, 12.56 for Beavis. Right, Simon Coburn and young Billy.
Barracuda.
I said Simon Coburn then, didn't I? I said
You
Chris
did.
Coburn. Why was I thinking Simon Coburn? No idea.
You're allowed a few mistakes, Colin.
Yeah.
So, thank God. So, Willis against Mopar. There we go. A great start line from the Barracuda in Slick Tricks Lane. And we get a 10.39 at 129 and a 12.55 at 110. Is that belly tank again? He's spoiling us. Knows we like it and has come straight back round again. So,
Yeah, Kev Bingham, got a name for him now. Thank you ever so much indeed to the Simon crew. Going alongside Gary Semper. Does actually run the car in Nostalgia Superstock. Also takes part in Door Slammers as well. Runs in True Street, I think, is where he ended up. It's 11.81 and Kev goes 13.06. Lee Johnston with the Ain't No Saint Volvo Gasser. Went round to see them last night. You know the little Hot Wheels diecast. You know they won the
Hot Wheels.
the Hot Wheels thing. Hot Wheels decided to make a red one. Don't know why, but because Ain't No Saint Gasser's green.
Is this
Suppose it's fun.
Lee Johnston, who used to be in partnership with the Walters gang as the Apple County Cannon?
Yes, I believe so.
The West Country.
Yeah.
Wow, okay. That's
But
some
Lee's been
history,
around
isn't it?
years. So the Ain't No Saint Volvo already run low 10s today. See at 9, are we? 10.2, 134.
Had a good job, a good try for a 9, didn't
Yeah.
it? And there's the little Moggy going across the finish line, 16.88. That can't be a standard Alec Isigonis engine in there, I would have thought. So, station wagon, courtesy of Chevrolet, out there in the
The
Crystal
rolling
Beers
gold.
Lane.
Yeah.
And then the Mark II Zephyr, young Winston just moving away. This emanated from CC Racing, and somebody had this originally at CC Racing. And having a little try here on the track with the Mark II Zephyr. Super colour, do like that. And runs pretty well too.
Yeah, Michael D'Souza goes 11.06. 123 mile an hour past there. That's his quickest, quite some margin actually. Nicely done.
Well, for those of you who are dying to go and get something to eat, sorry, lunch break has been put back to 1:30. I was going to say 10:30. 1:30.
Got half
You're
an
allowed
hour.
mistakes. You're allowed
Yeah.
mistakes. So we're just allowing the run what you brung us a bit more time out on the track. That's what it's all about here at the Hot Rod Drags. And then this afternoon from 2, we will be guiding you through the various classes that are here with their qualifying session.
Well, we're not far away from Julian Webb with the Spider-Man jet car.
Yep.
So first appearance today. Oh, just been just been pushed out now. The tractor out there at the moment, but Julian due to run at 1 o'clock, so he's not going to be far away. There's Paul Singer with the Nostalgia Superstock Plymouth just reversing back out the way. So actually the track crew just doing a bit of sledding out there. I'll tell you what, shall we just rest the vocal cords for a minute? I know we need to. So Nitro FM, I think for the first time today, approaching 1 o'clock, we're going to take a break from commentary just a moment. So Nitro FM, if you can take the airwaves, they are yours. You always know when an all down or a track sweeper's finished when Ian parks the tractor and race engines fire up once again, as we got one pair going through, and then it will be the Spider-Man Jet Dragster putting in his run for today. Well, I say his run for today. He's got two today. Going to be running to close up on track action just before the Crackle-Fest this evening. So if you're not in a viewing position now, it would be a good idea to get there, because you're going to see the first of two jet car runs today from Julian Webb with the Spider-Man Jet Dragster. This is Paul Singer and Adam Leroy. Singer goes through with the 1236. Adam goes through with 1372. Right, so Julian in position.
Just tell me a little bit about this, because it. I'm going to turn this down a little bit. It's
Oh, he's in the other lane.
Yeah.
That confused me. I was just about to stand up and look down and go, oh, where is he? He's come round in the Kestrel beer lane.
Now, Julian took over driving a Jet Dragster from Mark Newby and Colin Fellows.
Yeah.
Is this the same car, or is
No,
this a brand new
this is
car?
a brand new build. This was built by, well, yeah, I was going to say it's actually built by Scott Hauser.
Yes.
It was built over at Hauser Race Engineering, but Scott was the main fabricator on this car. Obviously, a lot of help and input from Martin Hill with Fire Force.
Right, okay.
But Julian's own take on things as well. There's obviously it seems like there's a lot of little aero flicks on the car. You've got the little wings are just in front of the rear wheels. There's a slightly different arrangement at the front. Basically, Julian used to run the split-second Jet Dragster.
Yes.
Which was more of a
An
land
LSR
speed
yeah,
car,
yeah.
not a quarter-mile car. And, you know, okay, it's a consistent mid-6-second runner, but it's not designed for purpose, i.e. it's not a drag strip car. It had been adapted to run on a drag strip. So Julian did actually drive Fire Force 5 when Martin was basically had more jets than he had drivers when we had that immense jet car show, because we had Fire Force 2, Fire Force 3, Fire Force 5, had them all here. No, 2, 3, 4 and 5 actually had 4 jets. Didn't have enough. So Lee Dennick was driving one, and Julian was driving Fire Force 5. And I don't know if it was the reason for it, but there was obviously, this aided the decision a little bit, was that Julian commissioned Hauser Racing to build the new Spider-Man jet, which is the car here. Appeared last year, and just went so much quicker than... he's just been pushed back. Oh. But there's a chance to actually look down on the vehicle now. It is absolutely stunning.
Yeah. Well, Julian's just indicating something
not
quite
100%
right.
happy.
So it's after all the chat, Julian's...
Well, no, because it just helps set the scene, because obviously, bizarrely, okay, he's not going to get the running this time. They'll be back a bit later on. But it gives everybody a good chance to have a good look at that colour scheme on there, designed by Pete Walters of Pete Walters Race Designs, who does all the team shirts and everything for the team. But fair to say that this jet, if... how can I put this? If the split-second jet woke Julian up, this one has really ignited it, because it's so much
the original
quicker.
jet was built by Hauser
Yeah.
Racing as well.
Yeah.
And then I thought it was. I remember you telling me before that Scott, it'd been purely Scott's build on this.
Yeah.
So well done to Hauser Racing. But a problem has emanated, so onwards we will go with the Run What You've Run. So sorry about that, folks. You will be treated to some jet action a little bit later on during the day, just not at this point in time. So here we go.
It
Onwards
could be
and upwards.
something as simple as maybe like a fuse is blown or the batteries are flat. There'll be a niggling problem
Yeah.
that they'll sort out. They're a good team, a really, really good team. Dominic Dromey and Paul Hammond, your next pair. I'd like to see Paul get straight into the 10s here, please. I'm sure he will.
So what is that in the right-hand lane? Is that
It's a Falcon, I
a
think.
Falcon?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that looks a great run.
Oh, he is straight into the 10s. I thought we might go a little bit quicker, but that'll
Mystic
do.
Meg scores again.
The thing is, though, John, as you well know, you get to know guys, you get to know girls, you get to know the cars, you get to know the numbers they run. And, yeah, that's just a... Well, there goes Julian. Just give them... They work hard on this car. They really do. They're always on display in the pits. They'll always chat to people. Go and have a word with them. And, Julian, send me a message, mate. Let me know what's occurring, please, mate. Thank you. And we'll look forward to seeing them a little bit later on today as well, because I know that they'll want to get the job done. They are a top team, and that is a cracking car, that. Please go and check it out. So, Patrick Ibbotson, you have a name for... Whoa! Those treads just couldn't get hold of the track there and overpowered it a little bit. Just stepped out, but gathered it in nicely. So we'll go through with a 1448 at 104.
If you just look out the back, across at the pairing lanes, and you see these 1930s all in a row there, with their noses pointing out this way, it does look really, really good. You could be somewhere in America at this point in time. Certainly the car in the Slictrix lanes had a few runs here today. This is
Yeah,
Paul
Paul
Smale,
Smale,
is
yeah.
it? And
Jim Smith on the other side.
Barracuda,
Challenger.
Challenger.
Oh, just want to make sure. Yeah, two races in Nostalgia Superstock. Side by side 10s. Side by side 10 fours.
Yep.
Oh dear.
Fast Freddy is alive and living
Yeah.
at Santa Pod. There you go.
And he's under the skies of Stuart Smith this weekend. Oh, brilliant.
I do like it when Freddie, his tow truck, you know, the Model T,
Yeah.
supercharged when he comes out. I just think the whole setup is just one to entertain the crowds, and something like that again is a sort of sign of Freddie Fagerstrom.
Yeah.
So
I don't call them Circus Fagerstrom for nothing.
yeah, that's true.
Right, this is Jason Dodd. Oh, Jace, bring it back, Jason. Oh, he's gone. I was hoping he could have reversed and got the times. That was a good-looking run, though.
Yeah, it
It's
was.
a shame we didn't have a time or speed.
Yeah. If it had
Oh.
been side by side as well, would have been quite cute.
Yeah.
So
Oh, he'll be back in the lanes later on. Stuart Smith, meanwhile, just went 10-11 at 133 miles an hour. That's another storming pass from them. Right, let's see what Simon Foster has got for us. Where's he been so far? Let's have a quick look. He's been 10:45, just a gnat's under 130 miles an hour already.
how do you find that so quick, Colin? How do you find that so quick? You seem to just flick straight on and find it,
I noticed
and
he was
you're
number-
reading through hundreds
Yeah.
of bloody reg numbers.
Yeah,
My
so
God.
he was 58th. So I just went down to see 58th.
Got
Oh,
it.
he's just changed
Right,
now. He went
okay.
quicker. 10:41. Nice one, Simon.
I understand now.
Yeah. but it only has the top 80. So that's the only way I can find it.
You're seeing some great vehicles out here on the track, ladies and gentlemen, even if we don't know who they are.
Well, I've got the name of Barner Dan in the Slick Tricks lane. Now, neither of these two have put runs in at all yet, so unless they ran under different guises yesterday. I think they may have done, actually. Recognise the cars. Right, 1:15, 15 minutes to go for a break in proceedings to have a lunch break, especially for our track crew. And then when we come back, it will be the second qualifying session for our race classes. 1473, 1564. Right, Ian Smith has made it back down with the slammed Morris Minor. Whatever that leak was earlier on this morning, well and truly fixed. And let's see if he can get another 12, possibly even 11-second pass here.
He's a regular attender,
Yeah,
isn't
yeah,
he,
yeah.
at these events?
Nice guy.
I've seen it before.
Right,
Being
I'll be looking
joined
forward to
by
this.
a Mark 1 Zephyr
Yeah,
6.
I think this is Danny Wilson. I've just got to double check to make sure my...
Could be a Zodiac. Didn't look at the front.
Yes, this is it. It's Mark 1 Zephyr, this is.
Is a Zephyr.
Danny
Okay.
Wilson. He went in the 8s yesterday for the first time ever in his car. This is his dad's car. Now, the plan is to try and get it to run a 10. Let's see if we can do it. Thanks to Chelsea Oliver for the info on this one. Could be a 10 on this particular pass. 1189, 113. Oh, well, get it back to the pits, do a little bit more work, and you never know, that 10 might just appear.
Nicely turned out car.
Yeah. Ian Smith will be happy. 11:13. That's his quickest of the weekend. 125 mile an hour. And I know Danny's not listening because he's in the car driving down the shutdown area, but congrats on that first 8 yesterday. 8.99. What a way to do it. Right. Reuben Dawson with the pickup. And let's see if we can run here. 11:03. And whoa, the Taylormobile goes quicker. 15:66. Not if it's Nigel or Kenzie today.
It's a good job I don't say what's in my mind about the times that these people are likely to run, because I haven't guessed one correctly when you've been doing your Mystic Meg bit. Seriously.
It's a bit unfair though, John, because I'm doing it. You get to know the cars that, but the fun for me is the two-seater, because I try and get speed and ET bang on, and I've hit it a couple of times.
Is that not running today? The
No,
two-seater?
no, not this weekend.
okay.
They need a weekend off after last weekend. They were so busy.
Were
They
they?
got 5 runs a day over the course. That'd be
Yeah.
20 runs over the weekend. So yeah, they were very, very busy. Right, Clive Charles with the 100E. And Graham Harrison with the Willis. Well, Clive waiting patiently there.
Was the man pushing it?
Yeah. May have lost the first there.
Well, nothing wrong with going forwards, is there?
Not at all. 22 plays a 12:27. Oh, look at that. So cool. Oh, I love that. Ford Model A. Love the paint finish, love the colour. I just love
suits
everything
it
about
well,
that.
doesn't it? Yeah.
That works so well.
And it'd be Eulers friendly.
Yeah, it would actually. My car is ULEZ friendly, stupidly. Not that I'd be able to afford the fuel to go down to London in it, but there we go.
Oh, that's
7 to the gallon, not exactly good. Right, Gary Cork then in the Kestrel lane. $7.73, 116 there for Gary. And a 13.13 at 105.
Here's,
Who have we got?
yeah, this is Whiffy Smith again with the nod
The Smurf
to the Smurfs.
I love that.
You know, in truth, Whiffy could have been a Smurf. You know, he's got all the right facilities to be a Smurf. Adrian Sitwell is in the Opus 1 over in the Kestrel Beers lane. But meanwhile, will Whiffy ever get as quick as his son? No, they shout. But there's a 12. He ain't doing bad, the old boy. He ain't doing bad. Adrian's there in the 14s. So for a kit car, that is pretty good going, I think. Here's the other Model A that we're all in love with, coming out into the Slick Tricks lane. You could be Jed Clampett, couldn't you, with that? The Beverly Hillbillies.
It's just cool. This is one of those where you need a bigger garage at home. You need a barn. You can put all these in. I love one of them.
I'm thinking of the Beverly Hillbillies. The Waltons is what I was thinking of. That's the sort of thing that they would drive in that as well. So,
Going alongside the Biscayne of Patrick Ibbotson.
do you know, it's been ages since we've had a Mark 1 Zephyr out on the track. You know, I think we should have another one.
14.13 and a 14.45.
There you are then. Just,
Yeah.
my wish is their command. My command is their wish. So it's another beautifully put together Mark 1 Zephyr 6. And used to loan itself. I mean, the Harrises were the family that really made a name for themselves, sticking 289s inside Mark 1 body shells. And there are still a lot of the Harris cars around, although the Harrises now are synonymous with racing escorts.
Yeah, he does. Just notice how far Jason's, his rear wheels, they're so far back in the car.
Yeah.
Obviously, the design of the car itself, it's not something that he's moved.
You don't know, do you?
Well, let's see what Jason's got for us then. 980, 140.
Great run. Yeah, Fabo. Love it.
12.98 for Kev. All right, Nick with the 39.4. Jason with that lovely little rag top down there. Getting a bit partial to these old school Fords, I must admit.
Yeah.
1927 Ford down there.
Well, it looks like a track T to me,
Yeah.
is what it is. But who knows? I've never been known to be right.
So basically, that car is nearly 100 years old.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just mad.
Yeah.
Oh, 11.97, 122 there for Nick. And Jason goes through the 15.61.
And here's this little Hillman Husky again.
Yeah, let's see if we can keep the front wheels down this time, not give the
Yes.
wheelie bars such an exercise.
It was really bouncing along, wasn't it?
Yeah.
On a crest of a wave, seemingly. Oh, no, that's much better. All hooks up. That is super. Right the way through. Mystic Meg.
10.62, 132. Yeah, soft launch. Quickest of the weekend for them, but a soft launch. Well, reached the sky straight away. Goes to 12.82 at 106 in the Slim Tricks lane. Right, let's just have a quick nosy into the lanes as we are approaching lunchtime. It's 5 minutes to go. Hopefully we can clear as many of those cars out of the lanes as possible, otherwise they're going to be sat there for quite a while because it'll be whoa.
Wow. There's a bit of a twist there from Cliff Turner, almost heading straight to the right-hand wall in the slick tricks lane, but manages to get it under control.
Still went 1063.
Yeah.
Wow.
Across the, I'm thinking he's going slow. He's just under 100 miles an hour across the line there.
My dad had one of those. This
MGB?
It didn't have a hood scoop.
No.
Oh, that's gorgeous. That's absolutely gorgeous. Still got one or two cars in the lanes. Phil Hobson's down there with old Scalabolts. Ain't No Saint, the Volvo's down there. Sally Warner down there. Hopefully going to get the Camaro to get a run in. But I really like this MG.
I have a funny idea we followed that in to the track this morning, that car. As we drove from the main gate down to the start line here. But 100E is Mark Haswell in the Kestrel Beers lane, and then this MGB special, MGB Roadster, becoming highly sought after and collectible now. Because you can get all the parts basically, not necessarily for this car, but certainly for the stock MGBs.
That's a good looking run there for
It is.
Mark. He's already been in the nines because 9:31 actually doesn't improve on what he ran before, but nevertheless a good hard charging run. 14:23 for the MG, 94 mile an hour.
I think we've got this pair and another pair,
At lunchtime.
and then we're going to be having a lunch break. So
Right, Phil Hobson and Lee Johnston. Phil Hobson, a Nostalgia Superstock racer. He's giving us a clue. Thanks, mate. 12:21 on the back window. And Lee, it's going to be a low 10. How low? Or are we just going to see a 9? I'd be surprised if we do, but it will celebrate, that's for sure. But a low 10 will be really, really good. I must add, John, I like surprises, so if we can get one,
We'll
that's
wait
a
and
good
see.
looking run.
it certainly is.
10:18, it was a low 10.
Well done, Mystic. So
12:25 there for Phil. I'm just thinking, although he's still got that headwind, that it's warming up out there, so the air's not quite as good as it was this morning. And when we say the air's not quite as good, the cars are struggling to breathe, so they need air to breathe. They need air to create a bit more power. If you take some of the air away, you take away some power.
right, ladies and gentlemen, this is what you call lunchtime.
Half an hour break as those two
Go
go
and
through.
invade the food stalls, or get your own food out. We'll be back 2 o'clock.
Yep.
Hope you've enjoyed the morning, everybody. It's been nice for me to be here, especially a weekend after the Euro finals, which was so frantic for everybody. Don't forget the NSRA are here. If you're not an NSRA member, you can join up, take advantage of the merchandise they have, and go and have a look at the show and shine directly behind the control tower. Colin and I will be back in about half an hour.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, actually, just before we hand over to Nitro FM, Julian Webb has just messaged me with Spider-Man Jet. The starter motor failed.
Oh,
But they have a spare, which is really good news.
Wow.
So they'll be back out later on. Thanks ever so much indeed to Julian for giving me the heads up on that one. Right, that's basically it. It'll be lunch break. Andy McGeehan Andy, if you can give me about 10 minutes before you pop up and see me, mate, that would be appreciated. And Nitro FM, it is now your turn to have the airways for about half an hour, and we will see you when we continue qualifying here at the Hot Rod Drags in about half an hour's time. Right, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about that. Yeah, thanks ever so much indeed to Nitro FM. It would be a good idea to keep your eyes skyward, because coming over from Bedford is the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, and just got to make sure our timing is. They said it was literally going to be 2 o'clock, but it looks like a few minutes earlier. They're just flying over Bedford, and it is the Lancaster today. So make sure you keep your eyes skyward. We reckon about 2 minutes and the plane will be here. Fortunately, we're not racing when that plane comes over, so it'd be a great opportunity to listen to those. I think it's Merlin engines on the.
It is.
On the Lancaster, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. All 4 of them. So yeah. We're just sitting up here, holding our breath, waiting for it to come. It did a really. When last time I was here, we had the Lancaster came over, and it did it beat up the track. It was coming over here quite a bit, wasn't
it's
it?
a bit weird because obviously we had Sally B, B17,
who was very standoffish.
Yeah, not allowed to fly over the racetrack. But the Lancaster it has a different flight plan.
Sure. But the best thing is, and what I did the last time I was here when the Lanc came over, is I took the headset off.
Well, that's what I'll do. I'll leave
and
the
listen to the
microphone open
Merlins
so that the live stream can pick up the sound from it.
Yeah.
But then, having said that, I think that the outdoor microphones will pick it up anyway.
I have to just tell you, I have just been for a walk around the Show and Shine field, and it is absolutely stuffed with stuff. It is fabulous. It really is fandabby-dozy.
There's a lot of people milling around there as well.
Yeah. And
how on earth is there judging this weekend? Is there a show?
I have no idea.
Oh, right.
I have no idea. I don't
can
know.
imagine how they got on at Old Warden trying to suss out the presentations for that. For me, just to be able to park up in that field would be an honour. It's just taking part as far as I'm concerned.
Well,
so yeah, the Lancaster, on its way from Bedford.
So, which way is Bedford?
Do you know what? That's
then?
the other thing we need to suss out is which direction is Bedford.
It's got to be that way, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you're right.
So Sywell is there. So Bedford's got to be in that direction.
So it should be coming from over that way.
Which way?
I think sort of behind those trees over there. I've just put Santa Pod on the map. Yeah, so from behind the grandstands, basically, we think. We're useless at geography, but if anybody sees the Lancaster, just point at it, and then we'll all be able to tell. So I think the people on top of the grandstands will get a better opportunity to see it come in before we do here. But we do think that it will be coming on from behind the main grandstands, from the trees from behind it. So yeah, we're just keeping our eyes and ears peeled at the moment. And but when it comes in, hopefully it will go straight over the track first, bank, and then come round and go hopefully straight up the quarter mile. That would be absolutely brilliant. And the Bluebird's going to have a front row seat for that as well. So just waiting with bated breath. That's right, this is a perfect way to wrap up the lunch break actually with the Lancaster coming in because the pairing lanes will start to fill up with vehicles in the not too distant future as we get ready for our second pro session this afternoon. Well, not pro session, but it's our invited race classes. Obviously we've got Outlaw Anglia, we have Gasser Circus, we have the Wild Bunch and Supercharged Outlaws. What a brilliant first session we had from everybody today. Little parish notice here. Can Jennifer Diath meet Martin at the cafe, please? She's on a red mobility scooter. He's lost her. So, Jennifer, if you can meet Martin at the cafe, please. She's on a red mobility scooter. Martin has lost her. Can't be too difficult to find, surely. Right, so we've got everybody looking up. Let's see if we can locate that plane. I think Max was a little bit previous, actually, because I still think it's about a minute away. Aha, have we got people pointing at it now? Yes, we have. Right, it's coming in. As I say, from behind the main grandstand. So I'll tell you what, I'll keep quiet as the Lancaster makes its approach. Thing is, it's just out of my sight at the moment, but everybody on top of the grandstands can see it. And you good folks on the banking got a front row seat. Keith, can you see it? You can. So the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight coming in. Right, literally straight over the tower as the plane banks right, and hopefully it will follow the course of the quarter mile straight up. Let's say the plane banking around the trees at the moment is going to be coming from behind Nitro FM and the barn, but very, very low passes coming up. So once again, as the plane approaches, we'll keep quiet. Don't want to talk over those glorious Merlin engines as the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, the Lancaster, makes its presence known. Here it comes.
Didn't you tell me that somebody in your family was Guy Gibson's commanding
Yes,
officer?
that's right. Well, not commanding officer. My grandmother was Guy Gibson's PA.
PA. I think as being
yeah.
a commanding officer.
So, but Guy Gibson, because of shift patterns, he had two PAs, and my grandmother was one of them.
Wow, there's a history.
Yeah.
That is superb. That's the word, superb.
Shall I tell you guys that last week after...
Yes, hi.
So I visited the dams of 617 Squadron's bombing, and there was a big German tourist group, and I
No.
ended up giving a talk from the English point of view.
She was a Mackenzie back then. Here it comes in once again, though.
Brilliant.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Wow. Gives you goosebumps, doesn't it? Yeah. No, Nikki, I've tried to Google my grandmother on this because she was in the RAF, the Women's Royal Air Force, and my grandfather was a squadron leader, but ground-based, never flew. And so they met throughout the Second World War, basically.
Incredible.
No, yeah. Big, Yeah. No. Yeah, it could be. My grandfather. Oh, this is going way back then. My grandfather died in Burma during the war, and my grandmother remarried, and my grandfather, Popper, as I called him, then obviously married my grandmother and became stepfather to my dad. There we go. Yeah. It's always a temptation to follow the family tree and stuff like that, but I might do it one day, but I just rely on the memories and the photographs in the old albums and things like that. But yeah. Right, I tell you what, Nitro FM, whilst you've got the airwaves... Oh, no, hang on. KB's joining in now. He's had a good day, but I think we're going to get a little bit of a history lesson.
No,
Go
I've just
on.
that when Hockenheim finished 2 weeks ago, the day after I actually was going to see someone in hospital, Jerry Lackey actually.
Oh, right, yeah.
But he was in appointments that day, so that I decided to jump in the car and drove to the Eder Dams that the 617 Squadron attacked.
Yeah.
It was really interesting, and there were no English people there at all, only German. And there was a tourist party there talking, and they were all. I sort of listened to. I picked up quite a bit. In the end, I sort of said, "Hi, I'm English," and my parents always talked about. And I ended up giving a little speech to them about the English version of it, which I thought was absolutely hilarious.
Oh my goodness!
And they're all
me.
going to me, "Oh, that's really interesting. What did you think?" I thought, well, probably won't like to say too much.
Yeah.
But no, it was really interesting. That was fantastic, and I've sort of read the whole history of it many times over in many books. So. It was nice to go there, and then the Lancashire just flown over, so that's quite cool.
Yeah.
Quite cool. And by the way, I also had an uncle died in Burma.
Yeah.
Got him for
Oh,
what it's
really?
worth, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Maybe my uncle knew your grandfather.
Could possibly.
Maybe they shot
possibly.
each other by accident.
Oh, dread the thought, Keith.
Well,
But stranger
I mean,
things happen
with
out
that, I think I'll perhaps get ready to go racing.
there. By the way, great first match up with Andy Bond today.
to, because let me tell you something. He's got bottles on. I need to.
Thanks,
No,
mate.
really, really good. Thanks, Keith. Smiling as always.
See you when I see you.
Right, a couple more passes from the tractor. Nitro FM, if you can take the airwaves, literally a couple of adverts, I reckon, and then we'll be good to go in the Gasser Circus. We'll be back with you shortly.
Monday and Tuesday, and maybe Thursday. Maybe. I won't know until Monday morning.
Thursday, I can't. Oh, no.
Oh no, of course. No.
Unless
Unless you get the roads. I'll let you know. I'll phone you. I might see you before you know.
All right, okay, mate.
Yeah, it was a long time. Yeah, the early 90s. Yeah, when I was first secretary and I went in, I just paid for the super gas card, which was a bit more, my tummy just left at the start line.
Yeah.
But that was fun. Really good fun. So, yeah.
Obviously, you may have picked up on the conversation about the Grey Vegas team shot.
Yeah.
I didn't address it any further.
No, oh, right. I didn't hear
I
it.
didn't know it well. I didn't know it was coming from the so that's why I didn't say anything.
Yeah. No, I didn't hear anything.
Okay.
So,
Well, I didn't say anything. I just know that the can't do a job.
that's
I
right.
was
Yeah.
say
Yeah.
right enough.
Yeah, hopefully that'll be my
Wow.
way.
Gasser Circus Ian has just parked up the tractor, but we haven't got a start line crew yet, so just looking at Gasser Circus in the lanes at the moment. great first session from everybody, fair to say. Just absolutely knocked it out of the ballpark. Just before the Gas Circus come round, don't forget Blackett Photography Studios are now open. Paula did pop up earlier on to say that she'll be back around about lunchtime, so we've just had lunch, and Blackett Photography Studios are now open. Ian Blackett just running with his camera to get onto the start line once again to capture more images of this incredible event here, day 2 or 3 of the Hot Rod Drags, the 2023 edition. And if we carry on like we did this morning, well, just hold on, folks. Going to be absolutely incredible. Beautiful day out there. Still got a bit of a tailwind. It's warm. It's not boiling hot like it was last weekend. And just delighted to be able to call this one. So Jason Darling with the Sinister Coupe. That was a banner car for Dragstalgia, actually, or has been a banner car for Dragstalgia, going alongside the Identity Crisis of Brian Gibson. Right, at the moment, Brian is number 12 on the qualified order. Jason, a couple of places behind, but they only had 1 qualifier so far. They are due to get 3 qualifiers in today. Gotta make them count. Darling's then 11.45 for Brian, 11.90 for Jason. 11.51, 11.71. Brian moves up 5 spots. Jason, a bit too quick. I know you like these two, John.
I think it's both the honky tonkins. Yeah, they're
1 and
beautiful
2.
cars. Yeah, Steve Matthews is the man in the first honky tonking, the Tri-Chevy in the Kestrel Beers Lane. And in the Nova is Lee Pike, who, of course, was part of the pair that built both of these cars. So let's see how they go. Consummate drag racing cars and drivers, I think it's safe to say. Steve Matthews currently number 20. Lee, number 1. Well,
9.50 and 9.40 of the Darlings. 9.61, 9.44.
Yeah, I think that just cements Lee in at the number 1 spot, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, Steve moves up 20 to 13. As you say, Lee number 1, but there is space to get a few in there. It's only 100th of a second, but you consider that 9 of them ran bang on Darling recent event this year. Goes to show the depth of field.
Well, Paul Dominey with the Dorset in the Kestrel Beers Lane, number 26 at the moment. In how is 28, isn't there, here this weekend?
Paul broke out in the round 1 of qualifying, hence right at the bottom of the pecking order.
Nick Hewison is in the number 12 spot at the moment. He's out there in the Slick Tricks lane in the Fordson panel van. So Darls in a 9.84. Paul Dominey in the Kestrel Beers Lane at 10.47.
Ouch. 9.84 was the Darling. 9.83 with an 8 was the run for Nick Hewison. Oh, so close to being bang on. But it was a breakout, so he doesn't move from number 12. In actual fact, it was a double breakout, so no improvements.
Get some great cars here, don't you? Another it's 55 Chevy, the Green Onions car of Ray Turner. I think Ray Turner has been the champ, hasn't he?
He has, yes.
On 1 year. And of course, Nick Brooke Langham, Nervous Nick, in the Sit Up and Beg Anglia, out there in the Slick Tricks lane. Darls in at 11.48. Ray Turner in the Kestrel Beer lane at 10.76. So there's quite a gap between them, which you will see just manifest itself as they head towards the top end. So 11.76, 11.77 moves Ray Turner up to 2. And what about Nick Brooke Langham?
Yeah, he was closer on his first run. He just slips back to number 4. But Ray Turner wants to qualify well because he's second in the championship. Chris Layram is number 1 at the moment.
Okay.
And there is only 70 points between them, so it's less than a round win. Ooh.
Mellow Yellow. Who was that? Donovan Leach, wasn't it? Mellow Yellow. That's Adam Krasinski in the Kestrel Beers Lane, and Simon Glenn in that Austin pickup truck, dialing in a 10:28. Breaks out big time.
Too quick. And I'm up to number 14 with 26. So he's a tenth of a second off his darling.
Some good cars in this class, aren't there? Andy Cobb is in the Kestrel Beers Lane now, bad to the bone. That's the Model A, and the 50. That's not a 55
No, that's
Chevy.
the Falcon actually. He used to, 55 Chevy is, I believe, in bits at the moment. So he's bought the X.
So this is
High
not Guy
roller.
Gibson. This is John Gibson.
John Gibson, yeah.
Just to prove a little bit of a link there. So 10:65 the dial-in. So very close these two. 10:56 for the Kestrel Beers Lane. 10:65 for the Slick Tricks Lane. Well, Andy Cobb moves up from 25 to 17 with that 11.42. And John Gibson,
Yeah, he went too quick, broke out.
so stayed where he was, basically. Okay.
Sean Wilson with the Morris van, currently number 7, dials 10.05. And Neve Smith with Not Bad the Bad, dials 11.70. And if she runs that, that'll be a PB.
Hasn't Sean been champ as well?
Yes, he has.
In the Morris Z van. Well, yeah, 10.05. Let's see what we get. Mystic Meg, what do you think? Oh. Breaks out by how many thousandths of a second?
Well, 100th, 5 10,000ths. Wow. Neve broke out, but smashed her PB with that with 11.64.
Oh,
So the darling
congratulations.
is going to be like 11.55 next time round, just to make sure she doesn't do it again.
Billy Jones is in the Kestrel Beers Lane with his Grumpy Grizz. Sounds like a perfect name for me, I think. And Ray Irish with the Gas Junkie. Known Ray for so long. Used to be a stalwart of drag racing, grassroots drag racing at... it's gone out of my mind. In Essex.
Oh, Blackbush.
No, that's Surrey. North Wales. There you go.
Billy Jones, look at that. And that is our first perfect ET of the weekend. 10.52 with a 0 on a 10.52 dial. Told
Perfect.
you these guys and girls were
Yeah,
good. That
absolutely.
is bang on. That is a perfect ET.
Could it be beaten?
Yes, by the 10,000ths.
My goodness me.
Yeah, the window is small, but it's there.
Yeah, cue for a song, I think. Graham Barton is in the Kestrel Beers Lane in the Devon. Martin Hallam in the 33 Willis out there in the Slick Tricks Lane. Dials in 10.55 to a 9.86 in the Slick Tricks Lane. And we get, is that another breakout? Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
For Martin Hallam. And breakout for...
No, Graham Barton
No,
was
Graham-
the right side, but Martin Hallam, 9.79. That is like, that's PB territory, that is.
So here's Simon Prest with the Comet, dialing in 10.87. He's in the Slick Tricks Lane. And then the car that I was calling the Morris Minor, exploded Morris Minor. We haven't got a name for that.
No,
have
we haven't yet.
Dials in 12.60 in the left-hand lane, in the Kestrel Beers Lane. So here we go. Simon trying a bit too hard there, pulls a red light. A 0.01 of a red light. He's got it and runs through with the 10.94. And that moves him up.
Yeah, halfway from 24 to 12.
Yeah,
Nicely done.
good. Well done, Simon. Didn't he go right to the final? Or did he
won.
win? Yeah,
He
when
won
was
it,
that?
Yeah, last time out. That was... Ooh. Poor Struthers. They all roll into one at the moment. That
Yes,
must
that's
have
the
been
trouble,
the
isn't it?
Mopar. Was it Mopars? Green Light?
May have been.
Yeah. But anyway, he won the last event for Gasser Circus.
Well, Patrick Hobbs in the Kestrel Beers Lane with the Falcon. Big block. Chevy in there. Jason Pickett with the 55 Chevy in the Slick Tricks. Darling 1070 for him. 1146 in the Kestrel Beers Lane. And what do we get? A breakout again in the Slick Tricks lane. And Patrick Hobbs runs 1147 on whatever Darling he had, because it's gone from the screen. But he moved up to number 2. So well done to him. Right, next pair then. The Chevy Nova of Harvey Turner, dialing in 1180 in the Kestrel Beers Lane. And then you've got Chris Lamb with the Anglia in the Slick Tricks Racing, dialing in 10.14. So here we go.
Last outing for Gasser Circus was VW Action 2 weeks ago. That's where it was. That's where Simon Crest took the win. I knew it was recent.
Yeah. So 10.14 is what Chris Lehman's looking for. 10.15. He now moves up to number 2. This is moving by the minute, isn't it? All of this chopping and changing.
Mind you, he wants to qualify well. Chris Lehman is number 1 in the points chase, so he needs to be right up there. But what it has done is that Ray Turner is number 5 in the points, Chris Lehman number 2, so that's only 30 points difference on qualifying if they run to 100 points for round win and 10 points per qualifying position, so really, really tight.
Okay, well, we've got Dean Maudsley out there in the Slick Tricks Racing lane. 11.45 is the Darling for him. Tony Pearson, 10.38 Darling in the Tri-Chevy in the Kestrel Beers Lane. Tony Pearson heading down the race. Dials in 10.38, runs 10.49, stays in number 11. But Dean Maudsley dialed in 11.45, runs 11.64 and moves up from 26 to 19. So well done, Dean. The car is called the Defiant One. I am your son, Luke.
Right, Outlaw Anglia is their second qualifying session to open up. John Webster. Well, last weekend John was running the Fast Company Mustang. This is Fast Company 2. This is his Outlaw Anglia.
And Alex Strike is the man in the Kestrel Beers Lane with his angle pop. And this is just heads up. There's no Darlings, is there?
Correct, yeah.
As you said earlier, the quickest one wins normally. So John, having taken the number 1 spot already with an 8.05.
It's nowhere near what anybody wants to be, though. We'd be looking for 7s. For certainly for John, for Colin Miller, for Dalton Scarlett, and some others as well. But let's see how John gets on. We know it can launch hard. It's all about the run itself.
Here we go then.
Yes, good looking run. This will be a number 1 qualifier. It will be a 7-something. 7.18. Oh yes,
well done.
188 miles an hour at the stripe. Absolutely brilliant performance, gang. Well done.
Well, you can see where we're just looking at John's tyre tracks here, and he went off towards the middle lane, and then from then on, straight as a die.
Yeah.
Quite extraordinary. But heavy tyre shake right on the start line. Really did rattle his bones, I think, there.
Yeah. Right, well, whenever Outlaw Anglia run, I always say hi to John Willard down under. So, John, even if he doesn't watch live, he always watches the replay.
Does he?
Yeah. So he always tunes in, and likes to know what's going on. So a big hi to John and the whole family and the team, and hope you're keeping well. This is Spencer Tidswell and Luke Hoskins.
So they're currently in the number 10 and number 8 positions, qualifying respectively. So let's see how we do this time. Spencer ran a 9.68 and Luke ran a 9.53, so they're very evenly matched, these two. Spencer gets there first and this time runs a 9.66 to a 10.04. No change for anybody.
That's Dalton Scarlett. The hooligan. Gary Bird with the lucky penny.
Oh, didn't know we were going through a drifting routine here today, but my goodness, that was a hard burnout. Okay, well, Dalton is currently the man in the Kestrel Beers Lane is number 6 qualifier. Gary Bird, however, is in the number 2 spot, having run an 8.62, but that gap between him and the number 1 spot has just widened considerably after John Webster's last run of 7.18.
Well, if Dalton can get everything right on this run, expect to see a mid-7. Maybe a little more. We just got to see how it works out. Unusual combination for Dalton. He runs a Pro Charger, where everybody else is either nitrous or supercharged. But
Sure.
Dalton's line of thought is a Pro Charged route. Certainly drive the wheels off it, that's for sure.
Yeah, tremendous
Quite
wheel shake on the.
Nice
Hey.
one for Gary Bird. 8.62 was his previous, now moved up with an 8.44. Nicely done, Gary and the team. Yeah, I don't quite know what the issue is for Dalton this weekend, but good brains trust on that team. They'll get it sussed out.
Well, this is Mark Bracking in the left-hand lane, the Kestrel Beers Lane, currently in the number 12 qualifying spot. Brian Nixon, I don't think I've seen Brian out here this morning, in the number 16 spot with, is it a Prefect? I'm not certain what it is.
Yeah, he went 12.36 this morning. Whoa!
Whoa! Mark Bracking, huge wheel stand, and keeps it going. Popping and banging a bit now, but keeps his foot in and runs at 10.75. Well, yeah, very good.
That is two things there. It's number one, knowing your car, because if it was, if he didn't know what the car would do, he would have backed out of that. And number two, it's preserving the car as well. The best way to ride out a wheelie is to keep the power in, because if you come off the gas too quickly, it comes down with such a thud.
Yeah.
It can damage the sump, it can damage the subframe, it'll take your front suspension out and everything. Mark did that, everything right.
Yeah, good fit. Well done. So Andy Cunningham is the man in the orange Pop Anglia, and he's in the number 14 qualifying spot at the moment. Doug McClure, Trampus, in at number 13 at the moment. So there's nothing between these, well, about half a second between these two on their previous qualifying times. See what happens this time, whether there's any change. Well, Doug McClure moves up 13 to 11 with that run of 10.18. Andy Cunningham stays in the number 14 spot.
Yeah, two good looking runs though, especially for Doug. That was great, 10.18. All right, Ben Montgomery and Wayne Power.
There's these ladies in that polka dot dress you were coveting. Or did I say you were coveting it? Yeah, more
No,
than
as you
likely.
said I'd look good in one.
Oh, I said, yeah. Same sort of thing.
Polka dot is the new houndstooth.
Ben Montgomery is in the Kestrel Beers Lane, currently number 17. Wayne Power
He's
is
not going to
currently
get a time,
number 7.
unfortunately.
And, nobody gets a
Yeah,
time.
he
They're
went-
both-
no, Ben will.
Oh, okay. That's the first or worst rule, yeah?
Yeah, basically, Wayne sort of, he tried to bump it into stage and then went up on the two-step or transfer wherever he's got in there, and it bumped through stage. So you know his run was done by then. So he had no option really but just to take it through.
Okay, well, Colin Millar was having some problems, wasn't he, earlier on, getting the power down. Currently, where is Colin? Number 3, but with an 8:65, which is not the sort of time we expect from him, is it?
No.
So let's see what happens this time around. Good luck, Colin. The Flying Fifer, there you go. There's that little arch of nitrous oxide being purged from the car. This always astounds me. Ford Populars running the sort of times and speeds. I can't get over that. I do, when I'm talking about drag racing, I do always throw that into the mix. Oh, that's better.
That is a cracking looking run.
Oh, yeah, go on, Colin.
How low is this 7? It's a
690.
690.
Yeah.
Oh my God, look at the speed. 199 miles an hour.
Wow.
Oh, Colin Miller, take a bow. Look at Jen Aaron. Party time down there. Oh, Colin Miller, you star. So close to 200 miles. That's what happens when it hooks up and goes.
Yeah.
The launch was amazing. Only at 110.60 foot, but that'll do.
Oh, it's brilliant.
690, 199. Oh, that was superb. Oh boy.
Not much to say this time.
Oh, he's going to be. The Crocs are going to be dancing around the pits with Colin attached to them, I tell you. Right, next up it's the two Birds, actually, Aaron Bird and Shane Bird. Let's see how these two get on. Aaron has basically got an old engine in there.
Right.
He's got a much more powerful unit to go in next year, so he's just seeing this year out with a small block Chevy in there. Shane gets there first with 11.63, that'll do. And Aaron goes through there with a 14.33. But watch out for Aaron next year, he's going to get quicker.
How many cars run are they doing for the elimination?
I hope it's a 32 car ladder, pure reason being because there's so many of them. How many did we end up with in the end? $29. Oh no, sorry, that's Gas Circus. 27, I think it was.
The Colin Miller squad accepting your cheers, everybody.
Oh,
as
too
they go
right.
up.
Too right.
Well done, gang. Well done. Okay, here's our next pair then. Martin Payne is the man in the Kestrel Beers lane. And he's currently our number 4 qualifier, having run an 891. And that's Psycho Phil Druitt. That's what we used to call him years ago. He used to have it on his car. Psycho Phil Druitt. And he's number 9 qualifier at the moment, having run a 9:57. So between them, there's about, what, 9:57, half a second, just 0.6 of a second between them. But Phil Druitt, it's a great name from the past. Well, certainly Martin Payne out in front. Is there going to be any change here? Runs a 9.14, stays at number 4. Phil Druitt runs a 10.48, stays at number 9.
Yeah. Just looking at Outlaw Anglia, I would imagine a 16 car ladder for them. 21 entered, so that'd be a 16 car ladder.
Will it?
Yeah.
So who's on the bump then?
If it is, I need to double check with the timing crew.
Okay.
So that'll be Shane Bird, but let me just double check. Mr. Mopar, fire it up.
So John O'Sullivan coming through with Mr. Mopar. Had a bit of a problematic run first time out. Any which way but straight. Sideways slew of the car there, absolutely beautiful. But the crewman's on the spot where all the tyre tracks are, which should help John when he launches. What did you find out, sir?
It's a 16 car ladder.
16.
So, yes,
So there's going to be some people going home.
Yeah, bump at the moment is 11.63. Number one qualifiers, we know Colin Miller. Second at the moment is John Webster. Gary Bird is third. Martin Payne, Rob Brindle, Dalton Scarlett, Wayne Power and Luke Hoskins round out the top 8.
The crewman say, move that way.
Do as you're told.
Lovely. Well done. So the crewmen fighting to get John O'Sullivan onto the tyre tracks that other cars have put down there, but being very, very sensible about that, looking for the maximum grip away from the start line. Got so much horsepower here with this machine, but it is putting it all down onto those 2 rear tyres is the problem. So let's see how we go this time. John's currently not on the board at all,
right.
is he? Well, that's going to get him a little puff of smoke going through the end there, but it's going to get him onto the board, I expect, in the number 14 qualifying spot at the moment. So the news on our qualifiers is...
Yeah, so number 1, as we know, is Colin Miller. On the bump spot now, Brian Nixon on 11.05. So 1 more qualifier to go, and Shane Bird, Alex Strike, Ben Montgomery. Oh, we didn't see Ben Montgomery in that session, actually. And Aaron Bird not in the show at the moment. For Ben to miss a qualifying session, very unusual. So hopefully he's not wounded. But we'll soon see, as the last session of Outlaw Anger coming up much later this afternoon. But hold on tight, folks. It is Supercharged Outlaws. What an incredible first session from them
yes.
today.
Worth the price of an entry ticket.
Oh, no,
wasn't
hang
it?
on a minute.
Oh, no, it's
Max
Keith.
race number 2.
Yeah. Or is it 3?
No, this is number 2.
Number 2.
Keith leads at the moment, 1-0. They were both hiding in lane number 1. So Keith Bartlett with Roaring Rat is 1 up against Andy Bond with the not so ugly sister.
Well, we'll see what the tree is this time. And Keith, we think won the... Well, no, he did. He won the first
He
one.
won it on the whole shot.
Yeah.
Went 10.07 to a 10.04.
So this is a little private bet going on here between these two. We've seen it before here at Sandipod. The boss in Roaring Rat, Keith Bartlett, who owns the track, taking on Andy Bond. Andy Bond, who's got this, the pretty sister, and he drives the ugly sister in Street Eliminator. Now, they're fairly evenly matched, we think. We think. That's all we can say. We'll wait and see what happens now. So, they've changed lanes, so you in the grandstand now are cheering for the boss. You on the banking are cheering for Andy Bond. Come on, Andy. Come on, Keith. K-E-E-F, that's how you spell it, isn't it?
Right.
Hello, a bit of psychology here.
Yeah, who's going in first?
The old saying used to be, last one in is the one to win. There we go. So Andy Bond goes in first. Mr. B in, and red light for Mr. Bartlett.
Yeah, he tickled the beam. He went to launch and yeah,
So
dropped the ball.
1 each. And what does Andy run?
1988.
Well,
Yeah. Oh,
there's a frightener.
that didn't need to show his hand then, but he did.
Oops is the word we're
Yeah.
all searching for. Oops. The cat is out of the bag, definitely. Well, there you are. So at the moment, it's 1 each.
1 each, yeah, decided to
okay.
come.
All right.
That was good. The other worrying thing about that is, okay, Andy Bond had an 0.2 reaction time. It was a red, but he was trying to cut a light as well. He'd realised that Keith had already gone red, so there was no point in Andy thinking, oh, I'll just go through. So he tried to cut a light, just missed it. But sets it up nicely for the decider. 500 quid
Yeah, it's £500
Yeah.
for the
Best of
decider.
three,
There
yeah.
was me thinking they were putting £500 on each race.
Yeah.
So
Okay, folks, hang on to everything because it is Supercharged Outlaws, the second session, and what a first session we had.
I think it's
It is,
yeah, Fast Freddy, as we will call him, Freddy's Revenge, coming round against this beautiful Hemi Hunter slingshot rail. It's
Well-
going to be interesting.
Robbie went 7:28 at 191. The quickest and fastest that body has ever been in 35 years.
Really?
So a very happy Freddy's Revenge team. Just as happy, though, is Jim Usher. Monstrous PB for him, 7:32. He was absolutely delighted with that. Now, Jim is one of those guys that's always smiling anyway, but that was just right out there. I think he's struggling to get reverse. But he's got it now. Basically, the rev's just a little bit too high. So the crew just came over, just closed the butterflies a bit, just get the revs to come down so like reverse from the gauge.
Well, there's nothing between these two. They're in the numbers
no, you're
5
right,
and 6
actually, yeah.
qualifying spot with a 7.2 and a 7.3. So this could be a pretty tight race, ladies and gentlemen, between these two. The Austin, the baby Austin, as they used to be called, the Austin A30, A35 shaped funny car here of Rob Grabham and Jim Usher in the slingshot Hemi Hunter.
Well, fair to say they were both extremely happy after their first runs. Let's just see if they can elevate that for their second ones. You've still got that tailwind. Both away very nicely indeed. Arrow straight runs for the pair of them. What we got at the stripe?
So tight.
Oh, 7:29. Jim Usher, another PB. 7:27.
Well done.
185. Robbie goes through with that 7:29. That is two 7.2
They swap
second runs
places.
now. Yeah, but those two are going to, the way they're running, they're going to be matching each other all day long now.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
That's extraordinary.
Well done, Jim.
Entertainment. Here comes John Milner. Well, we've certainly got a Chevy in the opposing lane. We've got the Coupe, 32 Deuce of Keith Freeman, and he's in the number 14 spot at the moment, having run a 936. Right alongside him is that 57 Chevy of Luke Watts, who is in the number 15 spot, having run a 942. So again, with these two, there is nothing to choose between them. Give the crew a nice big round of applause as they go up the old Fire Up Road, ladies and gentlemen. So,
happy crew.
here we are. We've got the Chevy, the Deuce. It's been done in a film, hasn't it?
It has actually. Well, the old Loco Coupe of Keith Freeman. It's his birthday today, so don't expect any sense out of him tonight, that's for sure. But he's letting the car do the talking on the track today because you won't be able to understand a word he says later on. Probably tequila time. Luke Watts, is he going to give us an 8? Come on, let's see the 8 on board. Let's see an 8. Yeah, oh, comfortably so. 8:54, 159 mile an hour pass there. Keith Freeman, a 9:39 at 149 miles. Sorry, 145 miles now. Got a bracket car there.
And guess what they've done? Swap places.
Yep.
14 becomes 15, 15 becomes 14. There we go. Can't get much closer qualifying than this, can you?
So Matt McClure and Andy Park, your next pair. Andy Park once again giving us another storming burnout. Sorry, it's Johnny McClure, not Matthew. Apologies for that.
Well, Andy Park, number 16 qualifier at the moment. Having run, I can't even see it from here.
Yeah, he's in the 9s, which is really, really good.
Yeah.
9.74 today.
And then John McClure is in the number 17 spot.
Just a little bit behind Andy.
Yeah. But I mean, he's getting used to driving this car. Andy is a seasoned campaigner in the little blue Model Y. So let's see what happens this time. Don't forget, they're not racing, they're just qualifying at the moment. But it's just interesting the way they've been coming round. They've been so close on their qualifying times. Look at that. Who's going to get there first? Can't pick it. It's Andy who gets there first. Well done to him. What's the times like there?
9.89 for Andy, 10.01 there for Johnny.
So Andy stays in 16 and 17 for Johnny McClure.
Yeah. Right. Twister, the Fadster. Fingers crossed for Andy on this one.
I see Robin Reed with the nose of the Daimler Dragster just poking round the corner there. It looks as though it's going to be Andy on his own.
Oh, it's the Haggis Hunter. Mick Hanna. Come back, Fadster. Come back.
Whoa!
Where's Mick going?
Hey, they're giving us some displays today. This has been really fab. And you got all this again tomorrow?
Yeah. Bring it on. We've still got again later on this afternoon as well. So at the moment, let's have a look at the running order. The qualified order. Joel Kerr is the number one qualifier at the moment with a 6.98. Sorry, the quickest in class. Best way to describe that. Second quickest, Wayne Allman, 7.15. Hit that 200 mile an hour. Been gunning for donkey's years. Joe Bond is currently number 3. Simon Barlow is 4. Jim Usher is 5. Robbie Grabham 6. Mark Flavel is number 7. And rounding out the top 8 is Roy Wilding. Well, the Fadster shuts off purely because Mick Hanna is stuck up there and Fadster doesn't want the engine running and getting overheated on the start line.
No, but he's already been sitting there for quite some time, hasn't he? So
that's a sensible thing, shuts it off.
Yeah.
As Mick Hanna got a problem with the Haggis Hunter, so they need to move him back first.
What looks so lightweight on the track, when you come to push it backwards, suddenly becomes so heavy.
Especially trying to turn them, push them around a corner as well, because obviously there ain't much of a differential in them, put it that way. So it does make life quite tricky. Most of these cars solid axles, of course, or a locker, if you like. So Mick Hanna's car just now being pushed back behind the line, so I would imagine Twister will fire up now. Tony there with the squirt bottle and everything ready to get Andy started. So Andy Hadfield got the track to himself. Went for the revs and it just cut out. Tony out front again, fingers crossed. It'll fire, yeah. So, the Fadster. Let's see what he's got with Twister then. Fingers crossed for a good looking run into stage.
Yes, that's looking really good.
Still taking it relatively easy, but a good looking run nevertheless. 8:13,
Well done.
167. Very happy team indeed, well done. Right, and Mick Hannon managed to get it fired up, that's good. Need the brakes to work, i.e. parachute. What a driving job. 724, 188. That right foot was not
wow.
coming up for
No.
anything, was it?
Talk about brave. Fantastic run. Absolutely fantastic.
Oh, dear.
If you had to draw a diagram of where those front wheels were going, it would be Z's all the way. Okay, right now then, I can see Robin and his crew down there with the dragster. And not to say there's the other small dragster behind. I don't know if that's the one that's going to be running or whether it's going to be Banzai.
No, I've got a sneaky suspicion Robin will be on his own here
Yeah?
because the other two
Okay.
aren't flinching at all.
Right.
So don't forget Daimler power for Robin Reed. He's basically got an engine not even the third of the size of a top fuel engine. And
Yeah.
it still runs incredible numbers.
But it's a Hemi.
It is a Hemi, yeah. It is nitro. It sounds epic, that does.
The actual engine itself, I'm sure I've said this to you before, was designed by the man that designed the Triumph Speed Twin, a guy called Edward Turner. And you can never imagine a guy designing a parallel twin that comes up with this, you know, a lightweight V8 engine. Yeah. But that's history. And certainly the Daimler engines have proved to be very, very good. Russ Carpenter, of course, with the Glacier Grenade, was one of the historical figures in this at drag racing. And he took Daimler V8s to places that no one else had taken them before. I don't know whether Robin has gone quicker than Russ now. I really, really don't know.
That's a good question.
But certainly Russ is a guy that I see, certainly the Wheels Day event at Rushmore Arena in Aldershot. He usually turns up. And let's see how Robin. Good luck, Robin. Let's hope it goes well.
Another good looking run. 719, 192 miles an hour.
Yeah,
His quickest
brilliant.
of the day. He'll take that. I know he wants more, but that is still a good step in the right direction. Just looking at the top 11 in supercharged Outlaw, put 7-second passes in.
That's really
Absolutely
great, isn't it?
outstanding. Right, we've got Mike Couch and Ian Merriweather, the next pair to come round. The Little Hemi Hustler taking on Banzai. So you got the Slingshot against the Altered.
Well, here comes Ian. First to poke the nose through. I would call this a compact slingshot, this. It really does look as though they said, this is the middle of the whole chassis, we put the engine there. And very nice looking machine it is as well. Yeah, two well put together burnouts there, I think you will agree. So no drifting on either of those.
Well, this is in a bizarre twist. These two are as tight as you can get. Both of them ran 8.32 on their first qualifiers.
Really?
Both of them 8.32. So hence that's why they're matched up for this pairing.
Yep. So Ian is just slightly quicker in the Kestrel Beers lane in the Altered.
To be fair, I think they would both like to run a 7. Ian's done it before. I'm sure Mike must have done it in the past as well, but an exceptionally good match. Are they going to be neck and neck all the way? So both in debris stage. And when Ian goes in, off they go.
Well, a better start line reaction, you can tell from the dragster.
I think Ian's going to get it though.
Yeah. Oh, just nearly, but not quite. So 8.18 for Ian Merriweather. 8.31. So does anything change? Yes, it does, doesn't it?
Ian moves up 14 to 12.
Yeah,
Getting
well
close to
done.
that 7. Good looking run for Mike Couch as well, though, fair to say. 8.31, 162. Right, just having a look around the corner to see who appears next. It's Roy Wilding and Des Taylor. So it's Chariots of Fire and the Thunder God.
Two guys really that have been around this sport so much. Des Taylor and Roy Wilding. I mean, the names are synonymous with drag racing, aren't they? Through from the, 70s, 80s, 90s, right the way up to date. I've always known of them ever since I've appeared on the scene here, I think. So let's see how they get on here. Des is currently the number 21 qualifier, and Roy is the number 9 qualifier. Of course, his machine, that's the man in the Slick Tricks lane, Chariots of Fire. So
let's not forget at the British Track Racing Hall of Fame Gala dinner, Roy Wilding is one of the inducted into the Hall of Fame, good and proper.
So here we go, up to the start line then with these two. Altered against Dragster. Slingshot against this quite incredibly put together Altered. So between them, not very much. Who's going to reach the top end first? Here we go. Des Taylor, Roy Wilding, and Des away first. But it's Roy. That is an absolutely beautiful run right the way through. And a 7.64 for him and an 8.42 for Des Taylor. Des moves up to the number 16 spot. Roy stays exactly where he is at the number 9 spot. But I tell you, talk about straight as an arrow. Arrow straight for Roy Wilding. That was superb. Loved that. Right then, it looks as though we've got our two 105E Anglias coming round again. So Ron Bartlett and young Mr. Dale. So for those full fans amongst you, and those a bit like me maybe, who still rate the 105E as a great car, I've been thinking about buying one of these just to beat Sadiq Khan's Eulers rules, but not so powerful. Maybe I'd like a 1200 Super, eh? You have to remember I'm an old boy. Let's watch these two as they come through. So Paul Dale out there in the Slick Tricks lane, and Ron Bartlett into the Kestrel Beers lane. And Ron has been, I know he took Dave Gibbons, crew chief, or the man who used to be Dave Gibbons of Rough Diamond fame, crew chief, a ride down in his 105E Anglia on Friday. That was yesterday, wasn't it? Crikey, the time goes so quick. And Paul Dale just coming back now. Where are they at the moment? Let's have a look.
Do you know what? I don't think they care, because that 7-second side-by-side earlier was just epic.
Well, Paul Dale certainly is in the number 11 spot.
Bizarre thing is that Ron Bartlett can't qualify for supercharged outdoors because he's not supercharged.
Ah,
so you
okay,
know.
so, right, okie dokie, yes, of course.
But
That makes
he's here
perfect
having
sense to me. He's having fun as
With Paul
usual,
Dale.
which is the NSRA logo.
Yeah.
So here we go, the pair of them up to the start. Will Mystic Meg? Will we see another pair?
I want another side-by-side
Pair of sevens.
pair of sevens. Yeah.
Okay. Well, angle boxes. You've heard what Mystic Meg has said. Up to you to deliver. Here we go.
Oh, we go,
Come back,
Rocket.
Ron.
He ain't gonna lift. Look at this.
He swerved round the timing block and kept going.
8:10, 7:82.
Oh, wow.
Oh, Paul Dale.
Well done.
Just, I haven't got a hat on, but if I had, you'd have a tip of it.
Well
That is
done.
just absolutely outstanding.
I think that would have been a side-by-side 7 again.
Yeah.
But Ron took the long way round. Let's have a look at this timing block. No, better straighten up and
Yeah.
go on the track. So there
Rocket
you are.
will still be smiling, that's for sure. But that was great. Paul Dale, 782, 782. He went 782 with a 4 on his first run. He went 782 with his second one. Ron Bartlett went 790 on his first one, 810 on that one. That was purely because he took the long way round. But that was just absolutely brilliant. We've waited for so long to get those two cars side by side.
That's wonderful.
They've never been at the same meeting. They tried to do it at the
Oh,
Ford show.
really?
They tried to do it at the Ford show. Ron came along, but Paul Dale didn't have all the parts, so his car wasn't ready, so they couldn't do it. And then this weekend, I tell you what, that is just, I am so happy for those two teams. Seriously am. I can't wait to catch up with them later. And how about this young lad?
Yeah.
Dougie Hill. He's going 1-0 off the line on every launch he's done so far. This is the This isn't even the first part of the story. This is just the introduction, isn't it? You know, we have a preface before we get into a book, and you think, yeah, I want to read the rest of it. This is Dougie's story, isn't it?
You're not aiming to read the Bible at the end of television production at 12 o'clock at night, are you? You're waxing very lyrical here.
I know, I'm just excited. John, I'm a drag racing fan that just happens to be in the tower. I'm just so excited for all of this lot.
Well, this has got all the ingredients, hasn't it? You know, a youngster, fearless,
Oh, he's fearless.
great car,
Great team.
a great team, and a well-engineered car as well, with Steve standing at the back, who told us quite categorically he's so glad he's not in the hot seat anymore.
I don't think his back can take it anymore, to be fair.
But I mean, how long had he been racing? Was it 50 years he's been racing
yes,
or
it was.
something?
Yeah, it was
Steve
50 years.
Johnson.
Always under, well, certainly in the time that I've known, it's always been under the Motor Mouse banner.
Yeah, yeah. But there was a famous picture of him with a slingshot Motor Mouse doing a massive wheel stand.
That's when the wheelie bar completely folded underneath him. That's that. Oh no, a little bit of a leak, I think. Yeah, so just shutting the engine off. It may be small, but it's just not worth the risk.
Yeah.
But they'll be back for the third qualifier, without a shadow of a doubt. But you say it is an all-star team. You've got the Hemi Hunter team there, Martin Jones,
Yes.
better known as Sid, obviously, down there. Well done, gang. He'll be running sixes before you know it. I'm utterly convinced. The car will run a six. It has run sixes before. Yeah, but that young man has got a big career in drag racing. He won't make any money at it, but he's got a career in it, that's for sure. So the car just being pushed around the corner. Head of the lanes, not quite sure who's going to fire up next. Yes, I do. It's Mark Flavel with the funny car. The squirty bottle's just gone underneath the body there into the bug catcher to squirt the fuel in. Disconnected the starter. What a run for Mark Flavel. He was the quickest yesterday here in Run With Your Brung.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be the orange Fordson of Simon.
Yeah, Simon Barlow.
Simon Barlow, that's it, sorry.
Or is it going to be... Joe Bond started? Yeah, it is. Yeah, Joe Bond is running.
Sorry. Didn't they come out together first of all?
Yes, I think they did. Yeah. Oh no, I say Joe Bond. He's not running. He's being pushed. Apologies for that.
Okay. So maybe it is just Mark Flavel.
The team are smiling. They're obviously having a good time. Lovely strong burnout. And of course Mark Flavel, another member of the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame, inducted.
Is he part of the Retro Funny Car ensemble?
No, he's not actually. He's not, no. Mark spends obviously so much of his time up at Melbourne. Every spare moment he has, he's up there tarmacking, putting fence posts in, sorting out Armco, whatever it needs. He's up there all the time, a huge supporter of drag racing up there. And a thankless task, but we all owe a massive debt of gratitude, we really do. Absolute top bloke, been in the sport a long, long time, richly deserves his place in the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame. And
well, his brother Alan used to be involved as well, and Alan had Pop Dragon, which is now run by Ben Rushforth. The guy who owns EDA now. So involvement in the sport continues. So let's see what we get. What does he run up to now? 7:38
today.
Well, this is desirous of a much better time than 7:38. Will we get it?
7:15.
Brilliant. Well done.
184 miles. He's having too much fun with that car. Way too much fun. The team are smiling. I bet Mark's smiling in the car as well. 7:15, 184 mile an hour. He knocks one out of the ballpark again. He's probably thinking, why didn't I run this car before?
Yeah. But when you think about the sort of times that Apache and Venom are running now,
Yeah.
5 seconds are sort of like,
Yeah,
where everybody wants to be with
The
that.
big difference, obviously, with Apache and Venom, they are nitro
Nitro,
cars.
yeah,
It's,
yeah.
a methanol burner. But nevertheless, outstanding performances from Mark Flavel and the team. And how about outstanding then for this man here, Simon Barlow. What a run he put alongside Wayne Allman earlier on. It wasn't so much the ET of 722, it was the speed, 192 miles an hour. He spoke to me this morning, said I'm going for it this weekend. 792 out of I told you he's mad. Yeah, when he said I'm going for it, and it wasn't a bullish Simon Barlow, it was a quietly confident Simon Barlow, and that was the difference. He knew he had something to work with this weekend. Aaron Windridge is well and truly back. Is a long distance award. He's obviously got the drop tank car, which he can go and top up with. Obviously he can't, but it's a terminology. So Simon Barlow with the Beast and Aaron Windridge with the Grim Reaper. I love the way the boot flap comes up with the race number on it. That is so cool.
I hadn't noticed
And then when
that.
he stops, when he hits the brakes, watch it fall down. Oh, he didn't that time. Yeah, we got it. Oh, that's class. I do like that. So, Supercharged Outlaws continuing to entertain here at the Hot Rod Drag. Simon Barlow currently on a 722, over 190 mile an hour. Aaron Windridge didn't have the best run ever, 8.30. But looking at the state of that burnout, he'll be going for this 7.6, 7.7, something like that. To get even quicker, well, let's just see. Oh yeah, little dry hops up to the line. Aaron is going to drive this one like he stole it. He always does when he can. Let's see. Hold on tight, folks. This should be entertaining. Oh, lack of drive there for Simon. So this is all Aaron Windridge. A little wheelie off the line. Straight and true to... Oh, it's an 8.12, 165. Just a little bit off song there, but nevertheless, good looking run. And I am not quite sure what happened to Simon at all there, but lost drive off the line. So he's just going to hopefully make it to the top end. But I fear he might not. Oh yeah, he's found a bit of drive now. Excellent stuff.
Well, it's I can see Martin Hannes and Doug Bond looking this way, waiting for someone to say, your go. So young Joe is in the car. Here we go. The thumbs are up.
I've just spotted another member of the crew for the the Bond, Hannes and Osborne team. We've got young Albert Carter down there. Albert, very good afternoon to you. He's been helping out a few people this year. Was joined John Willard's crew at when they were on their visit. So yeah, good to see them. But here you go then, Joe Bond, the second outing this weekend for the Slingshot. Look at the difference. You can see the rear wheels, John.
Yes.
Big difference running the retro Top Fuel tyres.
Yeah, Martin, I spoke to Martin a little while ago and he said, I want my other tyres back.
Oh, really? Did he say that? Oh.
But we'll see. It's only a matter of getting used to them, I guess. I mean, I'm not a racer, I don't know. But if it is something so dramatically different, then we will find out. So let's have a look at Joe.
Interesting burnout.
Well, yeah.
It was almost like it was on the rev limiter on the burnout there, and it was trying to cut out. But we'll see what happens when he brings the car back out and back to the line, get it ready for the run itself.
So I wonder what had happened to Daddy Doug. Well, here he is, just coming up behind his boy in the car. So it's the whole family's out there again. And what are we going to see this time? What did we have the last time? 7.18?
718. Yeah, it wasn't picture perfect, but obviously different setup on the car this time round.
So what has Joe run before?
He's been a second quicker, basically. 6.2. I'm not really sure what the exact personal best is, but he's certainly one of the quickest front engine dragsters around. Somebody will message me and give me his PB in a minute. I know they will, because they're a nice bunch out there.
So Martin just taking the car right up to the start line. Here we go. Fingers crossed for a great run. Oh, wow. It's just inscribed the letter S on the track. And
641, 226 miles an hour.
And Martin, he ain't happy.
Doug, he's all right.
Dear.
He's all right. He stopped running now.
Yeah, but he's teaching us how to write on the track, Doug.
Yeah.
It's an S at the moment. So there you go. So Joe Bond, number one qualifier then, with that 6.41. And there's still more to come, I think.
Oh, yeah. Let's see who's in the lanes. And that's about the lanes. Look at that. That's the back of the lanes at the moment. Just looking at Simon Devos and Sally Warner. Right at the crew just taking time out there, just having a little nap on the live stream at the back of the pairing lanes. But, yeah, it is what it is. Very, very busy event. But all of a sudden, all the cars will start moving down and they go, oh, no, we got to move, we got to move. Because Supercharged Outlaws, for every one car that runs, two will disappear because there's always a support vehicle as well. Also got the Wild Bunch in the lanes as well. Still to run in this session. I think Bob Hawkins is still to run in this session. Wayne Orban, I couldn't see... Can I see Wayne Orban's car down there? Mind you, they're still appearing from the back of the lanes. I can see Elaine Hancock's car down there. But this is Kirsten van Kronenburg from the Netherlands.
What did she do the first time around then, Carl?
Didn't have the best of runs at all because it didn't didn't get the pass in. Even though they had a tiny little fluid leak on the start line, the car was pushed back, went back to the pits. So although we got the burnout, we didn't get the run. Fingers crossed this time it'll all be good. Kirsten can get the full run in.
No, is there something wrong again? Let's hope not.
No, all good.
We're okay. So.
That was perfect. Planned launch by the looks of things there. 115 to 60 foot there for Kirsten as she rolls on through. Have we got a second actually? Let's have a very quick chat with this gentleman that's just walked into the tower. He's a quite shy, retiring type of guy, so you probably won't get many words out of him. Jim Usher. Oh,
Hello.
look at you, Mr. Fast Guy.
Hello.
2 PBs in a row, into the 7.2s. How's it going, mate? I told you he was a man of little words. Normally
Amazing.
you cannot stop him
Absolutely
talking.
amazing. Yeah, no, we've been working for that moment because the car's record with the Stones was 7:29 on Nitro.
Oh, wow.
So we did 7:27
Yeah.
on Alki.
Which is some going, isn't it?
And so
Well done.
that's stood since 1973, I believe.
Yeah.
Or 72, 73. So yeah, it's been there a while, and yeah, just so pleased and happy. I thought, well, I've got to come and say thank you to the track staff.
Is it the actual Hemi Hunter?
Yes,
It is the
it is.
original slingshot.
Stone- Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. It's like Trigger's broom though. The front nose cone and the front spindles, the A-arm, is the original car, and the side panels up to the motor.
Yeah.
Everything behind it's all chrome moly.
Real history.
Real history. You know, it's had Stones had it, Dougie Bond and Martin Hannis had it, Roy Walding had it, Mike Kaysen had it, Mark Perslow had it, and now Steve Ellis has got it with me behind the wheel.
Wow.
So yeah, it's history.
Well done,
but it's,
Jim.
Yeah, it's
Well
beautiful.
done,
It's
mate.
a beautiful car to drive.
Yeah.
But
Well,
it's-
your team are just so happy.
Oh, yeah, I'm happy.
You're obviously whooping and hollering in the
yeah.
shutdown area.
Oh
each
yeah, I
run,
love
so
it. I love it.
hang on just for a
Yeah.
second as Elaine Hancock is going to be taking. Really, really good to see Elaine back, and huge amount of work on the in the engine department from the 2 gentlemen down there, Rob Loring and Nick Davis. Dave Hancock out front, just guiding Elaine to where she needs to be for the run. It's still a learning curve for Elaine as a totally new combination.
What did Elaine do before she came to this thing? Was she a
She's a Sportsman ET in a Honda Civic.
She was in the Honda Civic. Right. Okay. The parallel is enormous.
Yes, it's huge.
Okay. Let's see how she gets on. Huge pedigree, the car.
Hooks up nicely.
That did actually, 117 to 60 foot. But Elaine clicking it early there. So Jim, another qualifier still to come.
Yep.
Is there any more in it?
Loads. We just got to find it.
I was expecting you to say, well, maybe a little bit, and he just goes, loads.
There's always room for improvement. Just been told to John Wright, and he said, you know, if it's meant to be adjusted, you can adjust it. So
Yeah.
we'll just tweak
Adjust
it.
it.
Adjust it. Yeah.
Oh,
If you're not supposed to adjust it, it'd be sealed.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
no,
dear.
we've got some few things we can do. So yeah, no, hopefully the next round will be another PB. That's what we're aiming for.
Good stuff. So we're gunning for the 7.1s then.
Yeah, who knows?
And
Let's
then
see
who
what-
knows after that?
Wow. M6 is then a million mile away, but
They're not.
it's a long quarter mile.
They're not a million miles away, but it's a lifetime to get there sometimes.
And it's
So
big
you know
pockets.
that, Jim.
Oh,
You
been
can't.
there, yeah. Had the t-shirts.
Yeah.
But this is great. I want to just thank all my crew, all the fans, supporters that are here, the track staff, Santapod, you guys, internet, everything, Euro Dragster, everybody, brilliant.
I think you covered the lot.
Yeah, I think so.
John Force Jim. Good to
Lovely
see you.
to see you,
And
Jim.
you, mate.
Yeah, really
Thank
good to see you,
sir.
Jim. Thanks
Yeah.
for popping up.
Yeah.
Thanks for having
Take care,
words.
everybody. See you all in the bar.
Okay, nice one. Jim Usher, the driver of the Hemi Hunter Slingshot, and we'll see him a little bit later on. Right, okay, so we've got a couple coming underneath the tower, but we put both engines in one car. I was going to say a couple of engines. This is mental.
This is what I
love
was
this
talking
car.
about earlier,
Yeah.
isn't it? So double trouble? Too much.
That's
Too
it.
much. That's it. Yes, get the title right. It's a thing that just puzzles me is how do you do this? You know, it's...
When
Would it-
Norm appeared with this car and did his first ever burnout, I just thought, this is earth-shattering. Unbelievable bit of engineering, this, to get both engines to run on song. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, could we have had a twin-engine Spitfire during the Second World War with one Merlin in front of the other? You know, it's how do you do that? It's just crazy. But let's wait and see what happens. I don't know any of the history of this, by the way, other than...
I don't see it often enough to... well, it doesn't come out too often, let's be fair, but to have a twin-engine slingshot dragster,
Yeah.
16 cylinders, I mean, it's just mad. It shouldn't work, but it does. It's a 7-second car, and it's got all the reasons available to him to go into the sixes. And apologies, I do not know what the PB is on this car.
No.
Phenomenal bit of engineering. Yeah, very happy to go.
Yep. So here you go, folks. As my learned colleague said, 2 engines in 1 car. There you are. 1 gearbox, 1 rear axle.
And 1 brave soul. Well, the engine's working fine, but the transmission isn't for that one there. So Norm Wilding will get that car back to the bits. I really hope we get to see that again later on, because it's a phenomenal bit of kit. Coast through there at 50 mile an hour, got there in 16 seconds. That doesn't matter. It's so good to see that car.
And I think we're on to the Wild Bunch now. I think that's going to be a bit of a push, isn't it? Right up at the top. We're watching the live feed here, and the crew are just about. Oh, it's froze. The picture just froze. The crew up at the top end were just about to start going. Oh, this is heavy.
Especially turning a corner as well.
Yeah, but it's moving fairly slowly up there, I think.
So we didn't see everybody in that session. We didn't see Bob Hawkins with the Time Traveller. So hopefully he is okay. Looks like the screen has changed to Wild Bunch now. So whilst the Wild Bunch, before they come around the corner, can we please say a happy birthday to Sam? And that's a 14th birthday from Team Happy Days when they come round on the line. I will repeat that then, but I just wanted to get it out whilst it was quiet.
Good thinking, Batman.
So Sam, happy birthday, and when Happy Days comes round, we'll mention it again. Look at that Boston Straggler engine in there. That is just phenomenal. Whoa.
That is an engine,
Look at
isn't
the
it?
header pipes. That is just a work of art. The Boston Straggler #2.
When Quick Fit saw that coming in to have a new exhaust system, they rubbed their hands with glee.
All right, and we have the Shore Crank Redemption. The little slingshot appeared in the Slick Tricks lane. Right, I've got to get my list of personal bests up for the Wild Bunch here, as you end up doing a fair bit of scribbling here. Does that give you a time to hit then? 3:30 in the afternoon here at the Hot Rod Drags. Been a cracking day, it really has. So Tim Roy, let's have a look. The Boston Straggler, the Jag V12, has a personal best of 8.35, 161 miles an hour. You got Andy Roy, actually, the Shore Crank Redemption, and his best is an 11.05 at 123.
So 12 cylinders plays 8. Jaguar plays presumably Chevrolet.
Yeah, say Chevy Small Rock in there, you're right.
And both slingshots. Different configurations with these two. Quite extraordinary.
What? Both struggling.
And nothing, I don't think that anything is going to change for them. 14-second run, cruises across the line at 50 miles an hour, and a 28-second run at 125 miles an hour. So nothing changes.
Yeah, the reach for the 28 had a 19-second 60-foot time, so it did break the beams, didn't move, but then eventually it got going.
Yeah.
So, Paul Tarry and Keith Crampton. It's Triggers Broom Altered taking on the Saltown Shaker Slingshot. Try and say that when you've had a few.
Yes.
Saltown Shaker Slingshot.
I have trouble saying it before I've had a few. So, not that I'm known for imbibing, of course. Right, now then, let's see how we go here. So qualifying, of course, for the Wild Bunch. And they've been around for a long time now, haven't they, the Wild Bunch? As a racing group.
They have, you're right. I know the Wild Bunch actually is a group that's been inducted into the Hall of Fame as well.
They have.
93 there for Keith Crampton. And Paul Tarry goes through there with an 11.56.
That's it. Now, I'm trying to see what colour crash helmet is here.
That's the blue
That's a
one.
blue one. So it's Blue Peter.
That's it,
Peter
you got it.
Brown. Yeah. Okay.
You got it.
There you are. See, I do listen. Usually, though, I forget.
Right.
Rich Butcher is the man in the Kestrel Beers Lane with his Fourth Dimension slingshot.
Oh, carb fire, backfire, and he's having a few issues. He hasn't got a run in yet as Rich. A bit frustrating for him. So let's see how Pete gets on with Rebel. 11.17. Sorry, Rathchild. 11.17, 127. And Rich just being pushed back. Coming up next, Jim Tanner with the Shindigger. Time now, 3:30 in the afternoon here at the pod. Don't forget, after this session, a bit more Run What You Brung. There is a afternoon break much later, and then we get ready for Crackle Fest and fireworks display. It's all still to come at you. Run What You Brung finishes 7:30 this evening.
Right, so who have we got this time around? Let's have a quick look.
Jim Tanner, and that is the Sonic Attack number 2, Steve Garland. So no doubt Vinny will be tuned in from the wedding that he's at today. Would normally be here with Steve. After the Wild Bunch should be back into Run What You Brung.
One or two people having a few problems now. It's all been going so terribly, terribly well. And then one or two people heading towards the wall and bringing it back, and just sort of dribbling over the start line and then going for it. So let's hope for better things. We've seen a lot of entertainment here today. And this is Rich Butcher. He was in that lane just
He was,
now.
yeah, very quickly switched over because
Yeah.
I didn't like that one, I want the other one. And lo and behold, it worked. 1260, 115 there for Rich. Right. So Rob Brown with Rebel. Down there you can see the red crash helmet there. And that is James Griffin down there with the little altered. Right, someone shot off. Ah, right, yeah, it's James. Thing is, though, he's got plenty of time as Rob brings the Rebel slingshot back to the start line. What a shame for James, he rolled the beams there.
Yeah.
So let's see how Rebel gets on. It'll be an 8, but what flavour? 850, 159. And James Griffin just bringing that little altered back.
Yeah, I think he's going to
I
go
hope he's
now,
going to get
isn't
another.
he?
Yes,
Yeah.
he is going to get another go.
Yeah.
Excellent stuff.
Good.
Don't forget, it's a new car to him as well. It's his first weekend in the car, so giving him every opportunity to get the running. We're not in like national championships and stuff like that. So
After all of that, it runs really well, doesn't it? Right the way through. Well done. And a 9.85, 140 miles an hour. They don't have qualifying positions, do they, in the Wild Bunch?
It's just have target numbers.
Yeah.
And then they try and get as close to that. Doesn't matter if they go over or under. It's the overall. So Brad Cooper, back from the past slingshot, going alongside the Charles Banks special. That'll be in the 11s. Yep, 1107, 119 goes 1247, 111. Well, I hope everybody tuned in at home is enjoying the live feed from Santa Pod here this weekend. The free to air. We've got to remind everybody that it's free. It's just outstanding. The camera coverage, the shots that they get. A lot of them are computer controlled, these cameras, and a very, very clever setup indeed from Box Lane. Barney and the gang doing everybody proud. All these high def images. You can see Frankie Taylor just walking backwards there. She's not trying to do a moonwalk. But as Mick Taylor brings the Banshee altered up to the line, going alongside the one and only Ford Skip with Chasing Time.
So the lady that's going to be driving it is now out at the front of it, just guiding backwards.
Yeah, Frankie did her time in Junior Dragster.
Right.
Very successful there. But obviously grew out of that car. So it's Grandad Mick, who celebrated his birthday. I think it was last week, actually. So the age difference between these two drivers is somewhere in the region of 50 odd years, 45, 50 years. So Ford goes through with a 9.53, Mick goes through 10.58. But one thing that Mick did discover, they found it had a rev limiter on it, which they didn't realise was
Oh,
there.
okay.
So that's why it wasn't going quite as quickly as it was
Right.
earlier. But it's all about testing and getting used to the new combination that they're running. This should be a cracking pair, actually. Let's just see how Gonzo gets on. And Ian Wild with the Wildcat. So Gonzo on the verge possibly of going quicker than it's ever done before this weekend. It was oh so close earlier on. It was 169 mile an hour pass, if you remember. His PB is 171. So all being well, we should see another 7-second pass from Alan, but can he nudge past that 171 PB?
That's such a good running car, isn't it, that one? Yeah. I absolutely love that. What's the figures? Here we go.
Yes, a new PB.
Wow.
Oh, on both ends of it, actually. 7:59. That's the first time that car's been in the 7.5. 172 miles an hour. A new PB. Well done to that.
Well, I have Herb Andrews has just written to me, and I will.
Herb, yep.
And he's been talking about Robin Reed and what he's run and what did Russ Carpenter run,
right, yes, good.
and things like that. He says Russ Carpenter ran, the best run was 7.21 at 179. Robin has run 6.69, 199.89 in the car they're running this weekend, the little car.
Sorry, 100 and speed?
199.89. I think that's what you said to me anyway.
Well, that was very similar to what Wayne Allman had done, if you remember.
Yeah.
Wayne was actually a little bit slower. He'd done 199.88.
Well,
But he's now gone into the 200 club. Now it's Robin's turn.
Robin's latest car has run 6.37 at 209, the quickest and fastest British engine dragster in the world.
Yeah.
So, Herb, if you're listening, if you're here, thank you very much indeed for that. Very nice of you to tell us. Thank you. So, Steve Young's also written saying he's listening to the words of, I don't want to say wisdom, coming from us too.
Right, Alan Schofield and James. Oh, Alan Abbey's having way too much fun with this car. It's another 7-second pass coming up here with a 762 at 171 miles an hour. Nice one, Alan. At 12:39.
Only a
for
bit
James
happy,
Alden.
the crew. Look, only just a bit. Well done. Oh, fabulous.
Thing is, though, if you pop round to see Alan, from what I understand, and we can double check the message, the chassis is up for sale, even though he's only just bought it.
Okay.
He's going to sell the chassis because he's
Yes,
going
he
to
moves
put the
around
engine
a
and
bit,
gearbox
doesn't
in
he?
a different vehicle.
Yeah, okay.
He's great. I like Alan. Totally mad. Thanks, Sharon, for the info.
So Terry Clifford with the Ratcatcher Resurrect. He's in the Kestrel Beers Lane. And Rob Wright with the altered 23 Model T altered in the Slick Tricks Racing Lane. So let's wait and see what these two will now do. And a bit of a hop, step and a jump for Robert Wright. And sets him in chase mode. Is he going to get to the top end first? The answer is no. Terry Clifford gets there first, runs a 10:37 at 130, a 9:79 at 104 for Robert Wright.
Oh, Elliot Jones with the Raging Cajun. So pleased that the trip to Manchester was worthwhile to get the replacement gear. Going alongside Dave Schubart, the crewman. Oh, it's my turn now.
Oh dear. So who in actual fact is in this car? in the
That'd be
Kestrel
Elliot.
Queensland?
Elliot is driving this weekend.
Elliot Jones. Is it? Or
Yep.
yeah, are they brothers?
I think it's father and son, actually. Oh, I was waiting for this guy to message me, and he has. Right, so I'll read that one out in a second. So, Dave Schubart, then, this will be his first number on. No, it's not. He did get a run early. Apologies. Right, he goes 10:29 at 1:32. 10:50 for Elliot there. Well done. Just making that journey all worthwhile.
So what was your message, oh wise
Right.
one?
A big hello to you and John. This is from Richard and Rachel Warburton. They're not here this weekend, but
okay.
really, really good friends of both of us.
Yeah.
Sorry we're not here this weekend. We'll be back with a vengeance next year. I hope you're both keeping well. Lots and lots of love from both of us to both of you. Miss you guys because I didn't actually know you weren't here until I caught up with some people in the pit saying, oh no, they're not here this weekend. I was really gutted because I was just looking forward to seeing them this weekend. It's always good to have a good old
Yes.
chin wag and
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Yeah, from my family to your family, as we say, lots of love. So hope everything is going well.
Right. Okay, we'll catch a word just after this pairs. Chris Hartnell lines up, going alongside. That's the antique toy down there, isn't it?
I rely on you,
Yeah.
oh wise one.
Obi-Wan.
Don't-
Whoa, big wheel stand there for Chris. They don't call him Crazy Chris for nothing. This will still be an 8-second pass as well, knowing him.
That shook the
Oh,
joints
nearly.
up a bit.
9:15 and 10:17. Right, the governor's back in the tower. He's not smiling at the moment,
No,
though.
I mean, no. Listen, he's got the bottles on. I
Yeah.
knew that, and I had to really go. And I took it up to we never launched it that hard. I couldn't hold it.
Yeah.
I couldn't hold
You
it.
now know the limitation.
I know. Yeah, I went right over the limitation and couldn't hold it, and I needed to because I knew
Yeah.
he got the bottles on and he was going to run a 9.
Yeah.
So next, I'll have to keep within my limitations.
Yeah. I'll give you a little clue, Keith. Don't tell anybody. Stage with the back wheels. I think Ian might pull you back, but
Yeah.
no, it's great entertainment because both cars going really, really
Yeah, we're
well.
going well.
actually.
No, the money run at 5 o'clock.
Well, there's me saying we didn't see Bob Hawkins. I forgot that he is in Wild Bunch, not Supercharged.
Oh,
he could
okay.
run in either, so that's apologies for confusing
All right.
people with that one. But great hot rod drags, Keith, isn't
Yeah, it's
it?
good. It's always
Real
good. Yeah, really good. Yeah, it's superb. You see such a variety of cars, and it's fantastic. Really good. Really good.
Well, not only that, we had some great entertainment today with, you've probably seen some of the stuff. Wayne Orman finally getting
Yeah.
his 200 mile an hour pass.
Some of the crew have had trouble getting their instructions to the driver, haven't they? It's like,
Oh, yeah.
get over
Yeah.
in the nicest way possible. Oh, going right the way back.
I'm not in the nicest way possible.
So another burnout chance. No?
No, I think
Leaning
he's
it
weaning
out.
it off, shutting it down.
Huh. Oh, well, something's wrong.
Yeah, so
just
even
involving
if
the
it
crew.
could be something just like oil pressure, it may be looking at the gauges to go, oh no, I've got no pressure, I'm going to shut it off. There is just not worth risking all of that equipment just to trying to put in a half pass. You either give it everything that you got, or you bail out. And sensible decision for Rob.
Just out of interest, how would I have qualified if I'd have run in the Gases Circus?
Bottom.
You mean normal? You mean the usual? My usual.
You ran a 10:07. What
Yeah,
would
but-
you have dialed? Be honest.
With that wind, I would have dialed a 10:10.
Okay, so you would have broken out.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't have qualified
no,
very well.
I would have dialed a 10:10 with that wind,
so,
probably.
yeah. So being totally honest, it would have been a phenomenal run. We would have been going, oh, he's broken up. He's gone 10:07.
Yeah.
So, but no, Gas Circus, it's a tough crowd, as
Yeah, it
you
always
well
is.
know.
Yeah, it's a great class.
Yeah.
Yeah, great class.
Yeah. No, you would have qualified, but goodness knows where.
Well, as John says, bottom. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, but
indeed.
bottom with the breakout is great.
Yeah,
Bottom with
yeah.
a car that's not running right.
No,
and goes
no,
19,
it's
it's just
bottom of
not
the
worth it.
breakout's good.
Yeah.
Anyway, here we go.
Have
This
you got-
little Opal
Just-
GT,
just
isn't it?
Have you got anything
Yeah.
more in the car? Can we squeeze a 9 out of it today, do you think?
Possibly.
Yeah. Don't worry, Andy's not listening.
No, well, he is. I know it. I know he is. So possibly we may have to have a look at the timing.
Yeah.
Well, he ran a 9.
Yes,
didn't
he did.
last time?
988. Well,
Yeah.
if you're sandbagging, you've got bottles in there, you can play around.
But he says your power runner is quite a decent
such
one as
a-
well, actually. Your
Keith,
supercharger.
You're such a good loser.
Not.
Right, Rory Hart's first run of the day. Towed back to the pits for his first one, but nice to see Rory getting a run down the track instead of crewing on a top-fuel dragster. And puts in a nice tidy 1166 at 106 there.
Such a pretty little car, isn't it? The Opel GT. The Clifton Brothers. They used to have one that they used to run years ago, time and time again. But this is a whole new thing. I think nothing to do with that. So the guy that's coming underneath here in the blue Mustang is the guy that runs Wheels Day at Rushmore Arena in Guildford, and it sounds as though they've shut down.
Yeah, I think
both of them have. Have we got?
I think Bob's stuck at the.
Well, many years ago, we had a Wheels and Wings Day here, didn't we? About 3 years running. That was huge.
Here?
Yeah, in the late 90s. Yeah, that was really good.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll take your word for that because I can't remember it. So, but no, the chappie that's in this here car, the blue one, is the chap who heads the Surrey Street Rodders contingent, who put that event on at Wheels Day, which is Good Friday, which I always used to go to that and then come straight up here for the, what do you call it now?
Festival of Power.
Festival of Power. Yeah. That's right. So he's up against Adrian Sidwell with his Opus. And this is a car, I think Adrian has had it for years and years and years and years.
We reckon 47 years.
Really?
And that's right. Adrian does actually send us some great pit notes for each meeting he comes along to.
But he was one of the first of the Opus kit cars, I think.
Oh, 49 years now.
Gee.
Wow, 50th anniversary for that car for
Wow,
the same
incredible.
owner next year.
That's incredible.
Anyway, come on, Whiffy. This is another Whiffy Smith. We used to have a Whiffy
Not
Smith.
the Whiffy
no,
Smith, that.
this is a different one. So he's trying to equal his son's time in the car. But when you're his age, of course, it's a bit tricky. So I'm told to say this about him by his son. Oh dear. So 12:34. I have 110 mile an hour is pretty good. Certainly quicker than I ever ran. So,
Right, how about Reuven Dawson with this insane pickup? It's a 10-second pickup.
That's
this.
mad.
Love it. Love the way it's kept the original patina but with a lacquer over it to preserve it. Looks really, really good. Going alongside Nick with that 39 Ford. 1105 this time round and a 1287.
Yeah.
is that pickup truck a street legal?
I believe
truck?
it is, yeah.
Yeah.
So it is the ultimate box of chocolates run what you brung it the hot rod drag. So you just
Always.
open that lid and you go, ooh, which one shall I have? They're just all so good. Great mix of vehicles. Just looking in the lanes. Well, it's just a great mix. You can't add anything to that, really. Oh, is that a tyre spinning or is that just breathing heavy?
I thought it was tyre spinning. But
Yeah.
It might have just, it looks it.
Father Dan goes 14.50 at 92 miles an hour. That's his quickest of the day. And he got a 16.86 at 77. All right, Chris Thorburn with one of your favourite cars, John, the Mustang.
Yeah, I've just looked at, as it came sideways round, I hadn't noticed before, it's a Boss fastback. So, not exactly what I had all those years ago.
Let me say, a good quality Boss Fastback in standard factory conditions fetching big money now. Big money.
Yeah. The trouble is, everything that is vintage now is fetching big money,
I'm
isn't
pleased to say.
it? Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, Keith, it applies to the cars, not us, even though we're all vintage now.
Yeah.
It runs good too, doesn't it?
Yeah, it should be another
Do
10.
like that.
Good.
Nice, 10.29. 129. Patrick Ibbotson goes through 14.19 with the Biscayne. Next up, Chris Coburn with the Willis. And who's he got for company? If anyone. There's someone underneath the tower. It's Bob Main with the Nostalgia Superstock.
How rare are these? Do you know these days? Because I mean, you're into your American cars,
Yeah, I
aren't you?
am.
Very
I've
much so.
Got a reasonable collection now. They are rare. Again, the money is when they're stock original and
Yeah.
factory original with a history. That's when the big money. That's when you get the big money for them.
I mean, I don't even know how many of these were produced. I can't imagine there were too
No,
many.
it wasn't. It was limited. I think it was. I'm not sure, so I've got to be careful what I say here. I'm not sure on the limited number on those.
Yeah, but I mean, wasn't it NASCAR homologation that they produced those?
Same with my Arco Galaxy. That was homologation for NASCAR and NHRA, and they produced 2,100 of them.
Wow.
Of which hardly any are left, and I've got one.
That'll do.
Yeah. Is that finished yet? Or is
Near
it-
enough, yeah. It's absolutely mint, completely mint factory stock.
Crikey.
It's fantastic. You'll see it up here next year.
I know the work that's gone into that.
Oh
It's
yeah, it's
amazing.
superb.
Absolutely
Superb.
amazing. Nice one, Bob. 12.54, 111, as Chris brings the Willis up to the line for his run. There we go.
Right.
Guys, I need to go and hunt down a race director, stroke event director. They're missing. I've got to go and find them. That's what I was doing up here. But
Okay.
All right.
Good to see you. Best
Stick,
of luck.
have you got a stick to beat them with?
I've got a stick to beat them with. Yes. You've just got to find the buggers.
Well, have a good last match up today, Keith.
Yeah,
And we will see you a bit later on. Right, next up in Run What You Brung, Mark Evans with that gorgeous Williams Brothers Racing prepared Chevy going alongside Scott Collin. Oh, just being pushed back. Oh yeah, a couple of spots underneath the car and a couple more. That's it, line him up straight. That's it. Okay, so Mark Evans and Scott Collin. Where you go, Mark? Come back. All right, quite a soft launch there for Scott Collin on this one. So could it be a 9 on this one actually? Oh, it is still an 8, 886, 154. It just didn't load up the way I thought it would off the line. But nevertheless, he's running regular 8-second passes now. He's had a best this weekend of 8:47. So incredible performances from Scott Collin. Mark Evans goes through with a 12.98 at 108 miles an hour. We have some 100Es.
Yep. So Julian Davidson coming through into the Slick Tricks lane. And then the man who won at Matthew Stanley, that was it, who won a trophy at the NSRA Supernats. And don't forget, we are here, courtesy of Santapod and the NSRA. And as Colin has been saying all day, merchandise is up for sale. Go along, see if you can avail yourselves of things like hats, t-shirts, hoodies, stickers, dash plaques, mugs, you name it, they've got it. So support the NSRA. because they, as you said earlier on, Colin, they do put on some great shows.
They do. They certainly do.
So, well, I'm not certain. I've seen Julian vent the nitrous when I've been watching him up here today. Has he before?
Sorry, I'm just missing something on the net.
Wow. There you are. That was
yeah, big backfire on the car. I think they got that sorted pretty quickly. There was a 12:34 there for Matt Stanley.
That was a huge pop. So I'm sure that Julian will be absolutely A-OK inside there. But my goodness me, and it pen and inked a bit as well, didn't it?
Yeah,
I think it was
yeah.
so. All okay, I hope. There we go. Push back. And I'll tell you what, our crew, they're on it, aren't they? You know, it's like
instant.
Something happens like that, and the crew are on it. So it'd be pointless me that the left-hand Thruxton nerdler has gone. Let me just have a look and see. Well, I can't tell from there. It all looks perfect under the hood to me. But there again, I'm not an engineer.
The good thing is they can get that back to the pits, suss out what's happened, and it won't surprise me to see them back in the lanes. Well, hopefully again today, but...
Oh, I thought he was going to go straight up then.
Was this Darren having a nitrous purge, is he? I can only assume, from what Darren's doing there, that those extinguishers were running out of...
Extinguish.
Of yeah, so they were they were petering out, basically.
Okay.
Right, Adam Leroy. Let's see what he's got for us then. Takes the car through the top end with a 1293 and 104.
So here's our little Austin A40. And these were a real compact family car of their time, these little machines. I don't know what engine it had in it.
I've got
1200, I don't know, 900, I don't know, you know. A series engine would have been a 1000cc, wouldn't it?
1.2, 1.3 engines from the past, really. Really bizarre, but let's see how Kev Baker gets on. Certainly wouldn't have done 1197 back in the day, 113 mile an hour. So basically we got runway at Brugg until the dinner break. Basically we let the track crew stand down for half an hour, and then we get ready for our final session of the day for all of our qualifiers. Then another runway at Brugg session. Julian Webb will be bringing the Spider-Man jet down for a run. Then it'll be Cracklefest fireworks, and then dinner time after that. So Dave Mott. Yes, going through, and it's nice, 12:53, 113. Dave gets a 13:24.
Very evenly matched, those two. And now the battle of the pickup trucks. So Kev Bowman coming through into the Slick Tricks lane, and then the late 40s into early 50s Chevy pickup truck in the Kestrel lane.
Right, is this June Williamson? I think it is, actually. Oh, it's so nice to see that truck out. This car came in from Louisiana in 2000, so it's been in the UK for 23 years.
The one in the Kestrel Beers Lane.
Yes,
Yeah.
indeed. Yeah, that's. I believe that's June. Al, is that June's truck? Just want to make sure it is. Thank you very much indeed. Hopefully, I was going to run alongside Al, but that hasn't worked out. Really good to see June putting a run in with a truck there. 1901 at 70 miles an hour. So many good vehicles, so many good people here this weekend.
I'm just, unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to. I think I went out to go and look around the show and shine, and I think I met, like you, 2 or 3 people.
Yeah.
I had to come straight back. But with the Morris Minors years ago, there used to be a twin cam engine that came out of something Italiano that they used to fit in them. Maybe it's got something like that in it rather than a V8, but this whatever twin cam that they used to use, they used to take the Alec Issigonis engine out and put this twin cam unit in. Maybe it's got that. Yeah. Just a thought.
All right, Stuart Flitton went through there with the 1033 at 130 miles an hour. Nice, another nice pass there for Stuart. You've got Mark Wallington down there, and concern for Sally Woolner. So yeah, going to push it back. So Mark Wallington got the track to himself for this pass. Do you remember the Vermin's Diner Rat Rod? Do you remember that one? Right, okay. It's here at Dragstalgia. Also goes down to things like Carfest, does these monstrous smoking burnout stationary and blows the thing, just blows the crowd away. Very well known vehicle. 1920, late 20s Ford pickup. That's Simon Woolner's car. Sally obviously runs the Camaro. But Simon did the street weekend on open headers in this vehicle. Shook the bunch out of him completely. He was exhausted when he got back, but still went 9 seconds on the quarter mile.
Drove on the road on open headers?
Yeah.
Very nice.
It's just mad.
So it's our 2 that have been coming round side by side all day today. The Vauxhall, the Velox, and the little Topolino. The little mouse.
Yeah,
and
Jackie Kowalowski there with the little Topolino. Right, Jason Dodd. I do love that car. His first outing with it this weekend. Going alongside Cliff Turner.
So Jason Dodd's car is a
Chevy, and he's already been in the 9s with this.
Right. What is it, a Nova or something?
Chevelle.
Chevelle. I'm trying to get as good as you recognising all these car shapes, you see.
Thing is, though, it's all black. Everything's black. The rear lights are black. It's a little bit tricky to pick out the shape. Whoa, where you go, Cliff?
Whoa.
Nicely gathered in.
Yeah. Very strong. That's side by side. Look at that.
Jason Dodd has just gone 920. Cliff has just gone 923.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Paul, how about that for a run? He's excited. Yeah. Oh, that's absolutely superb. 144 mile an hour pass head, 9.20. I know he's always smiling. Oh dear. If you catch him in Fueler's Bar tonight, you won't be able to drag him out of there, I think. Oh, what a day for him. 920, 144. Right, Chris Goodale. Billy's still in the burnout box, so it's going to be Chris on his own.
I think they were doing a little bit of a clear up over here.
You're right. Right, can Chris nudge a 9.8 this time? Is he going to stay in the 9.9s? Yes, 9.88, 134. Nicely done, Chris.
And well read, Mystic.
Oh dear, just the way the car launches. it's bizarre. You could almost tell what the car's going to run within the first few feet, if it's on the power all the way through, obviously.
Yeah.
So Billy's going to swap lanes, I think. So Ian sprinting for the tractor, so a little bit of sledding coming up in the Slick Tricks lane as Billy Bills brings the Barracuda underneath the tower and looking for another mid 10-second pass, but this time in the Kestrel beer lane.
I'll tell you what, it's like watching the American Superstocks.
It is.
Dragstalgia. These cars are in such wonderful condition, aren't they? You know, they've all been saved, basically, for history. All these American muscle cars and things like that. It's just true. I just think it's wonderful that we've still got all these cars in this country.
John, you're starting to upset me now because I want to go home and get mine and run it.
I'm here for one day only. Unfortunately, Donna and the Dynamos from Mamma Mia.
Right, let's see how Billy gets on. Love to see a 10.4. But Soslaw says he's going to give me a 10.50. But let's have a look. Good looking at the 8. Oh, 10.3, 10.35, 129. Nicely done there for Billy. That is a really good run, actually. I know he's been a fraction quicker than that, but nevertheless, good looking run. All right, Duncan Watts. Good wheels up launch there for Duncan Watts. He's on all the way there to a 9.30 at 147. His quickest of the day. Very, very nice passing there.
Well, I think what it may be, it is cooling down a bit out there now.
It is actually, you're
So
right.
the air is cooler and it's helping the engines give more power.
All right, Carl Kenyon with the Twisted Lemon. Off he goes. .74, 95 mile an hour pass there for Carl. Paul Singer. He's getting a good number of runs in today, actually.
Yeah, well, truthfully, I think a lot of people have. So,
Yeah, but sometimes when you come to an event like this where you have the dedicated qualifying sessions, sometimes it doesn't always work out well for Run Weekend Run, but it's working really well for them today. They're getting their full sessions in, maybe losing a few minutes, but not much, and everybody's getting their runs in, which is good. So we'll go through with this quickest of the day there, 12.31 at 110. Beavis Allen is coming underneath the tower. Smoked the place out, did Beavis? It's a 1959 Impala.
that is a real artistic statement piece, isn't it? That?
Oh, this is when designers didn't use computers, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They didn't care about drag coefficient and economy. It was just style all the way.
Yeah. A lovely looking thing.
I was like, what shape can we make? It came out with that. Yeah. 12.52, 107 there for Beavis. I still haven't got a name for the driver in the Kestrel Beers lane yet. I may have had one appear by now, but no. Going alongside Paul Smale. We're having quite a few decent runs this weekend, to be fair. Best of a 10:44 so far. Goes through with a 10:42. That's his best of the day.
Had a super shout-out chat that they paid for. Rain Sawyers. I think it's Stag Do for Peter and an even better wedding.
So here's our next pair coming up to the line. Gary Semper in that 68-69 Firebird ragtop, and the man with the tribute to the Super Bee out there in the Kestrel Beers lane. Well, there you go. General Motors and Mopar evenly matched on that one, folks, I think. But the Mopar gets there first, 11.66 to an 11.91. Great drag race.
Yeah.
Great drag race.
The two Garys, that was Gary Cool and Gary Semper. Right, AJ Denning and Gary Carr, your next pair.
Is AJ Denning the same?
Jerry, yeah.
Yeah, it is. Okay, thank you.
AJ goes 11:31. Forget about what Gary ran, 12:17, not representative. He bumped through and then floored it after he left the line, so not quite right there.
The interesting thing for us is we're behind watching this going on here. When you watch the live stream and you see these colossal wheel stands the cars do, from the front they look amazing.
Yeah.
You know, it's sort of like, how do they control that? But from the back it looks, oh yeah, that's okay. You know, it's easy-ozy.
All right, Jim Smith, Glyn Boardman, 987 for Glyn Boardman. Wow, what a run that one was. I got a sneaky suspicion Glyn could be framing that timing slip, because that's one of his best ever. 987, 138 with the olds, 1042, 130. But what a run there for Glyn. Right, big shout out for Rain Sayers. He's here on his stag do this weekend. Rain, I hope you're having an awesome time. It's going to be an epic stag do. I know that. Probably rolling around Fuelers Bar a bit later on. But Rain Sayers, that's from Peter and the gang. Hope you have a great wedding as well, obviously. But it's all about the stag do this weekend. So Rain Sayers, hope you're having a good one. Big shout out there from Peter and the gang. Enjoy it. Dave Cherritt with the Dark Revenger. Now then, what flavour 9 are we going to see here? 972, 134 was the run. And just coasting across the strike with a 1770 at 90.
Can we do a little push for the crackle fence, please? Yeah. There's only about 6 names on the list so far. And they have to come to signing on when they hang down.
I think that's probably the reason why they've forgotten.
Yes.
Well, there's our next pair coming out, the 100E, out there into the Slick Tricks Racing lane. And I think the Falcon, I think that's what I was told earlier, of Dominic Dromey into the Kestrel Beers lane. So Ford of America plays Ford of Great Britain, but don't know what sort of engine is under the hood of the 100E.
Yeah, just a basic setup in there. It's not Nigel and Mackenzie trying not to rotate the earth with this one. Somewhere in the 15s. Yeah, well, 15.56.
Oh, here's this wonderful Mark 1 Zephyr again. That is superb.
Right, so you've got Phil Hobson down there with old Scalabolts. And I'm just getting the information up. Here we go. Danny Wilson, what can he do with the Mark 1 Zephyr? He was in the 11s earlier on, would love to get it into the 10s if he can. 11.47 at 122. Well, that's half a second quicker than it went earlier. Nicely done there. Phil Hobson goes 12.08.
What year is the station wagon there, Cole?
55, I think. Quick look.
Look on the number plate. There's all, when
Yeah.
all the
Oh,
smoke
no,
clears.
56, apologies.
56, okay.
Right, you know we were talking about Dan and Elliot Jones in the Raging Cajun earlier. They were saying it was Elliot. I had a 50-50 chance to get it right, and I got it wrong. it was Danny in the car then. They do alternate, actually. It's Elliot's turn next. Simon Devos with the Frankenstein Chevy. Taking on that lovely 56. 11.58 there for Simon. And 13.77, quickest one so far for them.
Well, Herb Andrews has just sent me another message saying they're bringing Robin's car down again.
Going alongside Graham Harrison with the 33 Willis. Just been a little bit of interference up at the moment. That's just one of the cars leading through. Got some target numbers as well, 10.99 and 11.20. That's what they think they can run. So you can run closer. $11.35, $12.90.
Certainly see the difference in sizes in these two, can't you? The full size Willis out there in the Slick Tricks lane, and this highly altered machine in the Kestrel Beers lane. Daniel Bates is responsible for that one.
Go alongside Phil Moores. So Phil might just get round angle at the stripe. Tight. Oh, look at the difference between them. 0.001 at the stripe. 10.21 by 10.62. That's all down to reaction.
What would that be? About 6 inches or something, would it?
Yeah,
if that.
possibly. Yeah, round about that. So the Smurf Tang makes his way underneath, going alongside Adrian Sidwell with the Opus.
So it must be Whiffy Smith, Graham Smith, in there all day today in an effort to go as fast as his son. And I have, not you, I have been ribbing him as requested by his son.
Good
But
lad.
if the son can hear me, Kieran, Dad is sitting across the lane and heads straight for the centre mark. So. Well, isn't that the quickest so far? Kieran just hangs his head in shame and walks away.
No. 12.13 and 17.92. Neither quite running what they wanted to. Right, as these two back up, I'm going to do a quick shout out actually. Just had this one come through. Typically, as I do that, the iPad shuts down. But Martin Lawrence, it's his 24th birthday today. Many happy returns. Spending his birthday at the pod for the second time. Jason says he's a great guy and we're all looking forward to the new slingshot build. All the best to you and John. Thanks for keeping us entertained as always. And that's all the best from Altitude Sickness Racing. So I like that. Martin Lawrence, happy birthday, bud. 24 today.
Yeah.
Right, little parish notice. If you are an owner of a Silver Golf, registration number MV57VZU, can you return to the campsite, please, where your vehicle is parked? I don't know why, but you need to return to the campsite, please. MV57VZU, a silver VW Golf. Can you please return to the campsite? That was a tiny little run there. 12.43, 113 miles an hour.
Yeah, lovely. I think that's absolutely superb.
Yeah, that's Stuart Smith down there doing his thing.
Yeah. Did you mean to do a burnout, Stuart? Well, yes.
He wouldn't have it any other way. That's very similar to Justin Walder's car that I was telling you about, but the rat rod that did the street weekend and goes all over the place.
Yes,
That was
I
a
think we
really
know
good
that,
time.
yeah. So let's see how he gets on this time around. Besides doing fabulous burnouts, it's also a very, very wonderful runner. And just inside the 9-second bracket, 9.84, 134 miles an hour. Absolutely wonderful, wonderful run. So let's see where we're up to now.
Okay, no worries. Right, the hits just keep on coming.
There are some absolutely super cars here. Super is a word I've used an awful lot today. Usually it's superb is the word, but today it's super. C3 Corvette. I haven't seen one of those today.
He's gone through with his front wheels. He's bringing back a bit. He's gone too far, basically. So George Ralph's Corvette. He's in stage now. He's in the right place.
It's still in reverse,
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, go on, go. Go on. Yeah, it just wouldn't hold on the line there. So just been advised, actually, the Wild Bunch are doing their first competition runs in the next session, actually.
Okay.
So they're not Simon Foster and Paul Hammond, your next pair.
As much as I admire the car in the Slick Tricks lane, the simplicity of that car in the Kestrel Beers lane is beautiful. Absolutely wonderful. Wonderful looking roadster.
Well, they're both quicker than Mike Camaro, that's for sure. These two do not hang about. High nines, low tens. 10.24, 10.82 on
Very
those
good.
passes.
Yeah. Good pair of runs.
All right, Clive Charles with the 100E. And Vince Naylor with near on 100-year-old Ford down there.
That's caught your
That's right,
imagination,
yeah,
isn't
I
it?
know,
that?
it's just 93 years old.
Yeah.
I wish I looked that cool and that fast at 93, but I don't think so.
Well, the Popular gets there first. And 11.77, 116 miles an hour. 12.86 at 104. I do remember when one of my buddies had a Ford Popular back in the 60s, and the highlight of his career, he bought himself a Wooler extended stick shift, so that instead of the gear lever coming out halfway down the floor, it came out right next to him in the middle, you know. And he thought he was king of the hill with that, you know. 1172 side valve and a Wooler stick shift. My goodness me. But the registration number of my friend's car was ME. That's why it's prompted the memory.
Ah, right.
So have to excuse me wittering on. Most people do.
All right, Reuben Dawson and Lee Johnston. Well, low 10s this weekend for Ain't No Saint, the Volvo. Ten, 134 there for the Volvo. Yeah, there's a little mist just coming out there. Very, very fine, but you can actually see it glistening a little bit there. Depends which, that was a good spot for me in actually. Right, 4:30 in the afternoon. Getting close-ish to the dinner break, so basically I think what's left in the lanes will run them through. And off we go once again. Tell you what, the action here and the run we've run that our race class has just been exemplary today. We've hardly had any issues at all.
Oh, now you've done it.
Oh, I know, but it's
Oh,
been
boy.
so good. Yeah, I'll probably put the jinx on it, but
Let's hope not. Eh?
just jumped out of gear. Oh, stalled. There we go. So Barnadan goes through with an 1801 at 94 miles an hour. So Bobby Wright with the altered. And Dan Collis with the Vauxhall.
Well, treating it with a bit of seriousness now with the nitrous. I can't remember him doing that before. Last time I said that, there was a huge explosion. Maybe I shouldn't have said that.
Nothing wrong this time.
No, not from that car.
Oh, yeah.
That was Julian
Whoa,
Davidson's car.
800,
Wow,
152.
well That is superb,
Oh, yeah.
guys.
Respect.
Well done.
It's gone straight to number 5 with that one. Oh, absolutely outstanding. So close to a 7-second pass there. Mark Haswell, Mark Wallington up next. Mark, tell you what, Mark's got loads of runs in this weekend.
In the right-hand lane
Yeah,
here,
yeah.
in the Slick Tricks lane. Yeah.
Mind you, Mark Haswell getting a few good runs in as well.
Aren't these two fairly evenly matched? I was just trying to think
No,
of when-
Mark's way quicker, to be honest.
Yeah?
Mark's in the 9s.
No, they're both
Oh,
Mark.
yeah, sorry. Mark Haswell in the 9s with the 100. Mark Wallington
You're
scores
so right, yeah.
bagfuls of cool points, though. There's Totally Street Legal. 9:47, Mark Haswell. He's been quicker today, but that'll do nicely. Mark Wallington goes 14:61.
Just watching Winston coming round here, jumping up in the air and clicking his heels together.
All right, so that's Matt Stanley going through. And of course, 24 for the pickup, and 12:24 for Mark.
So, Charger here, yeah. I think it's what it says on the back, or is it CUDA? I can't read from here.
No, it's neither. It's a Challenger.
Challenger. When I first...
You know this one, though. That's the
yes, I
Mark
do
1
know.
Zephyr.
Yeah. Not Mark II Zephyr.
Mark 2.
When I first met Jeff Hauser, he was running a
Of course he
Challenger.
was, yes.
It was the Mopar Miss,
That's it.
or was it the Mopar Missile? I
It
can't
depends
remember.
if
One
it's
of
Sylvia
the
or
two.
Mopar Missile.
No,
Oh, Mopar Miss. Sorry, yeah.
Sylvia Hauser's car was a Charger, ex-Paul Rossi Dodge Charger. But Jeff was driving, Mopar Missile, I can't remember.
Mopar Miss, I'm sure. So Dave Kerr, no time or speed recorded actually. Michael D'Souza goes 11:01. Okay, so the pairing lane's thinning out as we get ready for the afternoon break. Oh, I've got that MG back round again in a minute.
Here it is, as you speak. I'm desperately trying to think of what was the twin cam engine that people used to put in Morris Minors and things. Isn't that terrible? Memory is a horrible thing, especially when it doesn't work.
Why am I thinking Lotus? Or is that on my totally
Well,
off
no,
base?
Lotus twin cam is a
Yeah.
thing that rolls off the tongue, but I'm sure before the advent, maybe,
Yeah.
of Lotus twin cams, there was these overseas Italian, maybe,
Yeah.
something like that, twin cam. I'm surprised someone hasn't written to tell you already.
Oh,
But
they probably
that's-
have. I'm just do a quick look. Actually, I've checked for a little while on the old messages. So Patrick Ibbotson with the Biscayne, and you got that rather nice MG down there. Right, got the answer possibly there. Fiat twin cam. Cheers, Guy. Thank you for that. And Polly says the same. So 2 votes for the Fiat. So 14:33 and a 14:19. Go on, Cole. So 11:48 and 12:97. The Husky being quite entertaining this weekend. Right, got Adam Leroy and Ian Smith. So Ian goes through with 11:11. Adam goes through with a 13:70. So Simon Devos with the Frankenstein Chevy. So he gets on with this one. It is a 1063 at 125. Right, the pairing lanes are empty, which means it is a well-earned dinner break for our track staff. 20 to 5 in the afternoon. We're going to be back around about 5:15. So it is a dinner break. So everybody can just chill out for a little while. But fantastic second session. Hardly any stoppages at all. So big thanks to everybody for putting some great runs together. So we're going to go for a little wander. Nitro FM 96.2 going to take the airwaves over for half an hour and a bit, and we will be back with you. We continue our qualifying sessions for our race classes, bit more Run With Your Brung, a Crackle Fest, and that is a reminder, if you want to take part in the Crackle Fest on the track this evening, you do need to sign on, please. You do need to let us know that you'll be taking part in that. So you know where to go. Go to the signing on trailer. I think it's the trailer. You do need to let us know. You can't just suddenly waft down to the start line. We've only got about 6 or 7 that have actually signed on for that at the moment. So you do need to sign on. So that's the note from the Santa Pod team. Go and see Max and get that one sorted out. Okay, track break for a half an hour or so. We will see you when the action continues. In the meantime, Nitro FM 96.2 going to take over the airwaves, and we'll catch up with you later. Yeah.
Ohio, whatever his name, Montgomery,
Yeah.
drove a 33 with us there. And all the names came flooding back to that guy. That was absolutely wonderful. So, what a weekend that was last weekend, eh?
10:70, 2:10s quicker than he thought it'd go. Chris Coburn goes 2:10s the other way, actually 12:35 on a 12:14.
This has been chopped and
Oh,
channeled
yeah.
a bit, hasn't it, this one?
Yeah,
My
Dan
goodness.
Bates, this is.
Don't think I've ever seen this
No,
one before.
first time I ever saw it was yesterday, so... Right, looking for a 10:57.
Well, that looks more than capable of doing that. I wouldn't mind betting it go under that, would it? Let's see. No, just on
Tell
it.
you what, only
Hey,
14 hundredths off.
pretty good guess, eh?
Pretty good. 10:71 there. So aiming for a 16:99 for the 55.
Very sedate.
Wasn't that far off, 17:73.
Yeah, should be pleased with
Yeah.
that.
Well, especially the first trip down the quarter mile of the weekend. Obviously, we run what you brung yesterday, but different cars today. Obviously, there will be some of the same as.
Yeah, sure. Oh, 2 of them together. And Anglias or Pops, one of the 2. Pops, I would think, with the light arrangement on the back. Yes, they are both pops. So the Anglia morphed into the popular later in its life, the 100E. I think they first started 100Es in about 1953. I know we had a brand new one because the old man worked at Ford's. We had a brand new one in 1954, but he had to sell it, of course, when the Suez crisis happened,
Oh, right,
before
yeah.
your time, my boy. So
Right.
there's a wide range of engine plants, transmissions, and with the 100E class, isn't there?
Well, Stuart Flitton just goes 10.28. That's one of his quickest this year.
Really?
Yeah, excellent run. Mark Wade, 15.64, just 86 miles an hour. But expect to see them plenty more times today. But no, I mean, Stuart has been into the nines.
Isn't it? Do you know what's in it?
It's a flathead V8, but apart from that, I know very little about it. It's one of those cars that when you finish racing and finish commentating for the day and you go around the pits and have a look, it's covered up.
Yes.
So I couldn't find the owner last
Yeah.
night, but then I was quite late.
That's
going around the
beautiful.
pits
I
last
love
night.
that. I love
And
that.
you know what it is? You get talking to one person and then you're there too long. And it's good fun. It really is good fun.
Oh, does it run as good as it looks?
Oh, yeah. And that's right. Do you know what, John? It's one of those cars, it doesn't matter what it runs because it's got, bucket full of cool points.
It's wonderful. Yeah. We've had them over the years. Belly tanks come and go. But that one I'm not certain if I've seen before, but a 13 in a belly tank at 106 miles an hour. It's got my vote. I
Yeah.
like that. That's
Right,
wonderful.
now James All just gone 12.43. That's his quickest of the weekend.
And it's a tribute to a Super B. That's what the guy told me.
Gary Cork, that is. Going alongside Kevin Baker. Wedding anniversary this weekend.
Oh,
Congratulations, Kev.
And you've still got your dragster. That's wonderful. The little A40 Farina, wasn't it? Farina designed the A40.
Believe it or not, he drives that to and from the track. And he tows a caravan as well with that car. It's
Yeah.
only a little one, but it's a proper way to go racing. I
Yeah.
do love that.
One of my mates had one of those in the 60s. We used to drive out.
Alan, he used to run a supercharger on this and took it off so he could race in Nostalgia Superstock, and then proceeded to qualify right at the sharp end at the Mopar. Did really, really well, going alongside a beautiful 39 Ford. I kept calling it a Willys and was promptly told, no, it's not a Willys, it's a Ford.
Yeah. I remember that. I've fallen into the same trap, as I expect I will do later on today.
I was running some numbers yesterday. A best of 11.07.
Wow.
Really, really tidy machine, that.
And the Dodge?
Ty Stravitt, 11.3s, there or thereabouts.
Do you know what it is? That was a flock of birds.
Yeah, it
just
was.
went
I
behind
thought
us.
it was. Whoa, 10.93, 128 miles an hour. That is flying.
And certainly with Rob Smallworth. And great to see him still out there doing a little bit of work. So,
Well, I don't know about a little bit of work yesterday. They were thrashing yesterday, trying to get the heavy Chevy. I had an issue yesterday, so
well, it's equipped with nitrous.
Well, they gun
one
it
could
that-
see the bottle in
yeah.
the back.
it's already run low nines. I think their PB is a 906. The mission is to get an 8. It'd be really, really good if they could do that.
That's a bit of heavy metal, isn't it?
Oh, I mean, it's insanely heavy.
Sounds good.
Yeah, a little bit of wheel spin off the line. But this is its first run for quite a while, so A to B.
It's cleared its throat, isn't it, on the way up there?
Yeah. 1080, 130 mile an hour.
Well,
Work in progress, guys, it will come round, just give it a chance. Yeah.
consummate comfort. 12 was a bit of a squash, but we did it a few times. But let's see how we go.
Well, went the best of 11:13 yesterday.
A bit slower today.
This is the magic trick, trying to get it to stop on that screen.
If I see it, I point it out to you.
Kenzie Taylor, I think it was this. When
No,
not that one?
I don't think it was that. It's one with orange stripes on the front.
Ah, okay.
Could be anything.
Could be anything.
Sorry. We'll wait and see when it comes through.
Right, Jason Dodd used to have the black Trans Am running in Nostalgia Superstock. Sold the car, and this is his new ride. He put the number on the back so I would recognise who it was. It didn't tell me at all, but there was a little Surrey Muscle sticker on there, and that made me realise who it was. So I bumped into Jace this morning. Going to be running nitrous today. 967, 138 mile an hour. That will do very nicely indeed.
That Surrey Street Rodders. Yeah, I'll introduce you to Winston. He's right behind you there.
Hello.
There you are.
Good to see you.
Hello, Johnny.
Okay, so Whiffy Smith then with the blue Mustang, getting quite a few laps in yesterday.
Good to see you. And you too.
Going alongside the Rat Rod from 1930, so good mix of vehicles here, as you would expect. Run what you brung until 10:30 this morning. Then we do go into our race classes, their first qualifying sessions. Going to be starting off with Gasser Circus, into Outlaw Anglia, the Wild Bunch, and the eagerly anticipated Supercharged Outlaws. And going to try and trust me on this, folks. We have got a huge entry in all of our race classes this weekend. So it's going to be very, very entertaining indeed. Got some real cool stuff here today.
Cheers.
Wow.
Rob Ashard from Nitro FM.
Yeah.
He's just moved away from Dartford to get away from all the traffic which used to consume his house.
Yeah.
Because he lived near the M25, the entrance to the Dartford Tunnel. And what I don't think he knows, or I don't know if I've told him, is that when I went down to see Rob a couple of weeks ago, I thought, I recognise this area. And of course, just around the corner from where Rob lives is where Winston lives. I said, you're bound to hear one another, because Rob, of course, has got a C3 vet.
Degrees today.
Well, for those of you who drove up like we did up the M1 this morning, we were driving through quite heavy Mr. Bleak fog on the way up here.
Didn't take long to burn off though, does
No,
it?
well, it certainly hasn't, but it really was. We were wondering what we were driving into. But anyway, here we go, another try Chevy. What's it, an 11-second dial-in on the back.
Yep, has run within Nostalgia Superstock.
Oh, there you are.
That'll do.
That'll do, won't it? 11.52.
Yeah, you notice that's manually shifted as well.
Yes, indeed.
Normally,
and they
yeah.
were quite quick shifts too as well, weren't they? Nice bit of driving there. Well done. And she said, oh, it's nice to see you. We don't often see you up here. Do you know, I can remember when I was a tiny girl listening to you. And I said, thank you for that. It's terrible
Thing
being
is, though, I'm
old.
starting to get that now with the juniors as they progress.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah, same thing.
Oh dear. Well,
So-
Lee Johnston and Dave Mott.
Yeah, both in the Gasser Circus? Or
They
not?
just run what you brung. Dave Mott's 100Es with the van there. 13-12, nice one, Dave. And, whoa, Lee, 10-19, getting it done with the Ain't No Saint Gasser.
His Roaring Rat. So, 69 Mustang? Fastback? Something like
Chris
that?
Thorburn, 10-second car. Oh, I want to see what you ran yesterday. Yeah, 10:27.
Very nice. I don't know if I've told you this before. When Deborah and I first got together, Doug Ripley from CC Racing found us a Mustang like that. It'd been sitting in a garage for ages. Backs his 10.5 up with a 10.3. And we were going to have this. This was going to be our first car together, this Fastback 69.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
right.
there's 3 races
Yeah.
and 500 quid Best of 3 today. Same thing again tomorrow.
Are they evenly matched now?
Pretty even, yeah.
Are they?
Pretty even. Both cars round about 10-2.
But there's Mr. Bond's alternative car.
Yes, it's not the ugly
his
sister. It's
street
the pretty
eliminator
one. It's the
car.
pretty one.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, here we
dear.
go.
Jim Smith. Oh, it's supposed to be fun, but we'll see if there's daggers at dawn.
Well, we're back with one of our Superstocks cars. It's Dodge. Can't tell. It's got Dodge. I'm sure it's got Dodge written on the back of it. It's a Mopar.
Yeah,
We had this
Jim
discussion
Smith,
at Dragstalgia,
Yeah.
with Mopars and Chevys.
one of the regulars for Nostalgia Superstock. Nice checkout run there. 10:51, 128 there for Jim. So the governor then, Keith Bartlett, his first run today in Roaring Rat.
Well, it's an interesting history with this. We have inducted Roaring Rat into the National Street Rod Association Hall of Fame, and there's so many famous hot rodding names have been involved in the life of this particular car. Keith was involved in it in the early days because, of course, he owned Slick Tricks Racing that built it. And now, of course, he uses the name Slick Tricks. You can see it on the lane, Slick Tricks Lane. And his wife, Suzanne Killeen, carries it on the Top Fuel Dragster. So that's done a whole lifetime's work, Slick Tricks Racing. But this is the man who owns the track, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Keith Bartlett. And let's see, you've given him a big up of a 10-2. Sounding good.
Sounds very good.
I think you might be spot
That
on
is
again.
a good looking run. Oh, 10:04!
Whoa.
Yes! Oh boy, that hooked and went. Now then, the ugly team.
Think on, boys, think on. He's a very quick man.
He's the quickest.
Yeah.
He's the fastest. He's multiple champion. He won Street Weekend this year as well.
But that's another Tri-Chevy, isn't
Yeah,
it? That one
yeah,
he's
yeah.
got. He runs in that. It's not this one.
Yeah.
And these two, Keith Bartlett and Andy Bond, have had match races before at these events. I don't know what the tally is at the moment.
It's fairly even.
Is
to be
it?
fair? Yeah.
So we just seen a 10-0. Andy, what have you got?
Tiny bit of wheel spin off the line, but nothing to really worry about.
That looks a good run to me, boys. I reckon 10-1.
10:07.
No, 10-07. Oh, fantastic. Well done.
But yeah. But commentator's eye, he lifted at the strike.
Yes.
Brilliant. Keith just flew 10:04 and Andy 10:07. That set it up really, really nicely between them.
Yeah, Keith's going to need to cut a good line.
He
you know.
is, yeah.
Indeed. You may see a few reds coming from Mr.
Yeah.
Bartlett's tree. Okay, so the pickup truck is obviously Kev
Oh,
Bowman.
that's so good.
And is that another Mopar?
Do you know,
Help me.
I've never seen this car before. That is,
It's a bit of a stealth bomber,
yeah, a
isn't
bit
it?
of a
The
resto
right-hand
mod,
lane?
that one. That looks really, really tasty. I mean, as you say, yeah, Mopar, but changed so much on the back, it's quite difficult to differentiate what it is.
And it's lower than the normal Mopar. So we got a 13, and for the unknown Mopar, a 1653. Hope you're happy with that. Possibly first time out. Get something right.
Look at the little Topolino.
Yeah. And so you could pick that up and put it in your pocket, and when you got home, you could put it straight on the mantelpiece, couldn't you? It's so sweet and cute. Absolutely love it. But it doesn't run like an original Topolino, does it?
Not at
14,
1487
no.
at 91 mile an hour, no.
But the Vauxhall runs through 13.3, so we'll believe any of that, ladies and gentlemen. You'll believe anything.
Well, it's not so much the it's the track, it's the jet dryer. It could be quite entertaining.
Oh, I love it.
Right, Paul Singer. Oh dear, in the Nostalgia Superstocker, and say Ian Ratton in the Willis.
Well, now they've settled into the run. They seem fairly equally matched. But a 1240 plays a 13-0? 13.08. There you go. So not much to choose between them at all. So it is the predecessor of the bigger ones, the 41s. And this, I think, is it a Model A or is it a Model T? I don't know. I'll ask my people in the grandstand. Is it a Model A in the Kestrel BS8? Yeah, thank you. Good, thank you very much. So I've got a whole wealth of experience in the grandstand there. All I have to do is ask a question.
If in doubt, ask friends.
Yeah.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah.
I think as I'm so used to seeing like hot rodded versions of that, it's sometimes the original. Weird to see an original, you know, how it used to be instead of how they.
Yeah. Well,
how they
that
do it
original
now.
ran a 14.
long time at the racetrack. He's going. I think he's going to Nostalgia Superstock next year. Bought a car to do that, but he just likes to go fast. He literally selling his life to go racing. He just enjoys it so much. Really interesting character.
That looks a handful in the left-hand lane, doesn't it? My goodness me, a hell of a driving job going on there to achieve that 1073. Very well done, very well controlled.
Yeah, went 10:45 yesterday at 129. The Tin Indian, Gary Semper, street legal.
And a Baccaruda in the right-hand lane.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Bar Ruru, Car Dada, something like that. 10:45 to an 11:80, darling. That's what they're looking for. If any of you wonder what the first numbers are that come up on top of the scoreboards, that's their reaction times. 99% of you know that. There may be 1% who don't.
Yeah, so Billy goes through with the 10:46.
I tell you what a great picture these two make. Eh? What other genre of motorsport could you go along and watch this type of vehicle run against this type of vehicle? It's got to be drag racing, isn't it? Absolutely superb. Oh, I'm going to have to leave you for a little while and go and have a look at that.
You will, yeah.
I think I've mentioned to you before, one of the NSR8 guys had taken a Jaguar belly tank,
Okay.
or additional fuel tank, and had changed it with Jaguar power. Right.
12:05 there for Kev Baker. Kev Bingham is the owner and driver of the belly tank. Goes 30.
Go. And haven't seen it since. But Willis of different ages, here we go. 41, 33. Ohio George Montgomery was the name I was trying to think of.
I believe that's Graham Harrison. Apologies if I've got that wrong, but I think it's Graham Harrison in the Slick Tricks lane. Chris Coburn definitely in the Kestrel Beer lane.
Very nice. 1082, 1233. Very nice. Paramopa. And the car in the right with that rear wing on. Absolutely superb. Richard Petty look-alike, different colour. I have got one of my 1/43rd scale models is of that colour. Yeah. So beautiful. Left-hand lane?
Yeah. Carl Kenyon.
Satellite?
Regular in Nostalgia Superstock. Oh, well, so is actually Bob.
Absolutely beautiful.
Whoa, 12:20. Nice one, Bob. Carl goes 14:71.
But those cars look as though they're doing 140 miles an hour.
When you do it, like when I drive the Camaro and I'm doing like 70 miles an hour out on the road, it feels like, oh my God, you know, it's just like thunderous noises. But then you got suspension and steering that is 55 years old, and it. Ooh. Well, you have to give it advance notice that you want to go around a corner.
Fords of a similar vintage, you know, the 100E, the Zephyr 6, the Mark 1s. Aren't they beautiful? Absolutely beautiful. Who'd like a Mark 1 Zephyr 6? Yeah, me too. I love them to bits. Really fabbo. Whoa, that's superb. There's a bit of power in that 100E.
Come on, Scott. Come on.
What does he run normally?
8:47 yesterday, 8:55 today.
Very nice. Absolutely superb run. Well done. Great.
Jason
Love
going
that.
through with a 980. That's the first run of the weekend. 138.
Yeah.
The first. Sally Walnut. Brilliant. They were pleading for a pass to get in today, to get into Run What You Brung. They were desperate to run and managed it. So well done. This is an 8-second car and a low 8-second car as well. Sally drives the wheels off this thing.
Okay. And the altered?
That is Bobby Wright with the old turd, as he calls it. Exactly, you got it. Well done.
Is it just suddenly sunk in?
That's quite a soft run for
Very
Sally.
equal run, isn't it? Side by side. Well, there you are. 10.01 and a 9.77. Great pair of runs. I'll be really non-horrible to him. Whiffy Smith, the guy who drives it, is about the same age as me, which is 112. But he is the man who puts on Wheels Day at Rushmore Arena on Good Friday every year. And if you've never been to that meeting, you should go. We get thousands in there. That's a 0.47 reaction time for him, as you can see on the scoreboard, which for a 112-year-old man is not bad.
Oh, you're so kind, aren't you?
And what did he do? 11.57. I don't know what. But not racing anymore.
No. That is right for Pro ET, that car. But yeah, just having some fun this weekend. Going alongside the rod from the 1930s.
Well, here we go. The 100E panel van. Correctly, the Super B. The Super B Tribute, as I was told.
Yep.
So
someone will always correct you. Thanks, Callum. Of course it is. Yeah, it's not the same car. I was saying about that Duster. The car that James Force used to run is the Hailing Island garage car, Ziva, the Duster.
Right.
That was here last weekend. Yeah.
Okay.
I knew that, Callum. I just couldn't remember it. Right.
Isn't that the same thing?
Yeah. Right. Gary Cork and Dave Mott, your next pair here. Gary's going to get to the strike first, as we would expect, with 11.65. Dave goes through 12.88. That's his quickest of the weekend so far. Well done, Dave. Right, professional cheating going on here, staging with the back wheels.
Yeah, what's happening here then?
Is he going to let him go? No, he's not. I gapped him.
He wouldn't be that cruel. He wouldn't be that cruel.
Love it. And that lovely Biscayne down there. That's about his third or fourth run this morning.
Do you know they're lovely cars? What you don't ever want to do with these things now is to break the windshields back or front.
Oh no,
that's the problem with it, is trying to find the spare parts. But terrific looking car.
It's like the Holy Grail is the rear window for a Barracuda as well, isn't it? That great big curve.
Yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah.
If you saw a Barracuda going cheap, you buy it just to sell the glass, wouldn't you? if it was complete.
Sure. Well, do you remember I think it was Dragstalgia, I said I knew one of the guys, a guy called Bob Gallagher, who was in a black Ford Fairlane.
Yes, have you met up?
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
Geez, we didn't stop talking. He came round to Price Towers, and we were sitting there talking for ages. It was wonderful. We know everybody.
Yeah.
In inverted commas.
Oh, brilliant.
It was really good. So he's not here, he's rebuilding this weekend, but he'll be coming back out with the super stock next year. So, right, back with the 100E again.
Yeah, that's Mike Haswell, I think.
Never really caught on until now.
Yep.
A, they're collectible, and B, yeah, you can stick most motors in there and have fun going racing. So our friend in the right-hand lane is sort of angled onto the track a little bit, pointing towards the tree, but corrects it up.
Now, Mark Haswell already been in the nines this weekend. That's another good, strong-looking run.
It is.
9.35. Wow.
First designed the Jaguar, of course, for William Lyons. Founded the company as Swallows sidecars, and then had to change the SS after the Second World War because it had bad meanings. And became Jaguar.
90 on that particular pass. That'll have been number 1 qualifier in Super Comp last weekend if he ran that. And Beavis goes 14:38.
There were Velox, Wyvern, and Cresta were the 3
Yeah.
Vauxhalls in the day, and they were all, I think, different trims. That was the idea
Yeah.
of it, much like Consul, Zephyr, and Zodiac, that sort of thing. But this comes from the 40s. This would have been one of the cars that the British government would have got Vauxhall to sell
right,
to
yeah,
the Americans to lower our Lend-Lease account.
Yeah.
So, but Gasser Circus, man? No?
Yeah, he's not legal to run in Gasser Circus. I don't quite know why. It's Simon Devos with the Frankenstein Chevy. 1084. And Dominic goes 1328. Well, we're getting very close to first round of qualifying for all of our race cars. It just looks oh so good. Love it.
We love it. Can Colin borrow it and go for
I
a
won't
ride in
fit
it?
in here.
No, he's
So
not. He's
I'm
not
too
nodded
not-
his head.
I would not stand a chance getting in that.
No, I was just talking about the crew out here. The amount of work they did last week, unbelievable. Just kept on working and working and working. So evident. Just looking at the live feed as I was, the live stream. Yeah, superb.
It was a bizarre one last weekend because during Friday we had a championship to sort out for Gasser Circus this weekend. Chris Layram, he's number 1 in the points at the moment. Ray Turner with Green Onions number 2. Jason Pickett, Cherry Bomb is number 3. And Simon Press, the Rocket number 4. Steve Matthews, Honky Tonkin number 5.
Okay, well, in the Slick Tricks racing lane, this is Nick Brook Langham in the Anglia and Martin Hallam in the 33 Willis in the Kestrel Beers lane.
Oh, nice one. Nick goes 300s off his dial in to take the number 1. Martin.
RA bi-monthly journal that's issued to all of us, and you get that, don't you?
Yes, I do,
NSRA members.
Brilliant publication, actually.
And he's recently swapped from an A40 to the Anglia, so well done him. Here's our next pair. And that's Ray Irish getting to the top first with a 10.08. Ray, of course, is now in the Willis Ward.
Jason Darling with the Sinister Coupe goes 12:40.109. Next up, Graham Barton with the High Anxiety Devon, and Simon Glenn behind the wheel of the Straight Shooter. Little Austin Darling in 10:41.
Both Austins of England.
Yes. Oh, problems there for Simon, not getting off the line at all.
It amazes me how quick they manage to get these very high sit up and beg Dorsets and Devons running. There's a pair of them out there on the track together, and first one of course 10:57 and then a 10:72. Very
With the not so mellow yellow Chevy going alongside Dean Maudsley, the Defiant one with the coupe. Darlings 11:45 for Adam, 11:70 for Dean.
well, action is fast and furious here now at the moment. We've brought another commentator into the commentary box with us just to add a few insults. He did.
That's tidy.
Time you will know the name Dave Gibbons. Rough Diamond was his ride for years and years and years, and he's now part of an organisation supplying computers, Tony Morris Computers.
Computers. Yes.
Carburettors. Sorry,
one,
computers.
nice one.
Yeah.
I like that.
Close,
Very close
but
indeed.
no cigar.
Absolutely not.
So,
No.
but it's nice to have you with us. You okay?
Yeah, I'm very well, John. Thank you very much.
Good. If you see anything that you know that Colin and I have missed,
Fill in the gaps.
You don't
fill in
miss
the
much.
gaps. Absolutely. So here we go. Honky Tonkin is a Nova. Wow. That was
Andy
close. close.
Andy Cobb just broke out by nearly 2/10, but yeah, Lee Pike, 100th off his dial, right under the 16 with 00. It was mad.
It's
Hadn't seen
difficult
qualifying
running
like that
close
ever.
to an index, isn't it?
They're getting good at this these days, aren't they?
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely. So we got a Fordson panel van in the Kestrel Beers lane, and it looks like I don't know what it is. A Morris? No, it can't be a Morris. Here comes the long C glasses from Mr. Colin here.
There's a Plymouth.
A Plymouth.
It does look like a Plymouth, I've got to be honest. I
Well
didn't,
done.
I didn't want to say that.
To me, it looks like a Morris Minor, but exploding Morris Minor.
Once upon a time, I would have said it looks ugly enough to be a Chrysler.
Right, Nick
Great
Hughes wants the 977, gets the 987. And the 1324 for the Plymouth. Inside, not bad to bad.
Well, and that, of course, is the ex-Nick Brook
That's
Langham
right, yeah, Nervous
car
Nick's
that-
ride.
Nervous Nick, as he's known, yeah. And it's good to see Nick back in fine fettle and working order, having had quite a nasty op a little while ago. But here we go. That's isn't that quicker than when Nick Brook Langham used to drive?
Probably will be.
It certainly looks it to me.
Well done, Neve. Quick as she's been, 1175, 112 on it.
I'm not missing it terribly much, I've got to be honest. It's the getting ready and getting everything here and the expense kind of.
You sound as though you're getting old.
No, age is just a
number.
figment.
Age is
age
just a
is
number.
But yeah, I'd love to drive again, but I don't want the grief of owning.
Yeah. Well, start line reactions on those two, both a 0.9, absolutely cracking with such big cars.
Ray Turner breaks that by 200. But Harvey didn't. No.
Dave was racing there, his wife was Ali was racing there,
Wow.
his
And
son Scott was racing there, all at the Brighton
I haven't seen
Springs
Scott
trials.
since he ran in the juniors.
He's
He's up here now.
He's up here
oh
now,
my
yeah.
word!
And-
Yeah, but everybody's up there too.
That's
Well,
true,
to
yeah.
me, yes.
Come on, be fair.
Me and Daryl, yeah. Everyone's taller than us.
Yeah.
Right, Patrick Hobson Falcon and your points leader in Gas Circus, Chris Layram. Let's see what Chris can do. 10.16. Look at that. He's into number 2. Patrick number 11.
Panel vans, the little Fordson panel vans. These are getting really, really popular now. What I did.
That's an Austin, though, isn't it?
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, a Morris C van, maybe, or is it an Austin?
Yeah,
Oh, that's- okay.
Morris 8. It's a Morris 8.
It's a Morris C.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm only looking at the
You're
back.
you're not old enough to remember those, John. You're not old enough to remember those.
Yes, I am. Well, pretty quick.
And 04 there. Team, the family. We, as I say, we just want you to come back. I want you to, John, just move to England. You know you want to. But then I don't blame you. Summer's coming up in Australia. As,
Australia is the place to be at the moment, I tell you. So here's
My
our
grandmother's Australian.
really.
Yeah, yeah. So I have a little bit of Australian blood in me.
Wow. Okay. Well, here's our next pair. Now this looks like Scuttleton. No, it's not. It's Luke Hoskins. So I got that wrong.
And Mr. Payne with the Great Barbarian. That is an awesome bit of kit. Martin Payne, of course, and Luke Hoskins. Now then, no darlings, this is just heads up. Quickest will be number 1 qualifier.
This is phenomenal, isn't it? Absolutely love this. Sit up and beg angry. Running at 9 seconds, 8 seconds. Terminal speeds of between 140 and 155 miles an hour. And these were all derived from the original Model Ys that were designed in Dearborn in America. And this is the car that people should be driving in Great Britain, which was a small Model A in actual fact, a Model Y. And or a model small. Small. It was a small Model A, and this is where all the pops come from there. So here's our next pair.
Spencer said it was like it was two-stage throttle there almost, but 960, 141 there for Spencer, and Alex goes 1240 at 114.
That's
Right, Ben Montgomery with the Lexus-powered Ford Pop. Cracking young lad. Drives it like he stole it. Sorry, not Ben. Yeah, Ben Kennedy. There's so many Bens actually in this class, it gets a little bit confusing. Going alongside Aaron Bird, we've got 3 members of the Bird family racing this weekend as well. This is young Aaron.
You're saying it's a Lexus engine. What does that make it? A 6-cylinder, 4-cylinder? I've no
that's
idea.
a good question. I think it's a 6-pot, 3-litre turbo.
Wow. Well, it's certainly set up well, isn't it? Look at this. I like the look of that.
He's got
I
a lot
like the
more in
cut of
that.
your jib.
Yeah, 1022. He should be low 9s, high 8s. Aaron goes through 1431.
Family Shane Bird here in the Kestrel Beers lane with the blue Anglia, Pop, whatever you want to call them. But John Webster is a renowned builder of race cars, renowned driver of race cars as well, as I think we're just about to find out.
103.
Going right out towards the wall, then towards the centre. My goodness me. He's going a quarter mile from side to side as well as along the straight. An 8-0. That was a bit...
So, Purdy Hadfield going for a ride with a dad in Twister. To say Purdy was a little bit excited is an understatement. There must be a little bit of nerves in there, but hey, let's see how they get on. So, Purdy had a race suit in the back of the wagon. I wonder whose idea it was. I bet it was Purdy's. So obviously Andy won't be going flat out 7.5, 180 mile an hour. Not allowed to do that with the passenger on board. But Purdy's safely strapped in with a dad. So, Andy Hadfield, Purdy Hadfield, Twister. Lifts off at the half track, going to coast across the line. 9.6 seconds at 90 miles an hour. I really, really hope that Purdy enjoyed that. And just to show how good Andy was on that, at the 8th mile, he was 126, so he did keep it below the 130 all the way through. So nicely done for Andy Hadfield and Twister, with Purdy as his passenger. Right, well, Supercharged Outlaws are ahead of the lanes. I've got to say a big, big thanks to John Price for joining us today. He has actually had to head off now, but really, really good to have John here this weekend. He is elsewhere tomorrow. He's got another engagement he needs to go to. So, but really good to have John Price with us this weekend. Okay, so the best of three then between Paul Dale and Rocket Ron Bartlett with the 105Es. It's one each at the moment. Although Paul Dale has been the quicker on two occasions, he got treed on his first one, where he went 780 to Rocket's 792, but Ron got there first. In the second one, Paul Dale all the way. So this is a decider between the two of them. I mean, this could be sorted out by millimetres at the stripe. Rocket does a lot of racing in Super Pro ET where he has to cut a really, really good light. Paul Dale has got the slightly quicker car, not much in it, but Ron Bartlett's reaction times are slightly better, and that could balance out perfectly at the stripe. This is where Paul Dale pulls it out of the bag and gets a great launch, but we will see how this one pans out. It's still a qualifying run for the Supercharged Outlaws and for Paul Dale, of course. And although Rocket is not supercharged, he's here as an invited guest, shall we say. So both of them been running sevens side by side. Rocket just got a little bit out of shape on his second run, just hugged the centre line and just eased off to a low 8-second pass. It was an 8.1. So the decider then, out of the best of three. Ron Bartlett, Sweet FA, he is in the Kestrel Beers lane. And Paul Dale with the acute angle, he's in the Slick Tricks lane. Best of luck to both of them. Side by side sevens, possibly once again. Conditions perfect at the moment. Rocket gets the jump. Paul Dale could be driving around it. Oh, this is super tight at the stripe, and the win light goes to Ron Bartlett. Takes that one. A 7.92 to a lose-out 7.81. Oh, yes. A PB for Paul Dale. A win for Ron Bartlett. The win margin at the stripe was 0.4 for Ron Bartlett. But another PB for Paul Dale. 7.81, 174 mile an hour. Oh boy, that was incredible racing between those teams. Huge congratulations. But 7.81 Paul Dale, congratulations to them. But it is Rocket that takes it 2-1. But I tell you what, they're all winners. They really, really are. Well done. Right, what have we got next? The fun continues. So we had a passenger ride for Purdy Hadfield that she'd never ever going to forget. We just had a fantastic side-by-side 7-second runs from the two angles. Sorry, the two Anglias. Two angles? And this is Keith Freeman with the El Loco. All being well, should be going alongside Johnny McClure, but not sure if he can fire up at the moment. Yeah, proper entertaining burn. I'll give him a huge cheer when Keith Freeman comes back from that one. Almost rolling to half track there. And now making his way back. The birthday boy himself. I hope he got a new set of tyres for his birthday present. Because those ones on the back of the coupe ain't going to be much use. So the 32 coupe then with Keith Freeman a best so far this weekend in the 9.3s. Just creeping up to the beams. Here we go. What have we got on this one? 9.25. Oh, yes. What a great pass for Keith Freeman and El Loco. 9.25, 147 mile an hour. Oh, what a way to celebrate your birthday with a 9.25. Well, we knew the conditions were good out there to go quick, but a 9.25, outstanding. Well, get in. Well, if there weren't going to be a few drinks consumed in the El Loco pits tonight, I think there's going to be plenty consumed now with that 925. But yeah, a stonking burnout. Show your appreciation for the El Loco team as they go and collect Keith from the top end. Well done, gang. A very, very happy pickup truck indeed. As we look down at our next pair, Andy Park and Luke Watts. So the Agamemnon 57 Chevy taking on the Twin Screw U Model Y for Andy Park. Now Andy went 9.74 earlier on. Luke's been in the 8s. Oh, not going entirely to plan for Andy Park there. Good looking run for Luke Watts though. 8.37, 160. No, be pleased with that one, guys. Starting to come together very, very nicely indeed. Well done. 8.37, 160. Andy Park literally just coasting across the line in the end there. 13.03 at 102. Right, Johnny McClure with the Willis. I think he should have been going alongside Keith Freeman, but the car wouldn't start when he wanted it to. So yeah, he's on a solo here. Big things coming up for Johnny with this car. .974, 134 mile an hour pass there. Well done, Johnny. Well done, team. Nicely done. I can't remember a weekend like this for Supercharged Outlaws where they've been just running just incredible numbers and incredible entertainment all the way through. Let's see who's up next. Going to be Ian Merriweather with Banzai. The little Fiat Topolino Altered going to be going alongside the little Hemi Hunter. Mike just bringing that car around. Good little match-up, this one. Both of them, well, Ian's been 8-1. Mike's been 8-3 so far. Two good strong burnouts you'd expect from these seasoned campaigners. Bit of a jog to go and get them as well. Well, Ian Merriweather almost going to the 8th mile with his burnout. Right, okay, so nothing wrong with Mike Couch, but he has been told to shut off because there is a problem for Ian Merriweather. He's stranded up there at the moment. So there is no way that Mike can get his run in with Ian's car stuck between the 3:30 and the 8th mile. So Mike will get the opportunity to start up once again and get these running. But as I say, Ian is stuck on the track at the moment. Okay, tell you what, I'm not going to try and waffle my way through this one. I've let Nitro FM 96.2 just take the airwaves back for a moment, and as soon as we get up and running once again, we'll take it back. But bear with us, folks, and we will be back with you shortly.
You're such a good loser.
Not.
Right, Rory Hart's first run of the day. Towed back to the pits for his first one, but nice to see Rory getting a run down the track instead of crewing on a top fuel dragster. And puts in a nice tidy 11.66 at 106 there.
Such a pretty little car, isn't it? The Opel GT. This is another Whiffy Smith. We used to have a Whiffy
Not
Smith.
the Whiffy
no,
Smith,
this is a different one. So he's trying to equal his son's time in the car. But when you're his age, of course, it's a bit tricky. So I'm told to say this about him by his son. Oh dear. So 12:34. I have 110 mile an hour is.
All right, quite a soft launch there for Scott Collin on this one. So could it be a 9 on this one actually? Oh, it is still an 8. 886, 154. It just didn't load up the way I thought it would off the line. But nevertheless, he's running regular 8-second passes now. He's had a best this weekend of 8:47.
Well, I'm not certain. I've seen Julian vent the nitrous when I've been watching him up here today. Has he before?
Sorry, I'm just missing something on the net. Big.
Wow. There you are. That was
Yeah, big backfire on the car. I think they got that sorted pretty quickly there. As a 12:34 there for Matt Stanley. All of our qualifiers, then another run with your brung session. Julian Webb will be bringing the Spider-Man jet down for a run. Then it'll be Cracklefest fireworks, and then dinner time after that. So Dave Mott. Going through, and it's nice 12:53, 113. Dave gets a 13:24.
very evenly matched, those two.
Right, is this June Williamson? I think it is actually. It's so nice to see that truck out. This car came in from Louisiana in 2000, so it's been in the UK for 23 years.
The one in the Kestrel Beers Lane.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, that's. I believe that's June. Al, is that June's truck? Just want to make sure it is. Thank you very much indeed.
Very nice.
It's just mad.
So it's our two that have been coming round side by side all day today. The Vauxhall, the Velox, the little Topolino, the little mouse.
Yeah,
And,
Jackie Kowalowski there with the little Topolino. Right, Jason Dodd.
I'm trying to get as good as you recognising all these car shapes, you see.
Thing is though, it's all black. Everything's black. The rear lights are black. It's a little bit tricky to pick out the shape. Whoa, where you go, Cliff?
Oh.
Nicely gathered in.
Yeah. Very strong. That's side by side. Look at that.
Jason Dodd has just gone 920. Cliff has just gone 923.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Right, let's see how Billy gets on. Love to see a 10.4. But Soslaw says he's going to give me a 10.50. But let's have a look. Good looking at the 8. Oh, 10.3, 10.35, 129. Nicely done there for Billy. good. Wheels up launch there for Duncan Watts. He's on all the way there to a 9:30 at 147. His quickest of the day. Very, very nice passing there with the Twisted Lemon. Off he goes. .74, 95 mile an hour pass there for Carl. Paul Singer, an invited guest, shall we say. So both of them been running sevens side by side. Rocket just got a little bit out of shape on his second run, just hugged the centre line and just eased off to a low 8-second pass. It was an 8.1. So the decider then, out of the best of three. Ron Bartlett, Sweet FA. He is in the Kestrel Beers lane. And Paul Dale with the Acute Angle. He's in the Slick Tricks lane. Best of luck to both of them. Side by side sevens, possibly once again. Conditions perfect at the moment. Rocket gets the jump. Paul Dow could be driving around it. Oh, this is super tight at the stripe, and the win light goes to Ron Bartlett. Takes that one. A 7.92 to a lose out 7.81. Oh, yes. Just creeping up to the beams. Here we go. What have we got on this one? 9.25. Oh, yes. Now, Andy went 9.74 earlier on. Luke's been in the 8s. Oh, not going entirely to plan for Andy Park there. Good looking run for Luke Watts, though. 8.37, 160. No, be pleased with that one, guys. Starting to come together very, very nicely indeed. Well done. And he wanted it too, so yeah, he's on a solo here. Big things coming up for Johnny with this car. .974, 134 mile an hour pass there. Well done, Johnny. Well done, team. Nicely done.
Rushmore Arena in Aldershot. He usually turns up. And let's see how Robin. Good luck, Robin. Let's hope it goes well.
That is another good looking run. 7:19, 192 miles an hour. His
Yeah,
quickest
brilliant.
of the day. He'll take that.
Shot this. It really does look as though they said this is the middle of the whole chassis. We put the engine there. And very nice looking machine it is as well. Yeah, two well put together burnouts there, I think you will agree. So no drifting on either of those.
Well, this is in a bizarre twist. These two are as tight as you can get. Both of them ran 8.32 on their first qualifiers.
Really?
Both of them 8.32. So hence that's why they're matched up for this pairing.
Yep. So Ian is just slightly quicker in the Kestrel Beers lane in the altered.
To be fair, I think they would both like to run a 7. Ian's done it before. I'm sure Mike must have done it in the past as well, but an exceptionally good match. Are they going to be neck and neck all the way? So both the debris stage. And when Ian goes in, off they go.
Well, a better start line reaction, you can tell from the dragster.
I think Ian's going to get it though.
Yeah. Oh, just nearly, but not quite. So 8.18 for Ian. Used to be Dave Gibbons of Rough Diamond fame, crew chief. A ride down in his 105e Anglia on Friday. That was yesterday, wasn't it? Crikey, the time goes so quick. And Paul Dale just coming back now. Where are they at the moment? Let's have a look.
Do you know what? I don't think they care because that 7-second side-by-side earlier was just epic.
Well, Paul Dale certainly is in the number 11 spot.
Bizarre thing is that Ron Bartlett can't qualify for supercharged outlaws because he's not supercharged.
Ah,
so you
okay,
know.
so, right, okie dokie, yes, of course.
But
that makes
he's here
perfect
having
sense to me. He's having fun as usual, which is the NSRA logo.
Yeah.
So here we go, the pair of them. Up to the start. Will Mystic Meg, will we see another pair?
I want another side-by-side
Pair of sevens.
pair of 7s, yeah.
Okay. Well, angle boxes, you've heard what Mystic Meg has said. Up to you to deliver. Here we go.
Oh, we go,
Come back,
Rocket.
Ron.
He ain't going to lift. Look at this.
He swerved round the timing block and kept going.
8:10, 7:82.
Oh, wow.
Oh, Paul Dale.
Well
done. Just, I haven't got a hat on, but if I had, you'd have a tip of it.
Well
That is
done.
just absolutely outstanding. Speed 192 miles an hour. He spoke to me this morning, said I'm going for it this weekend. 792 out. I told you he's mad. Yeah, when he said I'm going for it, and it wasn't a bullish Simon Barlow, it was a quietly confident Simon Barlow, and that was the difference. He knew he had something to work with this weekend. Aaron Windridge is well and truly back. Is a long distance award. He's obviously got the drop tank half, which he could go and top up with. Obviously he can't, but it's a terminology. So Simon Barlow with the Beast and Aaron Windridge with the Grim Reaper. I love the way the boot flap comes up with the race number on it. That is so cool.
I had noticed
And then when he
that.
stops, when he hits the brakes, watch it fall down. Oh, he didn't that time. Yeah, we got it. Oh, that's class. I do like that. So, Supercharged Outlaws continuing to entertain here at the Hot Rod Drag. Simon Barlow currently on a 722, over 190 mile an hour. Aaron Rindridge didn't have the best run ever, 8.30. But looking at the state of that burnout, he'll be going for this 7.6, 7.7, something like that. If you get even quicker, well, let's just see. Oh yeah, little dry hops up to the line. Aaron is going to drive this one like he stole it. He always does when he can. Let's see. Hold on tight, folks. This should be entertaining. Oh, lack of drive there for Simon. So this is all Aaron Windridge. A little wheelie off the line. Straight and true to... Oh, it's an 8.12, 165. Just a little bit off song there, but nevertheless, good looking run. And I am not quite sure what happened to Simon at all there, but lost drive off the line. So he's just going to hopefully make it to the top end. But I fear he might not. Oh yeah, he's found a bit of drive now. Excellent stuff.
Well, it's I can see Martin Hannes and Doug Bond looking this way, waiting for someone to say, your go. So young Joe is in the car. Here we go. The thumbs are up.
I've just spotted another member of the crew for the Doug Bond. Sorry, the Bond. Interesting burnout.
Well, yeah.
It was almost like it was on the rev limiter on the burnout there, and it was trying to cut out. But we'll see what happens when he brings the car back out and back to the line, get it ready for the run itself.
So I wondered what had happened to Daddy Doug. Well, here he is, just coming up behind his boy in the car. So it's the whole family's out there again. And what are we going to see this time? What did we have the last time? 7.18?
7.18. Yeah, it wasn't picture perfect, but obviously different setup on the car this time round.
So what has Joe run before?
He's been a second quicker, basically. 6.2. I'm not really sure what the exact personal best is, but he's certainly one of the quickest front engine dragsters around. Somebody will message me and give me his PB in a minute. I know they will, because they're a nice bunch out there.
So Martin just taking the car right up to the start line. Here we go. Fingers crossed for a great run. Oh, wow. He's just inscribed the letter S on the track. And
641, 226 miles an hour.
Too much, that's it. Yes, get the title right. It's a thing that just puzzles me is, how do you do this? You know, it's...
When Norm appeared with this car and did his first ever burnout, I just thought, this is earth-shattering. Unbelievable bit of engineering, this, to get both engines to run on song. It is just unbelievable.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, could we have had a twin-engine Spitfire during the Second World War with one Merlin in front of the other? You know, it's how do you do that? It's just crazy. But let's wait and see what happens. I don't know any of the history of this, by the way, other than...
I don't see it often enough to... well, it doesn't come out too often, let's be fair, but to have a twin-engine slingshot dragster...
Yeah.
16 cylinders. I mean, it's just mad. It shouldn't work, but it does. Okay, so a clean-up completed by our incredible track crew, and Ian Mathers being in touch to say apologies for the oil down there. Basically, the oil pressure relief valve activated on the oil AccuSump system, which is in the back of the car. He shut it off as soon as he spotted the track marshal. Sincere apologies. Well, a true gentleman there, Ian. A lot of people, they try so hard to get the best out of their machinery, and sometimes just things kick in and prevent you from getting the run that you want in. And it happens. It's racing, mate. But thanks ever so much indeed. Okay, we continue with Mike Couch with the little Hemi Hustler, the little slingshot. So already been in the 8.3s. Let's see. Oh, nice little wheelie off the line. That car hooked and launched. Straight down Broadway. I can't believe he's done another one. 8.31 with a 3 this time. Perrin Lanes will be closing in 10 minutes' time, folks. Perrin Lanes closing in 10 minutes' time for Run With Your Brung. Just a couple of shout-outs. If anybody's got an MSD 6 Plus MSD box, we know the ones. If anybody could let Sally Woolner know in the pits, looking for an MSD 6 Plus box. I'm sure somebody may have one on site here if they can get that. So it should fix all their problems with the Camaro this weekend. So let them know. All right, coming around the corner next, Wayne Allman with Mental Breakdown. He's been 200 miles an hour today. He's ticked that big box that had been eluding him for quite a while, going alongside the Thunder God, Des Taylor. Biggest burnout for Wayne Allman, but he should get plenty of traction. But say 200 miles an hour today, cannot take that away from him. He's already been in the 6s, but that 200 eluded him until today. Des Taylor with the Thunder God. Just backing up after his burnout. He's been in the 7s plenty of times with this car. Good looking runs for both of them. And what have we got this time round? Wayne Allman does it again. 202 miles an hour this time. He almost did it with a 6-second pass as well. 7:03.202. Des Taylor, great run for him as well. 7:72 at 180 miles an hour. Well, just goes to show you don't need a big stonking burnout there. But Wayne Allman just goes to show the first one wasn't a fluke. He did it again and he went a little bit quicker. 202 miles an hour. Got there in 7.03. Oh, big congrats. Helen, I am chuffed to bits for the whole team. Big, well, just massive that is. Big congratulations to Wayne, to Helen, the whole team. And Des Taylor with the Thunder God as well. Great pass from him, 7:72. Aaron Windridge once again. That is a proper... He's gone to the finish line. He's literally, about 100 yards short of the finish line. Unbelievable. And he even waves at the camera at the top end. Oh, that's unbelievable. Well, we thought Roy Wilding's burnout was pretty good until Gareth just went sailing past. Oh, entertainment. I'll tell you what, this is so worth it. Well, as they make their way back. Right, finally they get here, both with their long-range fuel tanks slightly depleted. So Roy Wilding with the Chariots of Fire slingshot has already been 760 today. Aaron Windridge has been 812. He wants a 7 this time round, and if the burnout was anything to go by, then the car is well and truly ready for this, given that the dry hops up to the line. Let's see what they got for us then. Aaron and Roy, the Supercharged Outlaws. Well, Aaron ain't giving up on that one. Not even nutter. He still goes 8:08, 173 miles an hour, despite reaching for the sky a few times. Well, I told you that boy's certifiable, and he is. Loved it, absolutely loved it. Roy Wilding, in the meantime, goes 796 at 175 miles an hour. But great entertainment once again from Chariots of Fire slingshot and, of course, the Grim Reaper T-Bucket. Well, Supercharged Outlaw, and actually all of our race classes have been spectacular today. Thoroughly enjoyed the entertainment everybody's given us. And there's plenty more to come. Right, the next one's fired up. Not sure who it is. Need to wait for it to come around the corner first. Right, well, it's Kirsten van Kroonenburg with Susie Q. Ian Blackett has just sent me a photograph that will be available in Blackett Photography Studios. Not just yet, need to get the memory stick round there, of Aaron Windridge with almost all 4 wheels off the ground. He's certainly got 3 off the ground. Incredible shot. And, well, Ian catches most of the action here at the pod. And I just popped round to see Paul in the studios. Some cracking images, called various packages available, obviously, be it racer or spectators. Just pop around and see the studios next to the crossroads in the pairing lanes, where, well, I say the crossroads, pedestrian crossing, you know what I mean. Right, let's see what Kirsten has got for us then with Susie Q. Good looking launch. Takes it to half track there, 528, 116, 116, 60 foot there. And coasting through with a 975, 89 miles an hour. Making good progress with the totally rebuilt Susie Q. As she makes the first exit comfortably. Nicely done. Planned half pass by the looks of things. So as you look in the lanes to see Elaine Hancock, I think, is going to be next to fire up. You certainly can. Well, if it's your first time, if it's your 100th time, it's your 1000th time, everybody enjoys it, and I'm sure we'll have that young lad coming back for more. Just hope he doesn't discover a junior dragster. Well, I hope he does. All right, it's Robbie Grabham coming around the corner with Freddy's Revenge. Car is going so well today. Looks like they cured the bounce, and it's the quickest that body has been down the quarter mile on this car. Going alongside one of the happiest campers on the premises this weekend, Jim Usher with the Hemi Hunter. Well, so far today, Jim has had a best of 7:27 at 185 miles an hour. Robbie is only 100th of a second behind at 7:28, but he's been 191. Right, just let everybody know that the pairing lanes are now closed. Don't forget, if you haven't signed up for the Crackle Fest later on, you need to do that. You need to sign on for it. Can't just rock up and join in. Need to sign on for it. Here we go then. The Supercharged Outlaws continue with Robbie and Jim. Well, Robbie, he doesn't know when to lift that boy. 7:15, 196 mile an hour, and he took the long way round. Absolutely outstanding. Jim Usher goes 8:98 at 93. I think he thought that Robbie was going to switch lanes then. You think he saw him coming. But Robbie, what a driving job. Kept it in his lane. 7:15, 196. Phenomenal entertainment from the Supercharged Outlaws. Jim was on a good looking run actually, went 108 to 60 foot and was a gnats ahead of Robbie at the 330, but had clicked it by the 8th mile. But phenomenal run there for Robbie Grabham. So a new PB for that body, 7:15, 196. Next up, Elaine Hancock with Crazy Lady Racing. Right, so Elaine Hancock then going to roll it forward up to the beams. Pointing dead straight. Well, launched really hard once again, 115 to the 60 foot, just clicked it after that. Just coasting up to the finish line. So looking forward to Elaine takes it all the way through, just coasting through there with a 22-second pass, 30 mile an hour, but it's all about the launch, which looked good. It did look good. Well, proper mix of cars in the lanes at the moment. You can see the Haggis Hunter. I can see Robin Reed down there. Not quite sure who's just fired up there. I think it's Alan Schofield, actually. And I believe it's going to be the Haggis Hunter coming round. Mick Hanna. Indeed it is. Not Alan Schofield, obviously. So Mick Hanna just reversing up after his burnout best today of a 7:24. Great looking launch, arrow straight all the way. Pedal to the metal all the way through to a 7:21 at 186 miles an hour. Finds a few hundreds, actually moves up a spot as well, actually, from 7 to 6 of the quickest runs in Supercharged Outlaws this weekend. But a nice, straight, steady pass for Mick Hanna. Very tidy indeed. Right, this is Alan Schofield. So good, strong burnout for Alan. Right, aiming for a 7.6. He puts a 7.61 on his board. That's what he's aiming for. Alan Schofield rolling forward. Cracking launch for Alan. Straight down Broadway once again to a 7:59 with an 8. Absolutely outstanding. Oh, party time for the Scud team. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Happy, happy days for them. 172 mile an hour pass. Shoots out in the shutdown area. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant run. Right, Robin Reid up next. So as the nitro-powered Daimler fires up. So Robin Reid coming underneath the tower. So what has Robin Reid got for us? Already been 7.19 today. 192 mile an hour pass. The box that needs to be ticked. Pretty similar to Wayne Allman's actually. Robin coming into this event as a best speed for this car of 199.89 miles an hour. Well, Wayne is 199.88. He's hit that 200 twice today. Can Robin Reid hit that magical 200 as well? So Daimler Power on nitro. You can just see a little lick of flame coming from the header pipes. All the way down Broadway 2, a 737, 186 miles an hour. Quite as quick as they went earlier. I know they were trying for more. But if they get that car back to the pits and fingers crossed routine servicing, and they'll be back out to play again tomorrow. Looking in the lanes now, Bob Hawkins with Time Traveller number 2. Oh, no, apologies. It looked like Bob Hawkins' tow truck, but it's not Bob. So it's the Wielden and Charman slingshot. James Charman had the wheel. So another potential 7-second slingshot here. Well, that Royal Wilding has made it back down to the start line after his run. Still got his race suit on, come to see. How James gets on this one. Just wait for the car to move forward instead of going backwards so they can get to the chutes and arm them. Yep. So standard routine, basically you wait for the car to move forward before you approach the back of the car. Last thing you want to do is for the throttle to get a blip and the car moves backwards when you're arming the chutes. You basically get run over, so always the right thing to do. So fingers crossed for James, gets a good run in here. Track conditions pretty good to get a decent run in. A little bit loose off the line, actually did drift over to the right hand side, so backed out of it, got back on it, then drifted to the centre line. And eventually gets to the top end with a 12.96 at 60 mile an hour. Totally irrelevant what that car is capable of. But hopefully they'll be coming back out again tomorrow. Well, we move into the Wild Bunch. And first car round is the Raging Cajun. So Elliot and Danny Jones share the driving of the Raging Cajun, going alongside Jim Tanner with the Shindigger. Target numbers then, the Raging Cajun 10 flat, Jim Tanner with the Shindigger 950. So it's Elliot behind the wheel this time, Danny last time. See how they get on, looking for a 10, get 976 at 136. Oh, that was well worth all the effort and the drive back up to Manchester to get all the bits. So big well done to them. Actually, that is a new PB as well. Congratulations to the team, 976. 136 miles an hour. A new PB on speed and ET. Jim Tanner goes through a 1083 at 139, but rich reward for the Raging Cajun team. Next up, Bobby Wright with the altered. And Rich Butcher with the fourth dimension slingshot. So target numbers then 976 and 1220. 970 for Bobby Wright there. Goes a little bit under. And a 1267 there for Rich. Right, Dan Wilson with the antique toy going alongside James Griffin. Right, Dan's target number is 10.16. James, 950. Well, he went 952 earlier on, so 950 is a good shout. The thing is, so if he hooks up on the launch, he may go quicker. That is a good looking run there for James. I think he's going to go quicker than that 950. He does. 920, 941. Oh, cracking run. Dan Wilson goes 1008. New PB for speed on Dan Wilson there. Goes 126.51. Previously, it had only been 124. Well, the PBs have just fallen in once again. Loads of people getting their best ever times today. You've still got that tailwind, and it's actually picked up a bit, so it's a bit more breezy pushing these cars up the racetrack. The air conditions have got better. Still a little bit of heat in the track, but that's going to start evaporating soon. So hopefully Keith Crampton and crazy Chris Hartnell can make the most of the conditions out there. Oh, crazy Chris reaches for the sky. Looking for an 899, gets an 874. 1030 there for Keith Crampton on that 991 target. So one of them goes way under and one a little bit off. But well done to crazy Chris. Right, James Auld, Pete Brown. You got the little Faust dragster in the Slick Tricks lane. And you got Pete Brown with Wrathchild. 11.15 is the target for Pete. James is 12.38. $12.50 and $11.35. All right, Ian Wild with the Wildcat taking on Dave Schumacher with the Slingshot. Target numbers for these two. Ian Wild, 12.35. with the little altered in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Dave Schumark 10.20 with that slingshot. Well, the time now 20 to 7 as the day turns into evening. Still got plenty to come. We've got the rest of the Wild Bunch to come through. We still got Gasser Circus, we still got Outlaw Anglia, and then we still got Rumby and Brung in the lanes, and then we've got a Jet Dragster to run, then we've got the Crackle Fest, then we've got the fireworks display all to get in by 8 o'clock. Well, the fireworks due to launch at 8 o'clock, so up against it on the time at the moment. There goes Ian Wild, there goes Dave Schumark. Well, 39 for Ian Wild, nice run, 10.51 goes. So nice run there for Ian Wild, just 400ths off his number. And just to add a little bit more news to that one, Dave Schumark, a new PB there, 10.51, 134. This is Mick Taylor with the Banshee Altered, going alongside Rebel. Rob and Pete Brown, it is Rob Brown behind the wheel. And the last time these two were side by side was at Silverstone Festival. We had them on display next to each other. Haven't really... well, they've been to the drags plenty of times together. It's the first time they had a real good chinwag at the Silverstone Festival, and here they are, side by side again. So target numbers then. Rebel 848, the Banshee Altered 990. $852 for Rebel, just 400ths off. Nicely done. 10.41 for Mick Taylor. Bradley Cooper with that lovely little slingshot back from the past. He's got an 11 flat dial-in. And the Charles Banks Special, 12.25 in the Slick Tricks Lane, target number for them. $11.14 there for Bradley, and a 13.39 the Charles Banks Special. Right, for the Happy Days team, and it's a big birthday shout out to Sam. Happy 14th birthday to Sam Fallon. That's the whole team wishing you many happy returns. Going alongside Paul Tarry with Trigger's Broom. The Altered 11.60, and the Happy Days Slingshot 12.98. $11.01, that's a bit quicker than a 12.98. That's way quicker. That was almost a PB. There's just 200s off a personal best there for Rob White. Right, next up then, Skip Ford. Sorry, Ford Skip. Get it right way round. And Terry Clifford with the Rat Catcher Resurrection. So Terry looking for that 10:30, Ford looking for 9:10. 10:47 and 9:67. Sounded like Ford was off the gas at the stripe. We've got Outlaw Anglia coming up after the Wild Bunch. Then we got Gasser just putting in their final qualifiers. Going to be proper dark soon. About 6:45 already. So Steve Garland with Sonic Attack number 2. And it's the Shaw Crank Redemption. Andy Gordon Roy looking for 10:40. Not sure who's behind the wheel actually, if it's Andy or Gordon. But shared car. Well, their target number is a 10:40. Steve Garland, 11:20. So Steve Garland's going to get there first with an 11:33 at 124 miles an hour. That's a new PB on speed and a 10:28. Massive PB for the Shaw Crank Redemption team. Bob Hawkins. Well, not much of a burnout, but trying to give it another stab and it just shot off into the distance. So obviously got plenty of grip out there. Going alongside Rory Hart with the little Opel GT. Well, fair to say that Rory is used to tuning nitro cars, not running alongside them. So Bob looking for a 669. Rory looking for 1150. Expertly pedalled there by Bob Hawkins with the time traveller goes 7:44, 188. But what a cracking run for Rory Hart there, just 300ths of a second off his dial-in. 11:53 on that 11:50 target number, 108 miles an hour at the stripe. And then as he crossed the line, the slingshot just went flying past him. Right, I think it's going to be the decider between Andy Bond and Keith Bartlett up next. Then it goes into Outlaw Anglia. Their last qualifying session, the lanes are jam-packed of Ford Pops and Fordsons down there. And then, of course, got Gasser Circus behind them. There's Run With Your Brung as well. But the Saturday decider, they get to do this all again tomorrow. So Keith Bartlett with Roaring Rat and Andy Bond with the 55 Chevy. Okay, so it is 1-1 coming into this decider between these two. Plenty of banter throughout the day, plenty of banter prior to this as well. So what the ugly team got for us, so they got another 9. Keith is going to have to pull a light here. But been good racing between these two. Both just taking their time. Oh, Andy gets the jump. Looks like Andy's going to get to the stripe first with a 10.20 at 120 miles an hour. KB goes through with a 10.29 at 131. So Andy Bond takes that 2-1. Well done. Well done. Yeah. Count it out. Count it out. Another payday for Andy Bond. We move on to Outlaw Anglia. This is Brian Nixon and Ben Kennedy. So Ben currently in the number 12 spot. 10.22. No, he can go way quicker than that. But is there a problem for Brian? Oh, yeah, we're going to have to shut him off, push him back. A little bit of a fluid leak underneath, unfortunately. So it's going to be Ben Kennedy on a solo. Bump spot of 11.63. Ben's already in, but would like to go a bit quicker. Spooning up the boost on that Lexus V8. Front wheels come up. Good looking pass, a little bit wayward at the start. And actually just taking it relatively easy at the stripe at the end there. Goes through with a 9.32 at 117 miles an hour. Puts him in the number 7 spot, but was way off the gas before the stripe. So let there be light, and it appears on the start line. This is Rob Brindle, already been 9 flat today. So can he get into the 8s? Got all the weaponry to do it. Nice one, 1960 foot, 533, 127 at the 8th. And, well, the other weaponry to get to the 8th, well and truly on that one. 850, 149. Moves him up a spot as well to number 4. So Martin Payne, the great barbarian, currently on an 891. Okay, so the track is all Martin's now as he's on a solo run here. Can he go quicker than 891? Oh, no, hang on a sec. No, unfortunately, little fluid leak that Bob's just spotted. That's one thing that we do not do with these cars is run them if there is any trace of fluid from underneath the car. Because if they go for the launch, they build the revs up. That little drip could turn into a torrent, and that's the last thing you want. And that's right, yeah, you can see it glistening. I don't know what it is, but yeah, right call once again. Never ever doubt the work of our start line crew. Best in the business. So a little bit of sledding. That tailwind is still evident. Just looking at those wind turbines there, just looking at the flags in the breeze as well. So. It's certainly helping as well. The air temperature has dropped as well. So conditions to go fast. The only thing that's dropping that we don't want to lose is track temperature. But there's still plenty of bite out there. So still capable of getting some real good numbers this evening. Well, those of you tuned into the live stream, that is a cracking shot of the pairing lanes. And all those Ford Pops lined up, ready to come round. Colin Miller, number 1 qualifier at the moment. 199 mile an hour pass earlier on, 6.90. And big congratulations on the new PB on speed and ET. Bump spot, as we know, is 1163. So just a little bit of sledding from the track out there as the time approaches 7 o'clock in the evening here. We've still got so much to get through. Not only have we got Outlaw Anglia and Gasser Circus to run, there's some run in the lanes as well. We've got a jet car to run. We've got the Crackle Fest and the course fireworks as well. It's a full-on evening here. Don't know how far we're going to get. But obviously we want to get as far as we possibly can. Ian goes back into position. So Mark Bracking and Psycho Phil Druitt. Mark Bracking had a phenomenal one earlier on when he lifted those front wheels up high, stuck with it and then nailed it again and still went in the 10s, and then Ended up with the best today in the quali of a 10.24. Phil Jewett currently number 10 at the moment with a 9.57. So as the pair of them come up to the line. So purge of the nitrous then for Mark Bracking. He's in pre-stage. There goes Phil, straight into stage, no messing. A little bit calmer this time for Mark. And that's a 10.34 for Phil, a 10.24 there for Mark. And Mark's best run of the day, nicely done. All right, Colin Miller, the Flying Fifer. Not doing the half-mile burnout on this one. He's back to the start line already. And there's the 5 jets as Colin Miller purges the nitrous. Going alongside Alex Strike. Needs to go quicker than 11.63 to get into eliminations. That's the bump spot at the moment. He's been 11.88, so maybe just could do it. That final purge for Colin. So Colin coasting up the stripe. There he goes. 8.93, 112. Alex goes 11.96 at 115. Well, you can tell it's starting to get dark now. The strip lights come on. Shutdown area lights already on. Shane Bird and Wayne Power up to the line for their runs. Wayne currently number 8. Shane number 16. He's the man who owns the bump spot of 11.63. That's a good looking run for Wayne. Can he go quicker than 9.47? 9.20, he'll take that one. Very, very nice run indeed there for Wayne Power. .145 mile an hour at the stripe. And he moves up a spot as well. All right, Dalton Scarlett. Winner last time out, winner the time before. But having a couple of issues today, so fingers crossed they can get that put to bed. Best of 9.03 today, capable of going into the 7s. And going deep into the 7s, fair to say. Ben Montgomery in the number 18 spot, needs to go quicker than 11.63 to get into the show. He certainly meant business on the burnout, smoked the place out. Right, Dalton Scarlett then brings the hooligan up to the start line. He is in the Kestrel Beer lane. Ben Montgomery in the Slick Tricks lane. Oh, blazes the tyres, does Dalton. There's 11.34. Ben Montgomery goes 12.99. Spencer Tidswell and Andy Cunningham, your next pair. Spencer appearing in the Kestrel Beers lane. Currently number 11 on a 960. Andy Cunningham currently 14 on a 1083. Good looking run there for Spencer. 974, 138, and he goes 1091, almost matching what he ran earlier. So they stay put. Spencer 11, Andy 14. John Webster with Fast Company 2 comes underneath the tower. Burnout then from John. And he's got Luke Hoskins for company on this one. Luke already run a 9:53. John Webster 7:18. John went through 188 miles an hour. Only Colin Miller's been quicker today. Beautiful launch for John Webster, but out of shape at 3:30. Got back on it. Goes through with 8:42, 134. It's a 1:03 60 foot there for John Webster. Launched like it really meant it. Luke Hoskins goes 9:42, his quickest of the day. It's such a shame John Webster got out of the groove there, because that was on one. That was certainly on one. That would have been a low 7 again. Could have been a 7-0, but yeah, the car just got out of the groove, and John had to back out of it. But it's the 60 foot for that car. Just launch 103 to 60 foot. Right, next pair, Doug McClure. And I'm not sure who's in the other lane. It's so dark I can't see it, and it hasn't got a name, so apologies for that. Well, Dougie lifting the front wheels again. He PB'd earlier on with a 1018. What's he got for us this time? He did have to feather the throttle a bit. Still goes 1025. If he didn't feather the throttle that time, that could have been a 9. But good driving there. Kept it under control, kept it away from the wall. Martin Payne and Gary Bird. Right, this is the last pair in Outlaw Anglia. We got Gasser Circus coming up next. Gary Bird has already run an 8:44. He's in the number 4 spot in qualifying. Martin Payne, number 6, 8:91 for him. Apologies, actually. No, it's a little bit of timing glitch there, actually. Gary Bird is the number 3 spot. Cracking runs. Absolutely cracking runs. 8.57 and 8.97. Bizarrely, neither of them went quicker than they did earlier, but real good runs nevertheless. As we move on now to Gasser Circus. All right, first up then, Jason Pickett with the Cherry Bomb going alongside Nervous Nick with the Anglia. The dial-in for Nick is 11.48. The dial-in for Jason is 10.65. Jason is currently number 7. Nick currently one place ahead, number 6. Oh, 10.66. Nick goes 11.48, but Jason Pickett moves up to number 2 with that one, and that is certainly helping his championship standings. Next up, Tony Pearson and Ray Irish. Well, the conditions are good to go quick out there, and Jason Pickett proved it there. Storming run, 10.66. Well, they're gunning for a perfect ET at the moment. That's what number 1 qualifier has done. Let's see how Ray Irish and Tony Pearson get on. 10.05 and 10.40. .10.08, 10.42. Tony Pearson moves up to number 7. Ray drops a spot because of Tony's run there. Someone's smoking the place out. Dean Maudsley, the defiant one with the coupe, 11.55. And dialing in 1 second quicker, Graham Barton with the high anxiety Devon, 10.55. Well, the burnout smoke just adding to the mood at the moment as it hangs around on the start line. Being blown forward, actually. Off they go. That's a 10.58. Graham moves up from 17 to 9. Breakout there for Dean, just that little bit too quick. So, Dean stays put. Graham, 17 to 9. Andy Cobb and Patrick Hobbs. Dialing for Patrick, 11.45. He's already been 11.47 today, but conditions have changed. Andy Cobb dialing in a 10.56. Oh, 11.45 with a 1. Patrick Hobbs moves up to number 2 with that one. Cracking run there. Andy Cobb goes 11.41, but a little wheel stand off the line to bring it back down and then get on the gas again. Just cost him a bit of time. Net end result was an 11.41. So the order changes again. Patrick Hobbs goes into number 2. Jason Pickett just drops back to number 3, but it's still Billy Jones in the number 1 spot. It's going to be tough to get round him. Chris Layram in at number 4. Time now, 7:15 in the evening. Alan Krasinski brings the not so mellow yellow Chevy up to the line, going alongside not bad the bag, Neve Smith. Dialing 11.45. Wow. 11.05 and 11.59. Adam say 17, but a nice move there for Neve. She had to dial quite low to make sure she didn't break out there, and she didn't. Still went 11.59, and she'll take that. Sean Milsom against Brian Gibson. Brian with the Identity Crisis dart, 11.45 target number for him, and 9.90 for Sean Milsom. Yeah, misbehaving, Morris said. Cheeky little wheelie off the line. And that's a 10-12. Brian goes 11.71, no help for either. So they stay put. Sean 11, Brian 12. Martin Hallam and Paul Dominy. So Martin Hallam really does move the dial in and down to a 9.75. Not surprised with that at all. He's currently number 25. Paul Dominy, number 26. He dials a 10-10. Both away very nicely indeed. Front wheels hanging in the air for Martin Hallam. Martin, 9.76 for Martin. Improvement there for Paul Dominy as well. Goes up for 26 to 23. But Martin Hallam, 25 to 5. He's just over 100th off his dial-in. Slots in at number 5. Right, Nick Hewison with the short fuse Fordson, and it's Rob Killam with the coupe, dialing in 1260. Nick, 9.78. Oh, cracking light there for Nick. But at this stage, it's all about the ET. He wants a 9.78. Gets a 9.80, that's going to move him up to 17. Yeah, so Nick moves up from 17 to 9 with that one. Nice move there for Nick. Rob Killam goes through with a 13.58 on that 12.60. Stays 22. Well, this is your number 1 qualifier. Unlikely anybody's going to get round him. He went 10.52 with a 0 on a 10.52 dial-in. Of course, that's Billy Jones with Grumpy Grizz. Simon Glenn with the straight shooter Austin. Looking for a 10.04. Almost opposite ends of the qualified order at the moment. Simon Glenn sitting at number 26, Billy Jones sitting at number 1. In actual fact, they are opposite ends. 26 cars have put times on the board. This is 1 and 26 in the qualified order at the moment. .47, moves up to 24. Billy Jones goes 10.53. Obviously, he hit his number bang on earlier, so no improvement in position. He can't improve from being number 1. Right, Chris Layram and John Gibson. John Gibson with the Falcon, Chris Layram with the Anglia. Chris is your points leader in the championship chase for Gas at Circus. Dialing in a 10.14. Oh, Chris Layman's already run a 10.15. Oh, Chris Layman being pushed back, so he's not going to improve. Solo then for John Gibson. See the shift light coming on his dashboard, glowing bright in the cabin. Goes through with a 10.61 with a 3. John Gibson moves up from 17 to number 3. Good move. That pushes Chris Layram down a spot. So you've got Billy Jones, Patrick Hobbs, John Gibson, Jason Pickett, Chris Layram, Martin Hallam, Lee Pike, Ray Turner. Right, everybody that's signed up for the Cracklefest, can you make your way down into the lanes, please? Anybody signed up for the Cracklefest this evening, make your way down into the lanes. Thank you very much indeed. As we look at Lee Pike with the Honky Tonkin Nova. And that's Harvey Turner with Nurse Stoner. 938 and 1180 are the dial-ins. Lee is currently number 7. Harvey currently number 16. Cracking lights for both of them. .938. Lee Pike moves up to number 3. Harvey Turner moves up from 16 to 4. I told you these guys and girls were good, but that top 8 covered by 016 at the moment. Ray Turner is on that number 8 spot. Going alongside Simon Prest with the Rocket. He's number 17. The dial-ins are 1076 and 1086. Good looking runs once again. 1076 with LA. Ray Turner hits his number. Simon Prest 200s off. He does move up, but to number 10. Absolutely incredible qualifying. How about Steve Matthews, currently number 19. 9.60 dial-in. What's he going to run? Because everybody's hitting their numbers now, or very, very close to. Matthews heading towards the stripe and gets a 9.55 breakout. Just that little bit too quick there for Steve. So let's have a look then. Billy Jones ends up number 1. The top. Let's have a look. It's changed. Right, sorry, I can't give you the numbers there because the timing information changed. Right, run what you brung for a little while now. Still got plenty of stuff to try and get through here. So George Ralph with the Corvette. Maybe not George. Yeah, 16:44.85. I think that would be Mrs. Ralph, I think. I've been really, really looking forward to this pairing. Mr. and Mrs. Williamson. You got dial-ins for these two? 18.8 and 8.8. Yeah, but they're having a match race. Okay, not to worry. Right, okay then, so we know the target numbers. Well, I've been advised 18.8 is the target number in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Al Williamson looking for a 8.8. So June is looking for 18.8, Al 8.8. Let's see who's going to be the closer. So June going through with the 20.48. Bizarrely, actually, June was closer to the number that they suggested to me than Al. But just so nice to have those two trucks running side by side. Husband and wife there, Al and June Williamson. Right, Phil Moores, Chris Thorburn. 2 low 10-second cars. That's a good little matchup, actually. 10:32 plays 10:24. A little bit of huffing and puffing from Chris's car as he was going down the racetrack. Our spotters out there having a look just to make sure. Yeah, all good to go. So the next pair coming through. Just a reminder, everybody that's signed up for the Crackle Fest, if you make your way down into the pairing lanes, please. People that signed up for the Crackle Fest this evening, make your way down into the lanes. We're just going through our run with your brung. This is Dominic Romy and Kieran Smith. Actually, the lanes are still chock-a-block down there. So getting quite dark out there. Don't forget, we've got a jet car to run, we've got fireworks, we've got our Crackle Fest, and we're still finishing off Run What You Brung here. Kieran goes 12:49, Dominic goes 11:93. Well, somebody's trying to stay through the back wheels, not the fronts. Realised what was going on there. So Scooby's Revenge, the Willis in the Castrol Beer lane. Still got that tailwind. Air temperature is good for going quick. And Scooby's Revenge goes through with a 12.96 at 112. And 22-second pass, but then it was 10 seconds to 60 foot. So the Husky, Colin Wood. Oh, lovely little flame from the pipes there. .59, that's his quickest of the day, 137 miles an hour, 13.98 to 82 there for the pop. And the hits just keep on coming. Jason Dodd. And Graham Harrison. So we have a 9.2 from Jason earlier. What's he got if in the dark? 9:13, 143. That's another great number. Oh, I'll tell you what, Jason's going to be one happy man this weekend. 11:16, 119 for the Willis. As the fun continues. Nigel Taylor and Adam Leroy. So 13.62 and a 15.66. Oh, Julian Davison back down with the 100E. Good to see that little backfire on the carb all sorted out. And Scott Collin has already been 8:47 today. That's a good looking run. It's another 8, but which 890, 149 mile an hour. Not sure he's run in the dark before actually, but a good run. It's just an 8-second car all the time. 1176, 122 for Julian Davison there. Right, the belly tank back round for his last pass of the day. Already sat in stage actually. That's Kev Bingham. Going to be going alongside Mark Haswell. Mark's already been 931 at 145 today. Well, still the Run What You Run cars are in the lanes. Still got a jet car to run. Well, good looking run for Mark Haswell once again. He's already been in the 9.3s. What's he got for this time? 9.24. 146 mile an hour. His quickest run of the day, saved to the end. And did it in the dark under the lights here at the Hot Rod Drags. All right, Bob Main. And the 39 Ford's back down for another one as well. Nick's joined us. .56 and 12.17. Right, Gary Carr with the boiling point. Going alongside Billy Mills. But he's going to get there first with a 10.43. Gary Carr goes 11.10. And still they keep coming round. AJ Denning and Daniel Bates, your next pair. Gone way over where we should have done now, actually. Well, AJ nearly went into the blue area, but kept it out. So goes through with the 13.58, 119. Daniel Bates, though, 10.55, his quickest of the day. Nicely done, Daniel. All right, Beavis Allen and Mark Wallington. Last runs of the day. And Beavis Allen goes 12.51. And Mark goes 14.31. Right, we're just running. I think this is our last pair in Run What You Brung. Matt Stanley down there with the 100E. Don't forget we got Julian Webb with the Spider-Man Jet up next, and then we got our Cracklefest cars lining up in the pairing lanes, and then of course we then go into the fireworks. Well, a little bit later than scheduled, but certainly been worth it for these late evening runs. So Matt Stanley goes 12:19. That's his quickest of the day, and a 14:85 at 89 miles an hour. So that is a wrap for Run With Your Brung. As I say, just a little bit behind schedule, as we now get ready for Julian Webb with the Spider-Man Jet. So as Julian gets into position, Spider-Man Jet in the Kestrel beer lane this time. After this, it will be time to bring our Crackle cars out on track. So Julian in position, support vehicle is there ready as well. So absolutely nothing wrong with the jet at all. It was a pesky starter that failed, but they had a spare. So all good for this one. You can hear the jet starting. Well, it has got a little bit chillier out there, that breeze just dropping the temperatures a little bit, but things are going to get a little bit warmer now, as Julian's going to do a little bit of a flame show for us as the support vehicle just moves out the way into the return road. Can't beat seeing the jet car at night, that's for sure. I think the team were very conscious of the time available to us, actually, so a short flame show, but certainly making their presence known, that's for sure. So Julian Webb, the Spider-Man Jet, just coming up to the beams. He's into stage. Sends one straight down Broadway, clicks it to a 594 at 256 miles an hour. That was certainly worth waiting for. Thank you ever so much, Steve. At the 8th mile, 405 at near on 200 miles an hour. It was 199.9 there for Julian. And at the stripe there, 256.72 miles an hour. Okay, so I think it's time to have our Cracklefest cars make an appearance. They'll be coming around very shortly indeed. So, yeah, just going to have a little wander out with the radio mic. There's a few cars in the lanes at the moment. They'll be coming around in a moment. And I'm going to pick up a radio mic and have a wander down onto the start line. So as the fuel car makes its way round, I think that's yesterday's Dreams car. Yep, so here they come, and I'm going to head downstairs. We'll see you in a moment. So as our Crackle cars make their way down onto the racetrack, obviously we're going to have cars starting up in position. But making their way down at the front of the queue, yesterday's Dream Slingshot. Brilliant car for this. Well, very good evening, everybody. Evening on the banking. How are you all doing? Good to see you. Certainly worth hanging around this evening. Those of you on the grandstands, a very good evening to all of you as well. A brilliant hot rod drags. Perfect conditions for it. Bit of a breeze. It has cooled down a fair bit, actually. Here he is, the absolute nutter. Aaron Windridge, real good to see you. How you doing, buddy? You're all right? I'm liking that way, the way that flips up. Very, very cool addition, that. Good to see you, Megan, as well. This young man here, my goodness me. Alan Schofield running 7 seconds, just like, an absolutely awesome weekend for Alan. And he's come to make some noise this evening as well. Absolutely fantastic. Well, I hope, yes it is, Frankie Taylor in the Banshee with Mick on the outside. Good to see you there, Frankie. Good to see you, Mick. Having fun out there, I bet. Well done, mate. The little Faust team, James Auld, fighting it out for the Wild Bunch. Good to see you, mate. Psycho Phil Druitt. Oh no, that's not Phil, it's the other one. Oh, dude. It was, yeah. Well done. Wayne Power. Very happy man indeed. Another PB today. Absolutely flying he was. I do believe that is Simon Prest with the Rocket. I like the way he carries his passengers. He's got perfectly good seats in there. Make some noise, Simon Prest. Jason Pickett with Cherry Bomb. Loving life, making some noise. Actually, I've got to say, these new strip lights are absolutely fantastic. Really shedding some great light onto the raceway. And bizarrely, they're not blinding. Although they're really bright, they're not that blinding. So really, really good to run under these new lights. Also, new lights in the shutdown area as well. So as they all get themselves into position. Just going to park, and then we're going to fire them all up, make some real noise this evening. Right, just going to check in the teams, just make sure they are all ready to fire up. I think you guys are ready, aren't you? You're well and truly ready. Okay, I think everybody else is. So what I want the crowd to do is to give them a 10 down to 1 countdown, and then when you all just shout, fire up, and then they're all going to start up and make some noise. So counting down then. Are we all ready at the other end? To 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fire them up! gentlemen, our little Crackle Fest for you this evening. Always good to have yesterday's streams just rounding up the little Crackle show for us. But we're going to leave these cars where they are just for a moment. The pure reason being you're going to have the fireworks going up in the air in a moment, and these cars make a great backdrop, and it's a good opportunity for the teams to get the photographs. What I would like to do, if possible, though, just get the teams and the drivers just to move over to the wall so that we can get the photographs with the fireworks in the background. But I'm sure you'll all agree it's been an awesome day today. Great qualifying, great run what you brung. Loads of great numbers being run from so many people this weekend. And the weather has actually played ball as well. So it's just a few moments away for the fireworks. Right, so just, ladies and gents, fireworks in about 30 seconds. And there'll be the other side of the banking, not at the top end, but the other side of the banking. So you literally got a great view. Those of you on the banking, if you swing around, you'll be able to see the fireworks as well. We're going to leave the cars in position so that they remain the backdrop for the fireworks display. So if everybody can move over towards the wall. Our track crew doing a bit of a scrape out there as well. So the fireworks are imminent. Enjoy. Well, show your appreciation for the fireworks display here at the Hot Rod Drags. I'll tell you what, I wasn't expecting that display to be as big and as long, but as always, you never ever get let down with the Hot Rod Drags. It's a cracking event. Okay, that's it for the evening's entertainment, as we've got a little radio control funny car that's appeared on the track, but a little bit of something for everybody. Have a great evening, enjoy a well-deserved beer, a well-deserved drink, a well-deserved barbecue, and don't forget we get to do it all again tomorrow. Have a great evening. Don't forget Fuelers Bar music tonight as well. I'm going to say goodnight. We'll see you tomorrow. Cheers. Oh, that's the bunch of nutters that are here on the stag crew, isn't it? Yeah. Where's the intended groom? And you managed to bring this bunch with you? Oh, dear. Right. Well, no doubt you'll end up in Fuelers Bar. I'll probably have to be carried out later on. Anyway, have a great evening. Good night, folks. We'll see you tomorrow.